way too deep, and I'm drowning in devotion. I'm lost, can't find a new emotion that's ever enough, and I can't deny it's real, 'cause there's no deeper
I don't know where to go. I'm told I'll reap all of what I sow. These mistakes have no one else to blame. Said I could feel it when you left me here, left me here. Our emotions are one and the same. So come on over, we can persevere, persevere. So come on over, we can persevere. Said I
just for me. Tryna rock that body, she'll wear those sneaks. Baby girl, I'm savage. Baby girl, I'm active. And when I super active, this, that's dancing. It's the way that you're dancing. Hips doing that damage. Don't wanna see no landers. And I know you speak Spanish. Baby girl, I'm savage. Baby girl, I'm savage. Baby girl, I'm savage. Baby girl, I'm savage. To the back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, I am invisible on the screen. I have no idea why that is. I will try and get that fixed as soon as physically possible. Welcome to the VGL Challenger Series. I'm Invisible Scoundrel, and I'm joined by Dowsey and Tasty Bacon as well. Now, gentlemen, while we get this Invisible Scoundrel mess sorted out, I'm going to just show you guys the playoff bracket as we have up on our screen. And Dowsey, you can tell us a bit about what we're going to expect today.
Certainly, we've got some great matches coming up today. Scoundrel. First up is Norm Pasani up against Magic Cloud, which should be pretty exciting. Norm Pasani, a 15th seeded team that's made it all the way through. We'll have to see how far they can make it. Then after that, it's Team Queso versus XL, which is a rematch of the, I guess, the decider match, who would make it into the challenge battles from last season. So that's probably be pretty hot. And then after that, Hell's Divers versus Arcane Esports. And we've seen these guys battle it out during the VGL separately. So it'll be great to see them fighting in that elimination match.
Right, Invisible Scoundrel is fixed, and I believe Tasty Bacon's here. But Tasty Bacon, I think, is nursing a bit of a sore voice right now. So I'll say a quick hello to him before we jump into draft. How are you doing, Tasty?
I'm doing pretty good. Voice is doing better, but could be better as well. However, still ready for some VGL action.
I'm going to just let the teams know that we're starting draft. Now, as always with the double ban phase, not all the teams are used to it, so we could have issues with the draft. But if hopefully it goes all okay, we have Norm Pasani? Norm Pasani. There is a specific way to pronounce it. I know Dowsey's been practicing. Norm Pasani. Yeah. So Norm Pasani on A side, they look like they've got the hang of it, and now we're waiting for Magic Cloud to do the same. Their ban coming out now, but it all looks like good for Norm Pasani, and both teams are in. I am over the moon, and here we go.
Yeah, one of the players kind enough to record himself saying the name of the team, so that we could attempt to say it correctly as well. I think it must be a Russian pronunciation. I know Artem is Russian, so I'm just making a grand assumption that everyone else speaks Russian. We're going to have Idris, our first lock in here. Both healers have been taken off of the board here at Scoundrel. Very interested to see if the side of Magic Cloud go for the same. Nope, they're going to lock in a Black Feather. I feel like picking up a captain here would have been slightly more strong, but Black Feather weapon power can be pretty good into Idris.
Yes,
yeah, it's definitely one of those picks that can stick to the target, which is so important when going up against an Idris.
So, we are now just heading into the latter half, the second ban. The difference between the traditional draft and the double ban system is after your first pick, you do get another ban, which can help you round out certain counters to your composition, so on and so forth. So, you have those things to consider here. And it's up to Magic Cloud on their second ban now. A lot of these teams won't be used to this sort of kind of level of ban system, so it's very interesting.
Yeah, strange to see Catherine burned out here. I guess Catherine can be just as good into Black Feather as she is Idris. What these guys are doing, Magic Cloud are essentially removing captains from the playing field since they're going to have first pick of the litter. And so they're going to be locking in their captain choice here. Perhaps we see a Lance come through. Arden doesn't make as much sense into Idris, so will be more aimed at locking down the jungler and the captain, because Idris can escape the gauntlet walls with his Shroud Step.
Absolutely. Let's see where Norm Pasani go now with their draft. They have the Idris already, like you said, prioritized by them. Flexible, can go both CP and weapon power. It does look like the Glaive is now the choice for them, something that we've been seeing.
Very odd-looking Glaive.
Sorry, Finn. We've seen a lot of Finns kind of creep back in, especially into the VGL Challenger Series. It's an interesting one. How do you think this alters the compositions, Tasty Bacon?
Well, it's not really going to alter things too heavily. I mean, Finn is a very great protector, and with an Idris, you can just help keep him alive for quite a long time. Not quite as effective as a Grace, but being able to provide that fortified health for him can go quite a long ways. It can also help to peel Black Feather if his Rose Offensive is down. You can get hit by the Quibble, pulled in by the plate company, or forced to cord. So I think it's actually a really good protector, that big tanky hero that we see Finn be so frequently.
Yes, absolutely, and they're going to be rounding things out here, and it's going to be with a Grump Jaw, meaning that it's more than likely that we see a CP Idris come out here. That seems to be the flavour that I would get, especially with the Protector type, you know, peeling, heavy fin that we have. Dalsy, I mean, would you be going a CP Idris into this particular composition?
If CP Idris bet into Weapon Power Black Feather, I think if you're Magic Cloud, you actually now put that Black Feather in the jungle, unless you really want to try and counter the Grumpjaw, which they don't have a huge counter. So Sky's available would be pretty good. Pedal could also work as well.
I quite like Sky into both Fin and Grumpjaw, you know.
Yeah, no, certainly. Like Weapon Power Black Feather will still be a threat to Idris because Idris now just becomes like a ranged carry, and so the Black Feather can like execute him like he would a Vox. But Black Feather is just good into Weapon Power Idris as well. It kind of cuts out his main strengths. So that's the reason I might see a shift there. But as it turns out, it is just going to be this Sky locked in, which, as you mentioned, good into Finn, good into Grumpjaw as well, and that means that they're going to try and slow down the Grumpjaw here with the Sky, and also get rid of those living stacks, which is the passive of the Grumpjaw here, Tasty Bacon.
Yeah, a lot of it. We always see Scarf as being one of the big counters to Grumpjaw, and it's a very similar idea behind the Sky as well. Just being able to strip away the living armor stacks, make the Grumpjaw very vulnerable, and then you could perhaps even target him in a fight right away, take him out immediately, and just create a 2-on-3 situation for yourself.
Right, teams are just getting into the lobby again. Look, my VG Pros team, the Magic Cloud squad, just wanted to be able to get an access to their client outside the game, so just had to get them back into the lobby, so that's all good. And the blind pick will be starting. And once we start this game up, this will be the first game of our playoff bracket. This is Norm Pakani versus Magic Cloud. It's, again, Magic Cloud are a team that's kind of surprised. They've got some incredibly good players in their squad, though. Look, my VG Pro and I can't even say it. Kyoei. Good luck, guys. That guy, he's also both VG Gold. I've seen and played against these guys quite a lot on ladder. They've absolutely trashed me. I have never won a game against my VG Pro, so that's a little personal story for you. He has crushed me every single time. And they're into game, or heading into game anyway, so this will be where we are moving towards now, guys. The first game of the playoff bracket here in the VGL Summer Split 2. Guys, are you looking forward to it?
Absolutely. Should be a lot of fun.
I like the quick and succinct roundup there. Now, Tasty Bacon, if you look at these two compositions, is the Sky kind of nailed the coffin for Magic Cloud, or do you think that this is still fairly even?
It's definitely not a nail in the coffin. Sky is one of those heroes that, if it plays extremely well, can absolutely take over and carry a game. But if you're able to deal with it early on, you can shut it down and make it essentially a non-factor. So it's really going to be up to Cobry and Dizzle as to how that jungle matchup goes.
Well, I'm handing over to Dalsy and Tasty Bacon as we head into game. And it looks like already some early action, so I'll let you go.
Yeah, it's just a bit of an invade coming out here from Norm Pakani, as Dizzle just marches his way through. There's going to be a fight breaking out, very peculiar. Dizzle trying to take down the Arden here. Good Quibble slows down Calbury, and Calbury may be in trouble here. Dizzle also a bit of trouble. He should go down. That's a kill going over to the captains. Both of them securing one apiece, but look, my VG Pro with the first blood. He's just going to walk away here and I guess escort the Finn out of his jungle.
Yeah, just make sure he actually leaves, doesn't try and steal any camps on the way out. He's going to just rotate up to the lane because Kyoei is pushed up pretty far. Luga is fairly low, and this is just going to be buying Luga a little bit of breathing room so he can take a couple of minions, use that Book of Eulogies to heal himself on up, and be able to remain in that lane. So a kill apiece, but the early aggression coming out from the side of Norm Pisani not quite paying off as much as they would have liked.
No, not at all. It's really just advantage going over to Magic Cloud here. I tried out this starting items we see a gank coming out. Dizzle onto Koei. He should just be able to walk away. I tried out Luga's starting items here on CP Idris to see how I felt about it. Yesterday I criticized saying that if he was to get aggressed upon, he would actually lose out a lot of healing potential. And you can see here, he takes a lot of damage. He's got one pot left, but Koei has 3, technically having more effective health. If Koei and Look My VG Pro were able to poke down Luga, then he would be in a position. But Luga plays this so well, even looking for a kill. Not quite able to find it. And by having the Swift Shooter, he's able to keep up in pace with the minions last hitting. It actually works out pretty well. So yeah, no, props to Luga. Kind of like it a little bit more now. I've personally tried it.
Yeah, and a lot of it is just relying on that Book of Eulogies healing. As long as you can farm up, then the potion deficit isn't that large of an issue because you're able to just heal up just from farming, especially if you let the lane get pushed in underneath your turret. So that's really why it kind of works out, why it's not really as much of a deficit as it seems like initially. And so, like you said, definitely a smart purchasing decision. But then there's going to be the heavy prism coming out. So that's going to pack a fair bit of punch onto those chakrams here in the first few minutes. And Koei is going to be going back to base himself for a purchase as well. Going to be coming out with the heavy steel. So both of these laners going to have a little bit more damage on their abilities and on their poke and trading capabilities if they go for it. We'll see who's going to be the ones pulling the trigger first. It looks like Magic Cloud want to move up and make an aggressive play.
Yeah, there's triple melee for the next couple of minutes here, and so if they can do work, then they can find some kills. Koei taking a lot of damage, and Dizzle not really being affected by this forward barrage. Calbury not quite able to get the angle. And so Magic Cloud really just trying to use the range advantage that they have on this Sky before Luga unlocks his divergent paths. He went Frostburn yesterday and could go the same today as he has a Grumpjaw on his team once more. And the Frostburn allows for the Grumpjaw to chase just as effectively as it allows for the Idris to chase. Chakram does a lot of damage to Sky. That's where Shadow Glass could be useful as well. Be interested to see where he does go as they're pushing Luga under the turret. Luga might die. He does! Forward barrage, just too good. And that's going to be another kill going over to Magic Cloud.
Early on, that forward barrage just does so much damage, especially when you don't have the defenses built up against it. And it is going to be a Frostburn first item, but Cabri, with that kill, the team tried to get some damage up on the turret, but a nice job by Dizzle and Artem to clear out those minions and make sure that wasn't that much of a threat. They aren't going to be able to get too much work done. Instead, just have to go back, take that small advantage that they've gained, and just try and keep themselves building up towards more item advantages. If they can find kills like that, though, again, it's going to be tough once the divergent paths come out for our Luga. But for now, they can keep making these rotations up to the lane.
Yeah, certainly can. You see Luga's finishes Frostburn. In fact, has the crystal, the gold for a crystal bit. I mean, wouldn't be surprised if Luga makes his way to the shop now and purchases that. He didn't do it yesterday. Perhaps going to prioritize getting to lane so he doesn't miss out any of this juicy CS. Zartem just tanked up the wave as well as the harass coming out of Koei, who's going to rush his way to shop using that Vanguard to get there quicker.
Yeah, so Lugo wanting to make sure he doesn't miss out on CS, but now he's going to get the wave shoved in pretty heavily, and I would expect him to now make the trip down to the shop, but Look My VG Pro, very far forward.
Yeah, it's going to be stuffed, not quite connecting. Calbury doing a bit of work here. Frostburn for him means that Slow does a lot of work. Luga now is going to go down to the shop and purchased himself a heavy prism. And that heavy prism obviously will unlock the divergent path. Seems to me that Luga isn't aware of the crystal bit unlock. And Calbury, oh my god, just gets destroyed. Dizzle though can't get in there. Can he get on top is the question. For Barrage is slowing him, so is the Frostburn. Such a great item for Sky. That's going to be a huge dip from above. Calbury, he's still alive. He just walks around the Grumpjaw like it was the easiest thing he could do. Now look, my VG Pro, he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's going to be him getting quibbled. Luga not really in range, but now should be able to find the kill as Koei's going to come forth. Look to try and take down this Idris, but he doesn't quite have the damage. Quibble lands onto both. Luga goes very low. Oh dear. That did not go over plan. They should be able to get the return kill as Artem uses his boosts. His boots. And that's going to be a 3-4 so far, but in favor of Magic Cloud.
Yeah, very aggressive fights from both sides here, but unfortunately the teams that are ones that seem to have the advantage end up not coming out on top of the fight. Like, it looked like Calbury was going to go down immediately, manages to stay alive, manages to dance around the Grumpjaw, and then it looked like it was going to be Look My VG Pro dead to rights as this Arden, but Kiyohi able to rotate down and help him out, and they get the kill on to Luga. It did end up getting traded, but it's still a slight kill lead, which means a slight, ever so slight gold lead.
Caught out here a little bit. The fountain will be popped, and that means that a huge advantage to Magic Cloud. They have their fountain up. They can force something here. They're going to rotate down. May just start up the gold miner. Would allow them to force a fight. Doesn't seem like they're going to do that, though. That's a Poison Shiv completed, as well as the Crucible for this Finn, who's just hit level 6. He's taking a lot of damage. He's just unlocked his ultimate, but he's going to lose his life in the process. They're looking for Luger as well. Gauntlet locks him down, and that is just easy kills going over. You know, I mentioned about the Arden not being super effective into Idris. Well, that is when Idris goes weapon power, Tasty Bacon. And Magic Cloud, perhaps looking at some of the statistics of Luger, he plays a lot of CP Idris, could have known that this would be a CP Idris. And then the Arden into CP Idris is very effective. Kerwi takes a huge chunk from Dizzle, but Dizzle may just lose his life here. He goes very low, and he gets on-pointed to death. This turret's still in trouble as the death from above going to continue to do work to it, but Magic Cloud respectfully will back away.
Yeah, and like you said, with the Arden Idris matchup, when it's this weapon Idris, obviously your dash becomes a blink, which can get you out of the gauntlet without touching the wall. But as the CP Idris, it is still just a dash or a roll, however you want to call it. And the Idris will get stunned up by the gauntlet. Great coordination from the side of Magic Cloud. The gauntlet walking down, and then the death from above was dropped immediately on top of Luga when that gauntlet was hit. So they just locked him up and did a ton of damage. Excellent job of getting a lot of work onto that turret, but also not overstaying. We saw yesterday, I don't know if you watched any of the VIS, there was a lot of times where teams would overstay and overcommit.
You may have to make this point in a bit. Tasty Baker's another fight's breaking out here. Calbury making his distance, but Dizzle has swallowed up the Arden, and now everyone has to back away. Look like VG Pro very low. The fountain comes out, just about saves him. They've taken down the Grumpjaw in the process. Calbury now looking to chase. Manages to dodge the Chakram's first point of damage, which means that it is just going to be a rotation for Magic Cloud to take this turret.
And they're really starting to take control of this game. 8-3 on the kills. While the gold lead isn't that large, it's only about 1,000. That's going. Oh, okay, that was interesting positioning from Calbury. I feel like he should have just rotated up and taken that turret cleanly, but Calbury going a little bit too aggressive.
Yep. Now Dizzle's going to come into lane. Don't think he's really going to be able to achieve too much here. Where do we stand, Tasty Bacon? 2,000 gold in advantage for Magic Cloud, but these fights do have the possibility of going either way.
Yeah, they have the possibility of going either way, but Magic Cloud just seem to have slightly better engagement timing. Like they're the ones that are coming out on top in most of these fights because they're just able to get onto their priority targets much easier. Obviously, Finn is a great frontliner, a great tank, but until he gets level 8, until he has the stun on the Quibble, it can be very difficult for him to actually stop the aggressive moves from Kiyohi and Calbury. And so that's what I'm going to be waiting for. I want to see once Artem gets to the level 8 point and he has the ability to stun targets, how the fights are going to shift. Because right now, Calbury, nice reflex block, gauntlet dropped.
Gauntlet is dropped, and they're going to be looking to try and take down these guys. Idris falls. That's the first death, and now it's just Dizzle on the retreat. Nowhere to run either. He can get chased down for days by this black feathered sky, and it's a double to Calbury. Artem trying to get the back, but look at my VG Pro will stop it. They don't even have to rotate for this Finn. Realistically, should be going for this turret. You do see that Kiyohi makes up his mind, perhaps a little bit too late to actually secure the turret, because with Finn just being kept at the backs here, and in fact with the Crystal Sentry doing the work to Artem, he may even just go down. By that, the turret falls as well. Luga doing his best to push everyone back, but they have just separated these death timers by a whole 20 seconds, which means they can take Gold Miner as well. And if the side of Norm Pakani were to contest it, they'd be in trouble. Doesn't seem like they're going to go for it. This is perhaps a missed opportunity for Magic Cloud.
Yeah, definitely could have been a bit more cerebral here, but it's not gonna really be that much of a detriment. Obviously, you'd like to see teams take advantage of every opportunity that they can, but when in this spot, because of the fact that it is still so much on the line, still so uh, worrisome if you do go for that and make a mistake, or if your opponents do steal it away, it can be a big momentum swing. So I'm not. It's okay that they didn't go for the gold miner in that situation because they did get so much previously with the 3 total kills coming out and taking that tier 2 turret. That's still a very large gold swing going the way of Magic Cloud, and they can just look to try and continue to build on this momentum that they have fully in their favor. These gauntlets have been incredible from Look My VG Pro. It's locked up targets, and then the death from above coming down in the middle of these gauntlets is usually, you're putting them into such a small area to maneuver on these very highly mobile heroes. Like, there's just not really much room for them to do anything, and so often we're seeing them get either stunned by the gauntlet or just eating a ton of damage from the death from above.
Very peculiar pick, this Finn, to go with the Grumpjaw. Lance perhaps would have been a better call. Just Finn likes to kind of have ranged heroes that he can protect with his polite company, whereas Grumpjaw is not that, and Grumpjaw kind of needs someone to come in with him to provide a bit of support, and Finn is just not that. So the synergy is not too strong. Maybe this is why we see fights going so heavily over towards Magic Cloud. Another one breaking out here as the Gauntlet's going to trap them all in it. Oh, Idris just jumped straight into it, and Luger is dead. Now it's going to be a cleanup here as Drizzle. He can't do anything to turn this fight around. He goes down to Look My VG Pro, and this will be the triple kill. The East come through. Now the gold miner will easily go down to Magic Cloud as they just push their gold advantage further.
Yeah, gold miner going to go down. Kyoe going to start pushing the lane. There's still a little over 5 seconds for Luga, so should be able to get a ton of work onto this turret, if not taking it outright. It's a fairly large wave of ace buff minions with him. Luga can clear them out quickly, so it's going to be tough, but gold payout. Let's see if the minions are able to take the turret. Nope, they got distracted as because the fight happened, those minions actually started attacking Luga instead. So the tier 3 turret, that choke point turret, will still stand, but this gold is really starting to snowball in favor of Magic Cloud, having jumped up to about a 4,000 gold lead for them. It's starting to be a pretty significant impact in these fights, the advantages that Magic Cloud has.
Yeah, this is going to be a interesting, I guess, uphill journey for Normokani. As I'm not entirely sure how they do manage to do so without just getting this Idris stacked up, but he gets caught out, and this should be him just falling. Stizzle will go in, try and help on out. Luga dives away. They should be able to get on top of Luga now and just finish the job. Maybe not. Yes, they're there. And now we've only Look My VG Pro swallowed up. This should just be continuation here, as we're going to see everyone just jump on in. Trouble for Look My VG Pro as he might fall down. No, he stays alive. Dizzle
Slows.
And that's going to be just this. Finn taken on out in just a second, which means the Kraken is now secured for Magic Cloud. They're going to get the choke point turret as well, very simply. In fact, they could probably push. Maybe they just take the Kraken and rely on the minions to do it. Luger is up. I feel like that's perhaps a gross misunderstanding. But whatever.
I mean,
it's
that fight.
It's like a mistake, and like you argue, Tasty Bacon, that mistakes don't are okay because this is a playoff match. This is the player like the winners bracket. I'm like, every mistake you make is like a mistake that a team better than you won't make. And when you're at this far, you can't be afford to be making them. You need to highlight them. You need to improve.
I think the level of the mistake is like that mistake of not taking the turret. I think is a much larger mistake than not going for a gold mine in a 2v3 situation. Like I feel like that's when the game was a lot closer too. So I feel like that mistake wasn't as bad, but this one of not taking that choke point turret, it's not going to end up hurting them much in the end. But that one is one that you should be taking. Like that should not be happening. But obviously Kraken is just going to take that down pretty quickly. But that's free damage being done to the Kraken from the turret explosion. Gauntlet though. Yeah,
Gauntlet does go down. Luger's going to try and escape, and he should be able to get onto the healing platform. A lot of damage coming out. That's going to be forced to cord, pulling everyone in. Koei is dead! And now Calbury has to try and save himself. Luger comes forth with the 9 broken myth stacks, and he will easily shut down this Sky. This Kraken will secure 1 turret, but the second one will be safe. 2 turret push is definitely a win, but perhaps mistakes once more made could have been the difference between finishing the game now and giving a slight chance of comeback to the side of Norm Pakani.
Yeah, the gold actually goes in favor of Norm Pisani off of that, but technically not a worthwhile trade because the amount of map pressure that is gained from taking out the choke point and one of the crystal turrets is massive. It was a questionable fight for the side of Magic Cloud in that situation. Both Cabri and Kiyoe were like half health when they went in for the engagement. So I feel like, maybe thinking that they were a bit further ahead than they really were. I mean, they're still very far ahead of their opponents at this point. Look, my VG Pro is putting down a ton of vision as well. But, like you said, one mistake, earlier in the game of not capitalizing on a situation as heavily as you could, that's not really that big of a deal. But now there's been 2 or 3 other much larger mistakes that Magic Cloud have made that ultimately will likely not hurt them in this game. But as you mentioned, the further you get into this playoff run, the higher up, if you have any aspirations of being in the Vainglory 8, Vainglory 8 teams will take advantage and abuse those mistakes heavily. So just things that Magic Cloud will want to be working on, want to be aware of if they watch back these VODs and know that those are areas where they have room for improvement.
Yeah, just macro rotations and understanding what you can and can't take because, you are putting Europe's reputation on the line here in the split 2 of the summer season. Europe versus NA at the Unified Western Live Championship, these Challenger Series teams, that's what they're playing for. Tasty bacon. And so you have to be at your A game, especially against a region which others deem to be better than your own. The Kraken has respawned. Magic Cloud are going to look to try and start up a fight. Calbury, though, walks straight into this Grumpjaw. That's going to be Koei taking a lot of damage. This Gauntlet stunned up the Idris 3 times. Oh dear, that's a mistake. But it might be a mistake that he can walk away with. Artem certainly won't be able to walk away with it, though. He's going to go down here. Tries to trade his life for Koei, but he won't be able to. Luger, last man standing. The Kraken once more will go to Magic Cloud.
And once they get this Kraken captured, the healing's going to come through. Kiyoe needs to kind of help work on even though you're low on health, you need to get some damage out onto this Kraken so it gets captured a bit quicker. Man. But Luga is here now.
Steal this.
He absolutely can.
CP Idris is so good at stealing Krakens, but I think he's just mistimed his chakra, and so it won't go over. Luga's now just going to go down. You have to save the chakram. Your chakram is the burst damage that steals it. This is terrible for Norm Pisani now because Idris is dead for 35 seconds.
40 seconds without their main damage dealer, Ace Buff minions, and Kraken making their way down the lane. I don't think Magic Cloud even need to wait for the Kraken. With the Ace Buff minions, they're going right on into the turret.
Yeah, they are, and this is going to be an easy take for them. There's no way that Norm Pisani defend the base here. This is game 1 going over to Magic Cloud, meaning that they are going to put themselves one step closer to the finals of this season splits VGL Challenger Series. Dizzle just doing his best. They're taunting their opponents here, trying to push their stats up. So the Kraken's going to start doing the work, and Kiyoe will lose his life. I wish teams would just finish games. I feel like this is disrespect, and disrespect in solo queue is one thing, but disrespect in a competitive setting is another.
Yeah, they do lose out on one kill that actually counts during the timer, but the second kill comes after the crystal had exploded. But that is still a very convincing victory for Magic Cloud over the side of Norm Pisani in game number 1. But it was a fairly unconventional draft for Norm Pisani, and it's something that we've seen them have better drafts. We've seen them play much better than they did in this game. So hopefully that's something that they can improve upon for game number 2.
Absolutely, gentlemen. So that is the start here. Norm Pisani 1-0 down here to Magic Cloud. And I'm going to get the teams reset for draft, but I mean, I feel like that Sky pick was just opened up way too easily for Magic Cloud there. It was the perfect pick. Me and Dalsey did both mention it during the draft that this would be a great pick here, and it did have a massive effect. I mean, was the Finn the problem, Dalsey?
Yeah, I feel like it was. Like I mentioned it, and I'm sure you can talk about it a little bit more detail, but Finn doesn't really synergize, in my experience, with dive heroes. He really wants to have people he can help kite with his polite company, keep them safe, with his quibble to just block up damage, and then he can be the engage that like 2 ranged heroes need. So you need to consider a different hero, I think, in your jungle position. I know they wanted to play CP Idris, and there aren't really ranged weapon power heroes you can play in the jungle unless you want to take something like a Fox or a Gwen or a Ringo, but you're not likely to want to do that. And so that's kind of where the CP Idris prioritization with the Finn was the issue.
The problem with Finn is, I always call Finn, he's a body blocking stack machine. He will tank so much damage for you, and he'll prevent a lot of splash damage because of the fortified health distribution. But he literally gives the opponents free stacks, especially Sky with Frostburn. Finn is already going to get slowed quite heavily. He's already a pretty slow character as it is. He's just going to give free Broken Myth stacks to Sky because he's such a big character model or hero model for the forward barrage to hit. So while Finn is tanking that, you need to have something that is going to threaten the enemy. You need to have like a seriously threatening either double ranged composition that can poke from afar while Finn just sits there and tanks everything, or you need to have War Treads and run in and just land a quibble and then just win the fight that way. Anyway, we are think ready for draft. I think both teams have said that they are in, so I'm going to start the draft up, and that means we are on the way now. Magic Cloud will have a side draft this time, and they will be the first ban and first pick.
All right, what are they going to prioritize here is the question. B side definitely has connected. I believe I saw A side connected as well, but they're getting into their bonus time. There it is, Idris banned away. So I think that makes sense to get rid of the Idris here. It's harder to counter the composition that Norm Pisani have been running when you're on A side, so you just remove the Idris entirely. Grace is banned. Likely Lyra might come through here if you want to essentially prioritize a healer. However, Baron is enabled and Idris is not there, so a Baron first pick could be very viable on A side.
Yeah, with both Idris and Grace banned away, those are 2 of the heroes that deal with Baron the best. Obviously, there are still some options, but they're going to go for the Black Feather, really putting an emphasis on this Black Feather pickup for the side of Magic Cloud. So we'll see if it can pay off for them once again. It worked well in game number 1. Although I think the Sky was the main catalyst of that team composition. It's obviously still just a pick that Kiwi is very comfortable with.
Interesting that you'd ban the Idris, then pick the Black Feather, though. That's what I find odd.
The Black Feather can be flexed into the jungle,
Yeah.
but it's also good into Baron. So you're basically taking a hero that you can flex as well as play into Baron if you don't want to play Baron yourself. So I'm not entirely sure if I agree with it. Arden picked up here could just be Magic Cloud's way of, Norm Pisani's way of saying, you know, we're going to play Baron and you won't have a great captain that can stun him up easily with a gauntlet. Catherine will be there, of course. I think if you're Magic Cloud here, you either ban Baron now that the Arden is gone, or you ban a different carry or jungler.
Could ban Vox.
Vox is like typically okay for Black Feather, so I'm not sure you would ban Vox, but okay, there it is. They're really wanting to force this Baron pick. It seems. It's like they're really trying to get them to pick it.
I think out of all of the ranged weapon power carries, Vox is the best into Black Feather, just because of his ability to kite backwards. Like that's the only thing that makes Vox good into any melee weapon power threats. But then I don't think this is going to be. I don't get the feeling this is a weapon power Black Feather. It looks like Norm Pisani think it could be because they've taken the Jewel, which is a better matchup for the Black Feather. But I don't get the feeling this is a weapon power Black Feather in lane. I think we're going to be bamboozled, and or Norm Pisani are going to be bamboozled.
It really does feel like Norm Pisani were trying to, or Magic Cloud, sorry, we're really trying to push this Baron pick, and they were almost too obvious with it. Like if I'm the side of Magic Cloud, I look at this and I say, okay, they really want us to pick Baron, so we're just going to go ahead and not pick Baron. Or it's just the ultimate mind game, and they're like, we're going to make them think we want them to pick Baron, but we really don't want them to pick Baron, but we don't want to ban it. So we're just going to go ahead and make them think we want them to pick Baron so that they don't pick Baron because they think we have a counter.
I think this is getting too far down the Baron, rabbit hole here.
We need to go to sleep, jump into someone's mind, go into another person's mind, and we can find the answer there.
That's interesting. It is the weapon power Black Feather, which is a worse matchup into Jewel. Jewel generally tends to destroy most melee laners in lane because of the range of her Thunderstrike and eventually how much ridiculous damage it can output. But Batiste comes through here. This is interesting into the Sky. Obviously, Ordained is really good at limiting Sky's mobility. That's obviously one of the #1 ways that you can put pressure on Sky in the jungle. But Sky generally, generally Sky outranges Batiste. This is the same discussion that we had yesterday about Samuel.
Except I think in this one, Sky is just so far more mobile that the likelihood that you actually get close to Batiste, get close to Sky is even harder. So, I think from what I understand, a lot of people like Sky into Batiste as a ranged hero, and also Sky can outrange the Jewel, do damage to the Jewel, lock her up with a death from above. The Black Feather can escape the Batiste's Ordained with his ultimate, and Lance is pretty good at disengaging Jewel as well. So.
I think this comes down to you have to rush or Ordain, or you have to rush Ordained, boots Ordained the Sky, and then immediately once she reflex blocks, you follow up with a Gauntlet. And that at least locks her down for a small period of time where Jewel might be able to burst her. That's the only way I see this doing well, I think, for Norpachani. Anyway, going to invite the guys back to lobby because I basically forgot that I had to do that. And we actually bio break. So we've got a got a break.
I like the way you put that. That's a really subtle way.
It's what's the good term? I thought bio break was the accepted term for it.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm literally saying that that's a really good way of putting it.
The biology break. Anyway, it looks like we.
Hold on, guys. I gotta do a little bit of homework.
I think they're being told that we're just going to go. So we are just going to go. Teams are ready to jump on into the Halcyon Fold. Second game of this series. Loser is not out. This is still the winners bracket. So, I mean, he just said he's in the loo. Okay, well, whatever.
But he said go. He said he's in the loo. It's okay. Go. It's a mobile game. This is one of the great assets of having a mobile game.
This is what Exceptions always says when players want to go to the loo before games. He goes, "Why can't you just play from the loo?" Because it's a mobile game. You can play it anywhere. Competitive esports on the toilet, everybody. Anyway, let's move on with this. Artem is yet to lock in, so I'm hoping that he's okay to go. And if he is, we're just got to fingers crossed for this one. Anyway, I mean, it looked pretty much like Magic Cloud were dominant in that last game. I don't think I expected to go any other way different this game, personally, just because of how well they performed. Sometimes you can assess compositions all you want, but sometimes it purely comes down to sometimes who is the better player. And we often talk about this in the VG8, like you have a lower end VG8 team versus the likes of TSM. You're like, well, TSM, not that they ever do draft too badly, but even if TSM get outdrafted, like they're on A side, they get counterpicked and outdrafted, you usually favour TSM because they're just a better team, right? It feels like it's that way in this game right now, Darcy.
So essentially, Magic Cloud equals TSM, and that's the way we have to look at this one, Excoundrel.
It is. Anyway, I'm going to let you guys take over as we're onto the fold now. That last 5 minutes of conversation was weird. Let's never repeat it. Goodbye.
I feel like that's Excoundrel leaving forever. Like that kind of goodbye was, I'm done. Goodbye. Good luck, gents. Have fun.
That was the Excoundrel equivalent of leaving to go buy a pack of smokes and just never coming back.
Oh. Are you okay, Toasty? Do you need a hug?
All right. Well, we are on to the fold. As we extend the weird conversation that we should never repeat again. But let's go on to the fold, Dowsy. It is
I was onto the
game number
fold.
2.
You were reminiscing of times gone past. Luga is taking a huge chunk of damage in lane. This Jewel, very greedy build. It's the weapon blade plus that boogie eulogies, which means that not going to have the sustain once more. Luga really doesn't want to build the health potions start. Koei has made a slight mistake. It's a tiny one. He's built armor as his defensive item rather than shielding. You may think that armor makes more sense into weapon power duel, but the Thunder Strikes at these early levels before much weapon power gets purchased deal primarily CP damage, which means that a piece of shielding will go far further in the early stages of the game than armor will.
A minor mistake by Luga as well, and this is one that we don't really get to talk about too much, but Luga started putting pressure onto Koei and moved forward very, very aggressively as the rest of the team was just starting to make their way up to the mustache brush. And that let Koei know that something was up. Like if your opposing laner suddenly starts playing a lot more aggressively than they have been for the first minute or so of the game, it generally means that there is something up, that the rest of the team is rotating up. And so when you have your teammates rotating, it's actually, you want to make sure that you play the same way you normally do until right when they're ready to engage. Otherwise, you show your hand way too early. Koei was able to just back off the moment that Luga started playing more aggressively, and that initial gank comes to nothing. But if Luga stays back and just keeps farming the way that they had been, and then once the teammates are up in the mustache brush ready to attack, that's when you step forward. You're much more likely to get a kill.
I do think that the way you kind of set up a gank for your team is really important, like you mentioned, Tasty. And it can be very obvious. You can kind of basically just show off that you're wanting the gank. I often overdo it. I think sometimes the bait in, like, oh, I'm super scared of you, and then I actually don't participate in the gank. So it's really hard. It's going to be a great Giphian war knocking Luga back, but unfortunately, it is going to be first blood, and my VG Pro will go down regardless. And it goes down to Luga as well, who's able to Thunder Strike him to death.
It might be one of the best animations in the game to see Jewel get knocked back by a Githian wall mid-rocket leap, because her model just goes flying through the air. It's pretty excellent, but nice job on the first blood pickup for the side of Norm Pisani, as they are going to be able to rotate on through and catch Cobry, who's going to be taking the Treant. Obviously has a lot of crystal power, can take these camps very quickly. He's going to get 1.5.
Gonna die, I think, for it. He is just doing his best to kite back and make up the distance, but a good split comes out from Norm Pisani. Oh, look, my VG Bro gets in range. Calvary might just walk away from this. Luga can't really re-engage, and the madman that is Calvary will walk away with the double backs and the healing Treant, and he's going to be putting Dizzle quite far back.
Yeah, it was a really nice job. It's very, very risky, but if you manage to get it alive, who am I to complain? That was a nice play. Cobry able to do so. Steals away, he said, the Treant, and one of those double camps at the back allows him to get a nice little lead. It's going to set Dizzle back pretty heavily. One rotation doesn't sound like a whole lot, but if you are familiar with jungling, you know that losing out an entire back rotation can be absolutely devastating. It just sets you back, and it then makes it that much harder to catch up, that much harder to get back into the game, because you're always going to be at a deficit now unless you can make an aggressive move on your opponent.
This game, despite the first blood still favoring Magic Cloud just as far as gold is concerned, so that aggressive rotation, putting 10 CS up over Calvary, and there's actually a CS advantage in the lane, if not more, may start to shorten as Koei may lose a couple of this minions to the turret. It's a very interesting game, this one, just because I do actually believe that the outdraft is there, in theory, for Norm Pisani, but like Iskandrel said, Magic Cloud are TSM, so it's going to be difficult to beat TSM. It's going to be QoE. Knocked away, he gets stunned, he is just dead. Maybe that's how you beat TSM, just CS lock.
I mean, CC Lock can take down pretty much anyone if you execute it properly. So a nice job there. Magic Cloud going to be losing out on their second death of this game. And Kiyoe just kind of being targeted. There's a lot of focus on the lane being put out by Norm Petsani. And it's a strong strategy when you're up against this Blackfeather. If you can shut him down early on, you can make some massive impact. Blackfeather going for a Sorrow Blade first item. We've seen a couple of different Blackfeather builds over the past few weeks or so. So it'll be interesting to see where this one ends up going to.
Both these teams have I felt like Magic Cloud have kind of just slowed down their aggressive moves now and are more interested in trying to gain natural advantages in just gold and farm. But what Norm Pisani are doing here are rotating as 3 and just looking to single out one person. This is great stuff. But oh, that root is huge. Oh, the death from above is disgusting. Dizzle will fall as Calbury shows this guy's really good at Sky and you shouldn't let him play it. Luga with the big red button won't find much damage, and now Magic Cloud going to be able to push this wave in. Bit of damage from the forward barrage. I'm not entirely sure they'll look to siege the turret though.
Yeah, Luga is going to be able to clear out these minions pretty quickly, but Calbury putting out lots of damage again, but he's going to... another cancel. Oh, look, my VG Pro is just making Luga's life very difficult.
What a god he is on this Lance. The Giphy Wars have just been so impactful, and he really only has one job to do is make sure that Luga cannot get on top of his squishies. If he's able to cancel the gauntlet later on as well, then I might just have to take a moment for myself. Look, my VG Pro with the Impale, which is going to roll into the Ordain. That was a little bit greedy. One thing that you can't do as Lance, oh my god, Kiyoe gets blown up. One thing you can't do as Lance is Impale when you aren't looking for a kill. Against 3, you're just going to die every time. Kiyoe with a bit of a clever move, but it's not going to achieve anything. Now Calbury has to be careful. The gauntlet from Artem didn't quite catch Calbury as he intended. Calbury's just trying to kite up. Oh, walks into the fear and doesn't reflex. He should go down here. It's just dancing around, but he does, and that is a huge advantage now over to Norm Pisani.
Yeah, able to pick up that first turret and now have a 1k gold lead. They're going to work on this gold miner, and it doesn't look like it's going to be contested. Kiyoe and Look My VG Pro have no idea that this is going on. Gold payout collected, the full gold miner, 300 gold each for the side of Norm Petsani, and they're just really starting to get themselves some nice advantages. Despite some excellent plays from Look My VG Pro, there's also been some questionable plays from him and the rest of Magic Cloud this game. My VG Pro, interesting itemization, going for a Null Wave Gauntlet as the second item. Really wants to try and shut down Artem's ability to help his teammates. I assume later on might also be in case there's an echo that comes out. It can shut down a lot of engagements that way as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this Null Wave Gauntlet gets used in these team fights as we get a little bit later into the game. But for now, it's pretty much only going to be used on Artem. So as of this moment in this duel, this is one of the first really successful duels that we've seen of late. A lot of times it's a pick that kind of ends up falling flat on its face, but Luga definitely making it work.
Certainly is. It's going to be a crit duel here, which isn't necessarily the current build that you could consider meta. But, you know, she has a couple of builds. NA likes to build a bit more sustained damage into her, whereas EU loves their crit, especially Voldemar, who is possibly the most famous dual player in EU. Look, my VG Pro will knock everyone back. Koei now has to try and find an escape here. Pops his boots, gets chunked out, blocks the stun, but Koei is still in trouble. Luga, so much crit, and the big red button will just finish the job. Massive overextension from Kiyomi, who just does not have the armor built up yet to be able to defend himself.
Yeah, it's just a tough spot to be in if you are the side of Magic Cloud. They're just getting pushed in pretty aggressively. I mean, Luga now has the 2 offensive items, is building towards a 3rd crit, and it's just going to be doing so much damage until that armor is online. We've seen these jewels that go for the full crit builds. Early on, it can do a lot of work, but once the armor is picked up, once the armor is finished for the carries, it just massively diminishes the returns that Jewel gets from these Thunder Strikes. But obviously for now, still feeling confident, still feeling comfortable with this build path. Perhaps going to look for a fight here.
Yeah, looking for the engage. That's Dizzle very low. Dizzle should go down, but he's traded his life. Now it is just going to be this Jewel trying to do her best. Great Giffian Wall knocks it back, but Calbury can't make up the difference, and he's doing his best, but he goes down. Luga now looking for a triple kill here. Milk My VG Pro has that Giffian Wall available and will be able to escape Luga's clutches. They're going to look for the gold miner instead, Tasty.
That's 2 kills is going to be enough for them to start this gold mine. Actually going to be looking for more now. Look, my VG Pro got a little bit too close. Luga has those tier 3 boots, but is out of energy now and can't really stick with this fight, but can still basic attack. They still hurt. And it's going to be paying for it, though, as the Crystal Sentry and Kiyomi combine for that kill. But this game's slowly starting to swing back. But Kiyomi, oh, that's a little too aggressive.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what this overextension from these carries are. I guess the difference between a Blackfur and a Jewel is that he can dodge out of the CC and make up a lot of distance fairly quickly when you have double stacks on your Rose offensive. Clearly an error from Norm Pasunni to not take the gold miner and trade lives with the captain of your team, opposite the team. Gold is not going to be as far ahead as it could be. They are starting up the gold miner again, but Luga's not interested, which means they will just drop it.
Just going to be backing away. They realize that they're starting to make some over-aggressive calls, I think, in that situation, and have decided to reel it in. They need to be a little more careful. The tornado trigger for Jewel, obviously going to make the ability to use Thunder Strikes more frequently, and that's one of the nice perks of Jewel is higher attack speed. Means lower cooldown on Thunder Strike. You can see it's a 2-second cooldown now with a ton of damage that comes out for it. Also, obviously, the basic attacks can come out quicker as well. But for the side of Norm Patsani, they need to be careful that things don't stagnate here and give Cabri and Kiyomi a chance to really get caught up in terms of itemization, especially that defensive itemization. There's going to be an Aegis for Dizzle, who's obviously very worried about Cabri's damage coming out of the sky, but rotation up here.
Going to be looking for the fight. That's a gauntlet being laid on down. Kiyomi's on the other side of it. Does jump into it, though. And now the fear is just going to walk everyone away. This is disastrous for Magic Cloud. Well, really struggling to come through here. Calbury trying his best, but will be forced away. Doesn't have his Broken Myth, has opted in for the Eve of Harvest second. It's just not having as much sustained damage as he needs to be able to build up. He could have had so many Broken Myth stacks. Oh, but a Death from Above will catch everyone in it. Calbury should be able to walk away. Perhaps too aggressive as Luga's going to be. Finding the distance, Calbury will go down. Trades his life for that of Luga's. Is Broken Myth necessary on this sky, you feel?
Absolutely. 100% necessary. Like you said, in that fight alone, would have had full Broken Myth stacks with ease and likely ends up finding kills there instead of just trading a kill. However, it's still not the end of the world for Magic Cloud. Is because there was such a long chase onto the sky and they traded 1-for-1. And the members of Norm Patsani were very low. They can go for this gold mine, trying to steal it. He gets it. Artem takes away the gold miner. Look, my VG Pro did not knock him back soon enough. And that was an excellent play from Artem.
Dang, not good. That is a huge misstep for the side of Magic Cloud. It could have been a chance to equalize the gold or at least put it back towards even, but instead he has just caused more of a gold gap between him and his opponents. That is now going to be the Kraken spawn, so no more gold miners to make mistakes over now. Instead, you make a mistake and you give someone a beautiful looking creature who's going to do a lot of damage to your base.
So, Kraken available, going to be definitely thought about and in the backs of everyone's minds. There hasn't been a whole lot of objective focus this game, which has been interesting. It's been much more just focused on fighting, but neither side has been able to decisively win these fights. Like, there haven't been many aces coming out, which would allow a team to take a lot of advantages. But Norm Pitsani, they're looking to push up onto this tier 2 turret, trying to catch Magic Cloud in a bad rotation. And they may have just done that, as Cabri is nowhere near this.
Yeah, he's really far away. Just trying to get as much gold as possible. Prioritizing that. Impale lands onto this jewel, but she's going to walk up and she's going to take down this turret like it was a knife cutting through butter. Gauntlet catches only look my VG Pro. He may still be in trouble, though, as he rolls away from the Ordained to escape. And that's going to be Norm Pisani now just moving back. With a jewel, they take this Kraken crazy quick. They could possibly even surprise Magic Cloud with how quick they take it. It's going to be a monocle finish now for Lugo, who's at his 4th damage item, so the full crit is there. He is going to hit like a semi-trailer.
Absolutely. The damage is massive, and we're getting later and later into this game. 17 minutes has been eclipsed. You can see the item builds starting to really come to fruition now. It's 4 offensive items, 100% crit chance for Luga, and some pretty hefty crit damage added onto it. We'll see if it pays off. It's all about just that massive burst. No armor pierce, though, could cause problems, as Kiyoe obviously has himself that metal jacket. No armor for Cabri, so if they can get onto Sky, Sky is just going to get melted so quickly. Look, my VG Pro doesn't even have a tier 3 armor either, but is already on that very tanky lance, so isn't going to be worrying anywhere near as much. It's really Cabri is the one that has to be so very aware of Luga's positioning at all times. Both Luga and Dizil go back to base, purchase up an infusion. They have actually an infusion advantage by a small stretch over Kiyoe, who obviously still has the level 11, but no infusion on Artem. We'll see if that ends up being an issue, but they're just constantly trying to out-rotate their opponents now, and here's a big fight.
Yeah, there's lots of damage going out. Kiyoe now looking to try and escape as Calby's caught in this gauntlet, trying to do range. They've taken down the jewel. Luga's lost his life. Kiyoe is going to be okay here. May lose his life, but he can trade it in the end. And this is a huge win for the side of Magic Cloud. Finally able to find themselves in an advantage here. Artem just trying to buy time. Every second he wastes is a second that they're not doing. The Kraken and Sky is so slow at doing so. Should be Artem going down here, Tasty Bacon. The question is, can they secure Kraken?
That's going to be a very big question, because Artem is still dancing around and he's taking so long. This has been absolutely ridiculous.
Artem's
43-second death timers, and there's only 10 seconds left until Dizzle. Artem just danced around for 30 seconds.
That is huge. Like, a turret will go down, and that's it.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive play from Artem, but also I want to point out the play from Kiyoe. In the beginning of that fight, Kiyoe danced around Luga so heavily. I think there were 3 Thunder Strikes that if any one of them had connected, Kiyoe was dead. But Kiyoe dodged them expertly. It wasn't even so much that Luga missed them. It was that Kiyoe was dodging them. Really, really well played by this Blackfeather to prevent himself from going down. But then Artem, absolutely a hero play there. Even though it's not something that's going to show up on any scoreboards. It looks like a death just like all the rest. But that was absolutely massive to make sure that the Kraken could not be taken.
Man, this is pretty interesting territory now. We've seen Magic Cloud are able to take fights. They're going to start one up here, looking for Dizzle, trying to do damage. That's going to be Kiyoe dancing away from Luga as he jumps back through the gauntlet walls. They are just dancing around them right now, and they have to continue doing so. Look, my VG Pro may lose his life. Fountains and manages to stay alive. Calbury now caught a little bit close, but that death from above catches Dizzle, and it's going to be a cleanup, though, however, for Luga. Kiyoe just trying to find a back here. He is going to get stopped by Luga. Fails his jump over the wall, and that is him donezo. An ace comes through. Kraken on the board for Norm Pisani.
All right. So after that team fight that did not go their way, Artem's perhaps saving at least a couple turrets worth. And now the team is going to find that ace, find this Kraken. Norm Pizzani, they're going to be pushing in very heavily with Luga. Going to work on this tier 3 turret. That's going to go down quickly once these crits start flying. Look at how fast that turret falls. And so now it's just 2 turrets remaining. They're going to unleash this Kraken and only have to work through 2 turrets with it. This is looking so good for Norm Pizzani.
Yeah, certainly is. It's really clever taking down that choke point turret as well. That's the it's the turret that's the hardest to fight around, especially as a melee composition. So having that turret removed before the Kraken pushes just makes the win condition for Norm Pizzani even better here. Kraken now going to be pushing up the lane. Have to think Magic Cloud are just twiddling their thumbs, hoping that they can outdance this duel and win a team fight.
All right, so Kraken making her way on in. A fight's going to break out very, very soon because members of Magic Club, they need to find a fight quickly. Otherwise, this game is going to be lost. Luga trying to flank from over the wall. He's going to jump on in.
It's very interesting. Nothing really gained from that. In fact, it is going to be Dizzle losing his life. Kiyohi now can walk away. Oh, a good route onto Luga. He's going to struggle, I think, to find a kill, but instead just focuses his eyes over towards this turret. Thinks that Kiabri can be taken down. Kiabri will be safe for now. Dumps forward, and Kiyohi's going to just try and take him out. Huge Vanguard shield. That turret just gets deleted. This Kraken's now going to be pushing on to the Vein Crystal. And Artem, what are you going to do, buddy? I feel like you probably could just hit it with your blood for blood and try and help out. Instead, he's just going to walk away and let the Kraken die.
Yeah, it would have been a risky call to try and end the game there, but never know. If you are able to delay them from being able to take you down, they're going to also, if they're trying to focus you down, they're not taking the Kraken. You get a little bit of extra damage in. You never know, but obviously didn't want to risk it, didn't want to be down. Obviously, the ace buff, if it went over, wouldn't have done a whole lot. It's one of the few saving graces. If you get aced while pushing with the Kraken, there are no minions. Minions do not spawn when Kraken is has been unleashed, so you won't really get pushed in too heavily. But it does mean that they're able to fight much quicker now. They're going to be ready to go as soon as the Luga is up. Otherwise, they would have had to wait another 10 to 15 seconds or so. And so 14-9, no turrets left for the side of Magic Cloud to defend their Vein Crystal. There's going to be a Null Wave Gauntlet. That's a Slumbering Husk for Luga. I think that's actually a really smart item buy. It's just really helps to stay in the fight a bit longer, avoid that early burst, and then just be able to get onto Kiyohi extremely effectively. But we'll see if it works out. I sold the, I believe it was an Aegis that Luga had before then. So it's going to be an interesting trade-off for sure. Let's see if it pays off. As they start pushing up, they can just be very aggressive because the members of Magic Club, they're the ones that have to take the fight.
Yeah, no, that's Dizzle just instantly getting shut down. Luga, there's that Slumbering Husk, but I actually think it's a bad purchase. You see he just gets melted very quickly. The shielding was keeping him alive against Sky. There's not really much burst on the side of Magic Cloud. And that was the easiest fight that Magic Cloud have had so far this game. The Kraken has just spawned. They haven't noticed that it's spawned, but with 40 seconds, they can take a turret and then go to the pit and be able to take it out.
Yeah, I liked it at first because I didn't realize that he had sold the Aegis in order to get it. I thought he sold one of the offensive items. But like you said, selling the Aegis in order to get it definitely makes it a far less worthwhile purchase because once that burst is done, once that, once the couple of seconds. It took
so long for that Slumbering Husk to actually get procced because there really isn't too much burst. Sky's not going to burst you. I guess look, my VG Pro bursts you when he uses his execute on you, but that's it. It's not really
it was popped pretty early. It's just that there's nothing there. Once that is procced, you have nothing. Like there's no defense. You just get melted through so quickly.
Slumbering Husk is like a really good option when the burst happens to you when you're full HP and not when you're half HP. And if Sky is going to be able to whittle away that health bar before it gets popped, then it's just not going to be as effective.
I mean, honestly, before or after, it doesn't matter when it gets popped. If you don't have the defenses afterwards, you're giving yourself basically half a second of extreme durability, and that's it.
like if you don't have the other defenses to go along with it, then it just ends up being a big mistake. So Luga, it's a dangerous game that they're playing, and they're at high risk of throwing this game that they, by all rights, should have been able to win. If they just kept their final build, I think they would have been able to just push in and find a team fight to win the game. But now look, my VG Pro is going in aggressively.
Yeah,
find a kill there, but Kraken's still making her way towards these 2 crystal turrets.
Yep, it's going to be them pushing in towards the base here. Let's see how this one does work. Just Kraken falling. So another fight is still necessary for Magic Cloud to be able to find the win here. We'll see if Luga decides to alter back his build. I still think that it's going to be really rough here for him if he does not. I get the idea of more health equals more survivability, but his biggest threat has always been Sky. And Sky's not going to be bursting you very heavily. Another fight will break out. That's going to be Dizzle locked in an Impale. Kowi just going in for the execute, but a good Fearsome Shade knocks him away. Oh, that's a great stun onto Calbury. And Kowi goes in, but he finds the burst, finds the kill. Look, my VG Pro should go down, and he's just going to get knocked out. Oh, no, never mind. Another Giffian wall from Look, my VG Pro, and he just slides away. Luga going to be driving onto Calbury here, who's doing his best to find some distance. Death from above. Forward barrage is not quite connecting. Calbury going the wrong direction here. He's trying to dance away, but he's getting chunked, and this should be him losing his life in just a second. Goes down, and that's 30 seconds now that Luga has to take this Vein Crystal down.
They have to get into the base. Luga is actually going to look for damage on the Look My VG Pro. I think they want to just ignore him, just charge towards the base. That's what they're going to do now. Look My VG Pro will stall them up a bit. This is actually... Oh, he's going to roll away. Seconds. I think if he rolled with them, it would have been a much better job to slap him, but nice double root. Ooh.
5.
Kiyowi. Once Kiyowi's up, Luga is dead.
He might just kill Luga before Luga gets up. All right, here we go. This is the Vein Crystal dropping. Kiyowi, can you make the move? Jumps over. All right, finds the kill. That's going to be this Arden now focused down. He's rooted, but he's losing his life. Vein Crystal's still alive, and it is going to live. Oh my god, is this the huge throw that Magic Pro needed, as Artem is going to lose his life? Another 60 seconds death timer, but this time with Kraken spawning and with Sky up, Dizzle is the only man alive to defend his base.
Oh, this is absolutely devastating for the side of Norm Pizzani. They were so close to finding this game. Twice now they've tried to push it onto this empty Vein Crystal and have not been able to take it down. Oof. It would be so crushing to lose this one.
They're going to try and finish the game here. 14 seconds left on Luga.
As
soon as the turret falls down, that is going to be... Okay, they gave up. Oh, Magic Cloud. Once more, it's a macro decision. A big mistake. Tasty. You can't be making mistakes. Once you make one mistake, you make all mistakes, it seems.
Evidently, they should have just gone straight for the Kraken. Now they're not even really going to be able to start up. They're trying to set up an ambush instead. Oh boy, this is going to come down to literally. And they don't even need to look at this.
Luga wants to just backdoor them. So we're just stuck in perpetually bad decisions. Fight trying to be started up. Magic Cloud trying to aggress onto it. Fearsome Shade knocks Kiyowi back, but Dizzle's taking a lot of damage. That's the Gauntlet going down. That's a great stun. That should be Calbury going down, but he's survived for now. And Kiyowi is looking for this kill onto Dizzle, but gets caught in the walls and loses his life. Luga falls. Calbury's still alive. Dizzle cannot get in range. This should be Calbury walking away, it seems. Unless this Arden can somehow do the unthinkable. Dizzle boots up in 76. That's 46 seconds on the wall treads. What they're going to do is try and walk them into their base and finish off the game. Look, my VG Pro going to have to do his best to stay alive here, because if he loses his life to Dizzle, it is certainly GG.
Oof, dodges the empowered bad mojo. Game's not over yet, Dowsy. 30 minutes and counting. 30 seconds is pretty much guaranteed to pass before we see any major play for these respawns to come through. These fights are absolutely bonkers now, and neither team has been able to take a clear-cut advantage for the past 5 to 6 minutes. It has just been so back and forth. You see, still look my VG Pro buying scout traps, filling his inventory with scout traps while he knows he has the opportunity to get them down and secure some vision. He's obviously going to want to switch over to flares once the opposing team is ready, but I don't think he's going to have a chance to unless they rotate down to the shop right now. The flares or the scout trap's going to make sure that that backdoor attempt, if Luga tries to pull that, will not be successful. It will be spotted out. And so there's going to be those flares picked up now as they try and move in, secure the rest of the vision on the map. Dizzle is waiting for a slumbering husk of his own. There are now 3 slumbering husks on the fold. We'll see.
2017, man, the day of the slumbering husk. Look, my VG Pro does go in, ordained. Gonna get stunned, gonna get feared, gonna get bursted, gonna get taken down. Joey now has to dance away, but he gets stunned, and now he is in trouble. Just trying to buy as much time, but this is just going to be very simply a GG, you would think. They are chasing down this Black Feather. The Ordained will kill him. Calvary, 1 versus 3. Sky can certainly 1 versus 3, but not like this. Luga is going to just take himself out of the map. Okay, fountain ray from Artem. Calvary now with a death from above onto Artem. Does a lot of damage. These bad mojos are now empowered. Watch out, Calvary, because Dizzle is coming to town.
It's worn off.
Ordained down, but he doesn't use his bad mojo. Instead, the Fearsome Shade comes out. Calvary's still alive, has another death from above, but it won't catch anything. Holy moly, we are still in this game. The gauntlet doesn't catch anything. Artem is going to lose his life to this Crystal Sentry, trying to block up the damage, but he goes down. Dizzle finds the kill, but it's 2 seconds left on this lance. Look, my VG Pro respawns, and Dizzle cannot finish the game because it would be yet another throw.
Why do you even go for Sky there? Just rush the base. You have 3 members alive. Oh, the mistakes, the throws. Dowsy, we are 33 minutes in and still counting with neither team able to find the decisive team fight that looked like it should have been. Norm Pizzani able to end the game, but Luga, no defense. Just got absolutely, you can't chase a Sky as the frontliner if you have no defense. Sky just melts you. A nice ordained stun onto Kiyoe. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this? Kiyoe is so low, the boot's being used. Kyoe's
what are they doing up here, Tasty? Calvary's not alive yet. He's still dead. Look, my VG Pro. He's going to lose his life, it feels. Kiyoe should be able to escape.
No,
okay,
my
VG Pro escapes as well. Everyone gets to go back to base and heal, but what the hell are you thinking? Being up there, you've just given Kraken to them for free. Oh my goodness.
Have they? They're going to be able to rotate down.
Have they? Yeah, it's true. Have they? Gauntlet goes down. Kiyoe needs to steal. Looking to get around the corner. It doesn't get stolen. Goes over. Now they have to find the kills. They have to win this fight. Luga very low. Luga, though, will survive. That's going to be the kill going over to him as this Black Feather is removed from the map. All they have to do is not fight here. Go back to base. Heal up. Magic Cloud will not be able to defend against you. Luga going to do just that. Calvary doing his best to keep him here. No, they've cancelled the reports. Calvary dives into the duel! Oh, Calvary is still alive, though. Dizzle is going down. This death from above doing so much work. Calvary, another series strike, but he can't find the kill. Will go down. Look, my VG Bro finds one. Dizzle going very low, but Dizzle will kill. And it's all over Tasty Bacon, except it's not, because this is Norm taking game 2 and pushing us to a 3rd game in this series.
35 minutes for game number 2, 23-19. But finally, Norm Pizzani will finish the game. It was a game that they should have won probably 15 minutes ago. But this game has just been
they got there in the end.
Insane.
They took the road less traveled, Tasty Bacon, a scenic route to victory. They are going to be continuing on in this series.
I think the most important takeaway, though, is TSM has fallen.
TSM has fallen, Heroic Scoundrel. Magic Cloud were not able to win. And I'm sure you are just as excited for the eventualities that is game 3 of this series.
It's certainly going to be interesting. I mean, I was head in my hands that entire game. Goodness me, I mean, by my clock, I'm like, oh, the XL series should have started. Now, no, wait, we've just finished game 2, then it's now going all the way. What a game from these guys. Absolutely insane. I'm going to have to just get them ready to go onto the client. I think they probably deserve a break after that game, but gentlemen, what a crazy game. Just, this guy didn't really feel like she had the damage that Eve of Harvest second item, while it was good for sustain, meant that didn't really have the sort of the ability to contend with the damage the Jewel was outputting. I thought they'd thrown it when Jewel bought the Slumbering Husk. That's a terrible buy. Like, it's not even excusable. It's just a terrible buy for the Jewel. The only thing it would help you is by not getting executed by Blackfeather's feint, but it's just not as good as Reflex Block, personally. So yeah, I think interesting is the way I call it. The Slumbering Husk was definitely an interesting buy. There's no way that you proc it that early, which means it's not as effective. Slumbering Husk is like good against the first hit to give you the time necessary to do what you want. Like, I buy it against Baron because you negate the double first hit of his jump jets, and then you have a couple of seconds where you can, like, right, now I'm positioned to kill Baron. Right, that's often what people buy Slumbering Husk for against a Baron, but. Yeah, I mean, it worked. End of the day, Darcy, it worked. Ended up working. They ended up getting the win. Jewel just absolutely monstrous against the Blackfeather. You know, for the most part, very hard to trade against the Jewel. Even with Metal Jacket, Jewel has got that natural pierce built into her Thunderstrike. I think she gets 10% pierce at Overdrive, plus whatever pierce extra that you build into your kit. But 10% pierce at Overdrive is pretty darn strong. And, goodness me. So... they've got to have a break. Obviously, they need a little break.
I think we all do.
Yeah, we're gonna get this draft lobby underway when possible. But I know that Artemis was asking to use the toilet before the game started, and I mean that was now 40 minutes later. So so I think I can excuse him for this. I will get the game set up, and do you know what, guys? What I think will be good is if we don't. I'm not quite sure when everyone's going to be back, so I'm going to cut to a very short break. It's a bit unprecedented that we do this between series, but. I don't want to keep talking for 5 minutes about nothing. I suppose I could actually, before we go, just waste some time by showing you the playoff bracket and what we've got coming up. So we have Team Queso, XL Esports, the winners of Group A. We have Norm Pasuni, which is apparently the way that you say it, Norm Pasuni, and Magic Cloud. They are the teams that are currently on stream right now. Helldivers and Arcane Esports and 90 Degrees and Phobos will be played as one of our final series. I believe we're going to be covering the Helldivers and Arcane Esports match, and 90 Degrees and Phobos will be played off stream, all of which will be updated as we go along. So right now we are 1-1 between Norm Pasuni and Magic Cloud, and it's just an incredible series thus far. 1.5 hours into it, that game was an absolute mind-boggler. Throws and rethrows and counter throws and gains all over the place. But finally comes down to Norm Pasuni keeping themselves in with a shot here in the winners bracket. Remember, if you win in the winners bracket, you then only need to win twice more to guarantee yourselves that top spot of going to the International Challenger Series Cup, which is going to be taking place at the Unified Western Live Championships. So... everybody right now, Norm Pasuni, Magic Cloud, XL Esports, Team Queso will be looking to secure the top spot in the VGL because despite got prize money is fantastic, but there is no challenge battle spots this time round, so we don't have the challenge battle spots. It's pretty crazy. I'm just going to check the... oh, teams are ready for draft, so we don't even need to go to a break. I think teams are ready for ready to draft, so what I'm going to do is start the draft up. And that was a good time waste talking about the playoff bracket.
Where do you go from here, Excandro? Lyra banned. I think you banned Jewel. I'm joking, you don't ban Jewel. Grace. Grace is just going to be banned here, and if you are Lugar, you're wanting your Idris, so you pick up Idris. And instead they go Blackfeather. Wow, okay, really just stealing away this pick that Kyoe has been on throughout the entirety of the series, and trying their best to win this series by stealing away some of these guys.
I'm just doing a bit of admin work, Dalsey, just to make sure that we just, we're already on track. Remember, obviously, teams that are playing after this will now be delayed because this series is really, really intense. Got a lot of competition in it, which means we just need to check that all the teams are okay to keep playing because we want to make sure that they're all sorted and ready to go. And Dalsey, I mean, after this we've got Team Queso versus XL, so all the action continues. But we are through the draft. The Catherine Aban here. Blackfeather prioritized by Norm Pasuni. I think I haven't swapped them over.
Sun.
Pasuni.
It's
Wait,
Patsuni.
Norm Pasuni.
Or Patsuni. It's like a TS sound. Like,
Did you guys listen to the video that I
listened
linked?
to the video. I did. Yeah.
Say it again for me.
Pasuni.
Pasuni. Apparently, you've got to really emphasize the last
It's the
syllable.
ni. It's hard to pronounce sun and ni when you're a native English speaker.
Yeah.
quickly. The
Pasuni.
double N sounds, I guess.
Pasuni. Okay. Well, Norm Pasuni have prioritized, as it looks to be, the Blackfeather early on here. And it's going to be an Idris and Arden here for Magic Cloud.
Kind of just reversing their roles, it seems, in this draft here. We'll have to see how the reaction is from Pasuni here, who pick up the lance right into Idris when the Catherine is banned, just for the fact that you can knock him away with a Giffian War. However, Idris can also jump away from it. This Blackfeather could go into the jungle, or could stay in the lane as a weapon power melee carry. And if you're going to do that, then perhaps you want something like a Sky or a kiting hero that Idris kind of struggles to deal with. Ozo is not a good pick into Idris.
That is a wild card for this final game of the series. That is right out of left field here, Dalsey.
Yeah, so Idris is really strong into Ozo because Poison Shiv is so good into Ozo. And so the one thing that's going for them is that there's not hard CC on the side of Magic Cloud, so they're not going to likely have the Ozo jump out, get knocked out of his acro balance. Something like a Batiste could come in here, or even Glaive, just hard CC that you can kind of deal with the.
I don't even think Rhyme's
the
that
Ozo
bad.
better.
I don't even think Rhyme's that bad of a pick
Rhyme's
here.
fine. Rhyme's really good.
Yeah, there we go.
Triple melee, super simple.
It's. I think that's literally, Rhyme. Both Rhyme and Rona are like, oh, triple melee. And Rhyme even more so than anyone else. So the Rhyme was probably the best pick here. I think that's certainly going to give the advantage again to Helldiver. So Magic Cloud, who. Sorry, I just read Dalsey. They're going to give the advantage to Magic Cloud, who obviously, had the advantage with their first counter pick on their first game. Just going to get them back into game, and we'll be ready to go with our final game of the series, which will define who moves on in the winners bracket and who heads down to the losers.
Okay. This is this is insane. An insane series. I don't know how you fully recover from such a long game here, Tasty Bacon. A game of throws, for sure. Humanist, I know, is watching. He's going to be loving it. Art of the Throw and Ozo in the same series. Whew.
Is top quality as far as Humanist is concerned here, but the Ozo coming out. You said not a great pick into the Idris, but we'll see if they can make it work. They're gonna have to make it work if they want to stay in the winners bracket.
I just laughing because I got asked for another bio break by the same player who has asked for a bio break about 6 times. I'm just wondering if he's actually ever been to the loo or not. just like, okay, have you actually been? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I can't work out if I'm getting trolled though. I almost feel like it's almost a troll here. But anyway. We are getting onto the Halcyon Fold for our final game of this series. It's going to be pretty insane in the membrane. And the winner will be going through into our winners bracket final, which will then determine their chances of making it to the grand final, of which the winners of the grand final will then obviously take that amazing first place spot of being able to compete against the winners of VIS at the Unified Western Life Championships in September, I believe. Anyway, going to hand it over to Dalsey and Tasty Bacon. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Here we are in Game 3, Tasty Bacon. A hour and a half into this first series, and another game to go. Not typical of Vainglory, but these guys are truly wanting to make it through this this bracket and remain in the winner's side of it. Have to see how it does play out. We do see a bit of an invade from Look My VG Pro, who was able to steal the healing camp for himself, but nothing else. It's not really finding a huge amount of value with that. Still, if he steals this next one, then that's something else.
Nope, not going to get that one. But it's just even stealing away one camp. It's something. At least it's not a completely thrown away invade. It just gets them a slight edge. They're going to be able to take away these forward shop camps as well. And so we'll see how much more they try and push up. If they're going to just rotate up to the lane. But no, it looks like they're actually going to be recalling. Cobry actually cancels it. So they decide that they want to stick around. This is okay. They're going to back out. It's very indecisive from Magic Cloud, as they are just going to be going back and likely clearing out their own half of the jungle once again. Up in the lane is where I'm going to be spending a lot of my focus, because I really want to see how Luga and Kiyohi are going to do with kind of their heroes swapped against each other. Obviously, weapon Idris is going to be the call this time around, but against these Blackfeather, Luga has been playing melee heroes pretty frequently with the Jewel coming out. Obviously, Idris, although he's been going with the CP Idris, it's still melee for the first portion of the laning phase, so he knows how to handle these melee laning heroes. Kiyohi obviously in the same boat with this Blackfeather play, but they're both really trying to posture up on each other. But as of right now, Luga's holding the lane in an excellent spot.
Yeah, making things really difficult for Kiyohi here, as he can't aggress super deep at risk of being ganked upon. That's why this little rotation by Cowbury was so important. Basically walked all the way through the tri-bush, up into the top mustache bush with Look My VG Pro, and confirmed for Kiyohi that he was safe for now from a gank. Kiyohi was able to aggress deeper and CS, and it basically broke the freeze that Luga had currently set up. So, there's multiple ways to break freezes, and often the best way is teammate help, hard pushing, or essentially giving you the security necessary that you aren't going to die by pushing up to CS.
Very smart moves there from the side of Magic Cloud, but one that is going to actually net them a bit of a gold lead, 1,000 gold lead here through the early goings, just purely based on farm. So that's actually a fairly impressive number at this stage of the game. We'll see if they can keep it up. A lot of it is just coming from Kiyohi actually being able to out CS Luga, and Cobry having a little bit of a lead over Dizzle as well. So excellent job from Magic Cloud here through the first 4 minutes or so. If they can keep it up, they can go into the mid game with some item advantages.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a very important matchup, and I do wonder how the teams are going to keep their heads about them. None of these junglers have had any impact yet on the game. Have just been trying to hard farm their jungle, power farm it. You can see that Carberry once again, as always, has a huge CS lead over his opponent, and Rhyme very easily to do that as well. Picks up his Void Battery, which means he'll be going a Evil Harvest first item for the sustain. Very useful into the triple melee, of course, so he can heal back up a lot of the damage he's taking, as well as have the energy to do so. Blocks off the lane as well, forces everyone to walk into him, and Norm Pasunni decide that that is not something that they're interested in.
So taking this game, it feels slow paced, but that's just because the ending of the previous game was so hectic and all over the place. But they're definitely getting some good trades in. And obviously, neither team really wants to commit to an all-in fight this early on with so much riding on this matchup. I think the difference between winning today and dropping to the elimination bracket at this stage is just a massive number of games. that you would have to play if you want to try and get to that first place finish. Right now, Magic Cloud with Cabri on this rhyme has his first item. That Eve of Harvest going to make him very difficult to take down during the fights. And of course, once he gets the Broken Myth and is able to ramp up that damage throughout the long extended team fights, which we're going to have, there's a lot of sustain available to both sides when the Poison Shivs are out. It's going to make these fights last extremely long, and that's really where Cabri and this rhyme can start to shine.
Yeah, Kioi has enough gold to complete his Sorrow Blade now, which will unlock his Divergent Paths, and then can build into that Poison Shiv. Of course, on without Black Feather, you build your Poison Shiv as your first item, which means that the Mortal Wounds will be available to try and stop up this damage and this healing from Cabri. Looking for a kill, though, onto Artem, who's a little bit caught, and Kyoi's going to dive forward with the Sorrow Blade and look for it. That's going to be First Blood going to this Idris, and now Luger's in trouble as well. They're not going to go too deep here. Crystal Sentry, of course, a little bit scary, but we'll secure that Treant, head into the lane, and push the wave into the turret.
All right, so First Blood in favor of Magic Cloud. They're going to be happy for that. It gets them a little bit of extra gold, a little bit of a further advantage as far as itemization is concerned. You saw Cabri did have his first tier 3 a bit before Dizzle, but now, ooh, this is going to be a close fight. Just kidding.
Nice meme. It's a.
I thought he was going to be able to survive a bit longer.
For Magic Cloud, as they are just losing their lives. The double kill to this Ozo. Dizzle looking for his triple kill. Make Humanist proud, Dizzle. You have to, man. You have to go for it. There it is. Dives on in, but unfortunately we'll get slowed down and won't be able to get it.
Well, that was definitely an interesting engagement. I thought for sure Kioi was going to be able to survive a little bit longer, but he kind of jumped out of the Shimmer Strike right in the middle of Ozo and Luga and just kind of got blown up. Obviously, a little bit later on, we'll have a little bit more durability once he gets the lifesteal fully on board. But for now, it was just a nice team fight by the side of Norm Pizzani, and Dizzle with that double kill kind of resets things a bit as far as the momentum in this game.
When was the last time, Taste Baking, you saw 2 triple melee teams go up against each other?
It's been quite some time. It has been quite some time. I don't think I can even recall the last time that I saw 2 triple melees. But actually, no, there was one in Vainglory 8. Because I remember we commented on the fact that the team fights were just going to be an absolute mess because everyone is on top of each other. But that was a Rona game, I believe. But either way, it's not a very common occurrence here, Dowsy.
Certainly not. Magic Cloud going to have a lot of poke potential, whereas the engage on the side of Norm Pasani is better. And so we'll have to see how that one does work. You know, the Chakram does so much poke. It's slightly better than the on point, I think. I do like the early defense everyone is prioritizing. Code of Plate's already on Kioi. Look at my VG Pro, Artem, and Luga. It's going to be a gauntlet being laid down. Dill gets caught in it. Valkyrie going to stun up. Oh my gosh, the CC lock just caught between the Valkyrie and the gauntlet. The fountain will not be enough for Artem. Could not move a muscle.
Excellent combo. He got unstunned just in time to pop the fountain and didn't really do anything to help save him. And now they're just going right underneath this turret.
It's going to be Chakram dancing around. Dizzle trying to lay down some damage. Does do a lot of work, actually. You have to be careful here. That's going to be another acro bounce. That's going to be Calvary bursted. Does manage to walk away, and the health from the fountain comes out. Magic Cloud just not respecting this Ozo. They've got the Poison Shiv on the Idris, but the Mortal Wounds have to be applied if you want to have any effect.
Yeah, the Mortal Wounds very much an important facet for both of these teams, as the Poison Shivs for each. Remember, that was interesting.
Why? Just dived in and got taken down so easily. Dizzle should look to try and find the return kill. He could even go huge here and take down Calbury as well. That's going to be the Bangarang. That's going to be Calbury going very low and perhaps losing his life. Yeah, he does. Look, my VG Pro last man standing. Artem going to look for an impale, but misses it. Once more, it will just be a double for Dizzle. Turret was secured, giving the gold advantage over towards Magic Cloud.
Yeah, turret secured, but Dizzle doing some great things on this Ozo. 4-0. All 4 of his team's kills belong to him. He's been playing pretty excellently throughout these team fights, but that was very strange, as you mentioned, from Luga there. He was in a situation where he could have just pretty easily just defended that turret, and instead decided to jump in so aggressively, got himself killed, and kind of gave that turret over to the members of Magic Cloud. Now Magic Cloud, they're going to be feeling pretty good. They're going to posture up and perhaps look for a little bit more poke, a little bit more damage. But without Cabri, they really cannot afford to try and look for a fight. Cabri, I think, needs to get a little bit of defense for himself, some shielding, because Dizzle is just doing so much work onto him. Obviously, the fortified health helps, but Dizzle's able to do a lot of burst damage before the fortified health is even able to be built up. And that could be a potential problem for this Rhyme if defense isn't built soon. But really wanted to rush into the Broken Myth. I don't blame him for that. And now a little bit of defense is going to be picked up.
Yeah, you see that E just completed now for Kiyoe as he's going to be building towards his last item here. Doesn't really need a tension bow, so you assume it would be a breaking point, but we'll see how it does go. Another fight breaking out, a gauntlet laid down, but this is this Rhyme being bursted on through. Can they get Luga trying to find the kill? Dizzle's just bouncing around. He's going to take down the Rhyme. Now it is just going to be clean up for Dizzle as he looks to find his first triple of the game. Has been denied so far, but there's the double. Once more, just look my VG Pro last man standing. Luga and Dizzle looking for it. Oh, he bounces through, and that's going to be the triple for Dizzle. Take that, Humanist. Put that in your collection. An ace for Norm Pisani.
Excellent acro bounce by Dizzle. It's really kind of disorienting to watch if you don't understand the Ozo mechanics, but you target with the acro bounce before you actually make the jump. So he had all 3 targets lined up before actually the first bounce even lands. And that's why he had such a crazy direction and long bounce for that final jump, and why he was able to get onto Look My VG Pro. An excellent play from Dizzle, really kind of showcasing this Ozo a bit. We said it wasn't really going to be a great pick into the Idris, but he is 100% making this work. All 100% of the team's kills, 7-0-0 for Dizzle in a 7-3 game. He's kind of just taking over a bit.
Has taken over. It's in the past. It's not happening. It's done. Dizzle owns this game. He is the king. Put him on a throne and put a crown on top of his head. Currently, Magic Cloud are, monkeying around, not really finding what they need. Broken Myth now finished, and it's just going to get worse here. With an Aegis already finished for Kiyoe and him getting bursted so easily, it's just not going to get any better. Dizzle can just jump on in and do so much work, and there's nothing to stop him. Here he goes, jumping once more. Impale lands. That's going to be a great usage of the Bangarang to put Idris in the middle of the fight. Valkyrie does come down. Maybe they find a kill here, looking to do so, and that's going to be Gauntlet stunning up this Ozo, but he still moves forward, still finds Kiyoe. Can he get anything more? No, he gets taken down. Okay, I lied. They aren't monkeying around. They're here to play. Not going to be locked up in a zoo. They're looking for Luga and an ace. Calbury, though, not so fast, and that should just be Look My VG Pro disengaging before he loses his life. Luga, he wants these kills. Something tells me he can get them as well.
Low energy on Rhyme. He can actually maybe find something here.
Luga dives in. Okay, Luga's not got the kills. He is dead. Whoopsie-daisies.
Yep. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. It's a lot of gold going over to Cabri off of that fight. You can see he's up to 1,500 gold. Got that huge 7-kill shutdown onto Dizzle. And that's going to really accelerate this Rhyme into the later stages of this game. Because obviously, you never want to give over that much gold to an individual, but it's an unfortunate situation for the side of Norm Pitsani. They were doing so well, but if Dizzle can't find these kills, then it's able to get turned around, because Luga and Artem really have not had much of an impact this game. Especially Luga. You really want to see him be able to step up a bit more on this Black Feather. Has a fair bit of defense, but no one's itemizing shielding against this Rhyme. And I feel like that's a really big mistake from the side of Norm.
Tension bow, why? Tension bow, great against low health targets, low armor targets. And of course, the Tingerbro can remove some of that armor and provide some true damage. But these fights, they aren't going to be quick and easy. They're going to be drawn out, especially against a weapon power Black Feather, and you need a breaking point. Sustaining the game for Luger, very interesting. Does lack a lot of damage, relies on that breaking point to essentially stack up so he can do it. Ah, dear. Magic Cloud, they have the tools necessary to take out an Ozo, and look, my VG Pro going to be the main man to do so, I think. The Valkyrie maybe can also slow him down so that Kiyohi can apply the mortal wounds and chip away, but without that breaking point, I feel like Kiyohi is going to have trouble ramping up. Perhaps he's just considering that he hasn't really had the chance to survive in team fights, so he just wants to get out as much damage as possible.
And well, there is also a fair bit of armor. There's double Atlas Pauldrons on the side of Norm Pizzani, so maybe just looking to be able to deal with some of that armor that's been built up.
See, if it was double Metal Jacket, I feel like he has an argument, but with the fact that Atlas Pauldrons just provides so less armor than Metal Jacket does, that's when the breaking point can be as effective.
Well, we'll see how it plays out, because right now, obviously that last fight going the way of Magic Cloud has seemed to have shaken Norm Pizzani a bit. They aren't playing anywhere near as aggressive as they had been for the first 15 minutes or so. And it's Magic Cloud the one taking the initiative onto Artem.
Yeah, it's going to be Luger focused on down, but he has to be focusing Dizzle in these team fights. Can't be going on to the Black Feather. Luger has been removed from the fight. Can't re-engage. It's going to doing work. Kiyohi going to go very low and should fall down. The Bangarang will find it. Now he's acro bouncing around, having a bit of fun. Calvary sustaining for now, but should get bursted down as he's missing these Winter Spires. And that's going to be the burst necessary to take down the Rhyme. Dizzle just almost loses his life to a scout trap. We'll be fine. Not my VG Pro. Last man standing. Not enough time to secure the Kraken. Everyone was just too low for that. Once more, Kiyohi focusing wrong targets. Has to be Dizzle. Don't be going for that Black Feather.
Yeah, Dizzle is just so far ahead right now that you need to take Ozo out as early as possible. They're going to go for the Kraken regardless. Obviously, look, my VG Pro is here for a potential steal. Kiyohi might be able to get in range, although this Kraken's going down very, very quickly. It looks like it's going to be up to Look My VG Pro to try and steal it away, but Luga's going to chase him out.
This could be a steal. Kiyohi's coming in, but he's not quite able to find the timing, and it will be this Kraken going on over. Kiyohi looking to try and escape, but he's just going to get focused on down. Look My VG Pro may be in trouble as well. Good shout step over the wall. We'll keep Kiyohi alive for now, but Artem will stop him from backing, roots him up, Giffians him away. Look My VG Pro. Artem, sorry. Has to be careful he doesn't go down. Oh, lovely. Lovely jubbly. They survive. But the Kraken is indeed going to be coming in, threatening this tier 2 turret.
It's going to be a risky push, because obviously with Artem so low, I'm not sure how much they really want to commit to this, but they're going to be going in hard. The turret has fallen actually on the other side of the map. The minions were able to take that, but here we go.
It's going to be them sustaining for now. Fountain popped on the side of Norm Pizzani, which means they're not likely to continue fighting, as this Fountain will be up very shortly for Look My VG Pro. Instead, they're going to move into the jungle, steal away the backs, take this Crystal Sentry out as well. Only a one turret push, really not finding any value there. Even Shrimmer Strike used for the damage onto the Kraken, perhaps a little bit unnecessary.
Even less so, because they lost the turret in the process. Minions
right, this is
took
a huge
out
win.
One of the Norm Pizzani turrets, so it ends up, net gold ends up being 800 to 300, and it's the same turret that was taken. Both teams now have the tier 2 turret down, so that's actually a massive advantage gained off of that Kraken push for the side of Magic Cloud.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, you put that in the, I guess, the team-wide goal differences, 900 versus 24,000. No, 2,400. That would be way too much. That's even worse when it's all tripled out. It just really shows how much gold they swung around. Now they're in the lead. That is now going to be builds completed for Kiyohi. Echo finish for Look My VG Pro.
Cabri is actually dedicating an item slot to Vision himself. So they have two item slots that are just 4 flares at the moment. And I'm curious to see if that's going to keep up, or if Cabri's going to end up using or selling those so that he can get a 6th item. I feel like a 6th item is necessary. He kind of really wants to get into a 3rd offensive item. But for now, they feel like it's just enough with having two offense, 2 defense, and really wanted to dedicate this Vision. Nice gauntlet.
Yeah, it's got the Echo. We'll be able to throw down another one. There it is. Everyone's trapped up. Valkyrie hits a lot. They need to get onto Dizzle. They need to burst down this Ozo. They need to take him out before he does too much work. They are all running from Dizzle. And Luger is going to get the kill. Kiyoe in trouble. He's going to have it go down. That's only Calvary left alive, and he will not survive. Rooted up in the middle of 3. Looks for Artem to try and get a kill, and he will be able to find it. But there is the triple for Luger. The ace for Norm Pasunni here. They're going to be able to find this choke point turret and take the Kraken as well. I wonder if they push for more, but either way, it is a huge advantage for them.
They're going to try and take at least one more turret. They should be able to get it with the ace buff minions here.
They're going for the win. They are going for the win. They are taking both turrets at the same time. They are taking up the turrets. Luger takes 1, but everyone is respawning now. They are going for the win, but I don't think Magic Cloud can stop them. Luger, very low. Here comes Calvary, but he will go down. It's just this Ozo, and he is going to aggro bounce instead of attack the Vein Crystal. A double kill for Kiyoe. The ace comes through. Vein Crystal survives. They need to rush to the Kraken right now.
I don't know why I expected anything different from these 2 teams, Dowsy, as now they could just go and take the Kraken. Magic Cloud managed to hold on. It was a very, very risky call that the side of Norm Pizzani made. I mean, it was a calculated risk in a sense. Like they were so close to ending the game, but now that it doesn't work out for them, this could end up being a play that they question themselves on for quite some time. And that's one of those risks. It's one of those plays. If it works out, they look like geniuses, but because it didn't, now it's going to be something that they get questioned on. Oh boy, let's see if Magic Cloud can do it now with this Kraken pushing in. They still have 3 turrets to work through. And if they lose this fight, then Norm Pizzani will be able to just rush down the lane and win the game. So this is very, very tense.
The Art of the Throw, Volume 2, Game 3. Choke point turret losing its life as we speak. Luger wasting his Rose offensive. Oh, it's a 3-man gauntlet! Valkyrie lands on top of this. Lands. Look, my VG Pro going to throw out another one, and that's going to stun up Look, my VG Pro again. Drizzle walks straight into the walls. They need to kill him, but they cannot. The fountain keeps him alive, gets rooted, but they're not taking any damage. Yes, they've taken him down. That is the kill they need. Now it's just Luger to do the work whilst the Kraken is assaulting their base. Magic Cloud, they've taken down the Ozo. Drizzle's lost his life, and the first Vein Crystal turret will be taken as well. Luger has to make the biggest play to keep his team in it after a failed base. And now he will find the kill on to this Idris. But the Vein Crystal turret is still going down. Calvary trying to get in range, gets knocked against the wall, now tanking up the turret himself. That's it, going down. Do they have the damage to take down the Vein Crystal? Is it going to be yet another race? Or is it just going to be devastation? It looks like they've done it here, Magic Cloud. They can't stop the Kraken. And the throw, that is Ozo, Throzo, is now a living nightmare for Norm Pasunni. Magic Cloud progress further, deeper into the winner bracket of this VGL playoffs.
I don't even know what to say to that one, Dowsy. That was absolutely insane. What a game, what a series between these 2 teams. They were so evenly matched that they felt like they had to take these super risky decisions to try and close out the game. But you got to figure if they had just rotated to the Kraken and taken that instead, it very likely would have been the win for Norm Pizzoni. It's easy to look back on it now from where we sit, from where we watch, hindsight is 2020. I don't fully blame them for making that call. It was a risky call, but it very nearly worked out for them. Unfortunately, it's something that they will be questioning themselves on for some time, I would expect, as they were so close to taking this series.
And even just, acro bouncing doesn't do damage to Vayne Crystal. Perhaps just had to have continued to auto attack. There's so many equations at Scoundrel, so many things to diagnose, but it is a Magic Cloud victory.
Absolutely, the pretty insane series. A series that took 2 hours of the broadcast to complete. But it has been thrilling and exciting nonetheless. And Magic Cloud, they make it through to the next phase of our winners bracket. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up the updated winners bracket now, as I've accidentally put Magic Cloud on 2 parts of it. So I'm going to get rid of them. And you can see that Norm Pisani will go down. And I don't know which of the losers brackets they go into. They're either going to face the winners of Helldivers or Arcane, which I feel like it might have been, or they're going to face up against the winners of 90 Degrees and Phobos. But they will be playing in one of those losers brackets next round games. Magic Cloud make it through to the winners bracket final, which will be taking place after the game next week when the XL and Team Queso game comes to a close as well. So this is how it stands right now. We're going to go to a very short break, get things ready and sorted for our next series between XL Esports and Team Queso. We've been waiting for this one. It's going to be a really good game. 2 of our highest remaining seeds left. Let's jump to a very short break while we get things set up.
Hello?
Who is this?
It's fucking weird.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and it is going to be Team Queso going up against XL Esports. Now, I was just busy getting the teams ready, which means I haven't actually updated things as per usual, because I am really terrible at life. But I will get that updated as we delve into this series here between Team Queso and XL, something that I think we've seen before, Dowsey.
We have. This was a matchup that happened last split, and it was Team Queso and XL playing in the lower bracket elimination match. I'm not entirely sure of the winner. I think the winner of that faced off the other side of the bracket, and then but it was kind of dictated that whoever won between Team Queso and XL would be the person who would secure the third challenge battle spot.
Absolutely, and obviously XL have had a couple of brushes getting close to getting into the challenge battles, making it towards what was then the Evil 8, but now the VG8. They actually lost, I think, in the challenge battles 3-2 to SK Gaming at the time last autumn, so they were pretty close themselves. They went under the XL banner back then, but they were also playing as this same unit. This is the same core unit, and we haven't actually seen them play a huge amount as this unit over the last few seasons of VGL, as I believe Aero had internet issues. But we are now going into the draft.
From what I understand, talking to Cortez, he loves having Aero in this core unit over any other carry that they've had recently at Scoundrel. He feels like Aero is a much more talented laner, but just doesn't necessarily, has not had the opportunity to prove that yet. So it's going to be very interesting what XL are able to do, because Team Queso is still the same Team Queso that went into the challenge battle, still the same Team Queso that almost secured a spot in the Vainglory 8. And so it's going to be obviously very tough regardless.
I think both of these teams are going to be closely fought. We've seen Team Queso do so well. They perform quite well in the challenge battles as well. XL Esports have yet to prove themselves at that level. But, you know, it's always time. Always time, and it looks like it's going to be Mr. Keiko prioritising his Baron pick here after the Catherine ban.
So when Baron's picked, you expect that in Europe an Idris is countered. We'll have to see if they lock it in. Instead, it was going to be Lyra. With Lyra now picked, you probably going to ban away Catherine or some other captain that you think is going to provide good peeling. Arden also works out, I guess. Now for Team Queso, I think they likely remove whoever they feel is the biggest threat to their Baron, and that Idris will be banned away. Black Feather could be the pickup, I think, for Aroniac here. Would work out fairly well in the lane.
Yeah,
I
can
actually, I just want to point out, I really like the fact that they went ahead and banned the Catherine first, because now they're able to take, Catherine gets banned, Grace is almost certainly going to be the ban, and then they ban away Idris. That's now this this Baron pick is going to be very, very safe and should have a really good time because they were able to take 3 of those big counters off the board.
So they take out the Arden XL, I think, to limit the hero support pool that will be available with the Lyra lock. And I think they've taken Samuel specifically to target Dark Ghost, as that's a comfort jungler for him. But it does mean they lose the benefit of the B-side draft with a counter pick, because now there is Team Queso has seen the jungler, so they kind of can have the entire composition open for them.
Certainly true. And maybe they want to kind of wait to see what their carry is going to be based on, the jungle pick, because the carry is kind of the most important piece of the puzzle, you think, into a Baron. How is the carry going to be able to deal with Baron? And is he going to be able to deal with the jungler as well? So now we know it is this Kestrel. Black Feather does get locked in. Black Feather should be okay into Kestrel. Obviously, the Finn gets picked up for PRZ, and we've seen excellent Finn play from him before Scoundrel. So despite the fact that so many captains were removed from the table, really hasn't affected a draft, I think, for Team Queso.
And it is the Black Feather coming through. So it's kind of essentially what I think they all wanted at the end of it. Everything seems to have come to a halt, and we'll be going into the game once I've checked the teams are ready. And once they are, we'll jump onto the Halcyon Fold. What do you make of these two compositions here, Tasty Bacon?
Looking at it, I have to favor the Baron Kestrel Finn. It's a very strong combo. The Finn's going to be able to do a lot to keep the Baron and the Kestrel safe. And obviously, with being a Crystal Kestrel, sometimes we see teams struggle to set up fights with the active camos, but if they can get that burst, it's really just going to be using the active camos, I think, mostly to sneak up to a target to be able to get a lot of glimmer shots off. I feel like that's going to be the main strength of the Kestrel in this composition, because otherwise the burst that can come out of Team Queso is just really, really massive, and that's going to be the difficulty for XL, is to try and deal with that.
Well, here we go. We are heading onto the Halcyon Fold between our first game of, can you believe it, only our second series. That first series really was a doozy. And now we are going into XL versus Team Queso, two incredibly strong teams. Queso, you imagine, come in as the upper hand, the favourites, but we'll see how the series plays out. Over to you, Darcy and Tasty Bacon.
Thank you very much. Like you say, definitely Team Queso, the favourites for the tournament, just in general. With Reliable Union already being removed, kind of no real Vainglory 8 threat to be had in this challenge series. And Team Queso will be looking to punch their tickets to North America, for this Unified Western Live Championships, that they're able to take home the VGL Challenger Series. So that's what's online here. Nomad does attempt a rotate towards the enemy jungle, but isn't quite able to find himself a steal. He's just going to try and poke out PRZ a little bit. Obviously has that sigil to heal himself back up to full. Now we'll have to see if these jungles and captains decide to fight level 2.
Yeah, that engagement from Nomad was an attempt to try and slow down Dark Ghost getting to this level 2, but wasn't successful. And Cortez is level 2 now as well. Level 2 spike, Ani Samuel, is extremely strong, but they're not going to try and take advantage of it. Instead, it will actually be Queso that makes the rotation up into the lane. But Aroniac knows that the rotation timing is coming out and knows that his teammates just saw them moving up towards the lane. So he backs off, plays it a bit safe until he has the rest of his team here as well in order to feel comfortable moving back up the farm. But now Mr. K-Cool
should be safe. Drifting Dart from Cortez clearly does a lot of work with the Malice and Verdicts, but since Aroniac wasn't quite able to get into range to to help with that. The poke just wasn't there onto Mr. Keiko, and he will survive. Now has to hard push this lane into the turret to try and deny as much farm from the Baron as possible. Not going to be able to push it too far. Should only be 2 CS, I think, denied in total. But it is going to be Aroniak being able to go back to base safely.
That's going to be Mr. K-Cool able to get back. He actually didn't hit the large minion there. He missed out on a large minion, which is surprising because I feel like he had enough damage to kill it. But either way, not going to be the end of the world. Just missing a single minion isn't really going to set you back too far. Obviously, you don't want to do that too frequently, though. Otherwise, it will end up creating a large deficit. But for now, it looks like XL and Queso are sort of feeling each other out. Not really either side making massively aggressive plays. Not looking to take too many chances in the first couple of minutes. It makes sense. These players know each other. They've played against each other quite a bit. And they want to just sort of get a few items under the belt, wait until they feel very confident before trying to all in and commit to a fight.
Yeah, no, that's just it. Their compositions don't really allow for early damage unless the Sammy was able to find a kill right here, right now, which he wasn't able to. So we're going to wait for that Frostburn to come onto the line for Cortez, level 6 unlocked. Aroniak will be waiting to pick up either that Tension Bow or Sorrow Blade first item. A lot of Black Feathers in the lane currently prioritizing Tension Bow, and Tension Bow could be really good into both this Kestrel as well as the Baron. Do see a engage come out a little bit. Dark Ghost just looking to poke. Cortez will be called up to lane just to deal with the aggression that's being outputted from Team Queso. But it's very unlikely anyone loses their life here. It's just a dance that these two teams are playing.
Yeah, just a dance to try and they're not really looking for kills. They're looking for pressure, though. They're trying to get, just a little bit of damage onto their opponents. If they can force them out of the lane or force them to recall when they aren't on a very good recall timing, is what the teams are hoping to achieve. Right now, Excel has actually forced Mr. Keiko to miss a fair bit of CS. You can take a look at the CS numbers. It's only about a 4 CS lead for Aroniak, but if that keeps coming up, it's only 1 CS a minute at this stage of the game. But if they can start pressuring Mr. Keiko, get this lane shoved in every time he leaves the lane, that's going to be able to continuously build up and will become a more frequent occurrence if they can keep it up. So not having much of an impact yet. Later in this game, though, we could be seeing slight advantages. It's first item completed for Cortez. Having that Frostburn is a big spike, and looks like they want to try and take advantage of it, but Cortez is the one who gets punished.
Yeah, no, he was so pushed up there and almost lost his life, as you mentioned. Very grateful that the one shot hadn't quite been unlocked yet for Dark Ghost, meaning there wasn't even further threat of death there. Is going to go back, finish his rotation once more, heal up as well. Has the Frostburn online. Aroniak going to be opting in for the Sorrow Blade as his first item here, and has the goal to finish it. So I feel like this next minute is a real big window of opportunity for XL to make a play.
This rotation could be.
Yeah, it could certainly be. Aroniak wants to pick up this Sorrow Blade. There it is. Now they just need to look and fight. Everyone's grouped up, but no, they're not going to aggress forth to try and get any damage or Oblivion down. And that is perhaps not going to present itself such a perfect 3-man stack.
It was a nice opportunity, I felt, because both of the carries were getting their Sorrow Blades, but Aroniak.
He takes a lot of damage. Will be able to walk away. For now, though, the damage onto Nomad is huge and Fountain's force. Mr. Keiko dives in! First blood for him! He gets the Fountain to stay alive, and stay alive he's continuing to do so as Cortez tries to throw out. That's a great Oblivion. Mr. Keiko put to sleep. This should be a double kill for Aroniak, and indeed it is. PRZ now on the wrong side of the map, and Cortez can continue chasing him down. Aroniak going to move forth and wanting to secure that triple kill for himself, and he will be given the kill. An ace comes through for XL, a huge advantage one for them, and they're going to look to try and get some damage down onto this turret.
A wave and a half of ace buff minions is going to be doing so much work here. You have to be careful they don't overstay, but that was some definitely over-aggression from Mr. K-Cool and the rest of Queso. They put so much work into getting that first blood that they didn't have enough energy to then try and deal with the counter engage from the side of XL, and Cortez and Nomad were able to make it work. So much damage coming out of Cortez at this early stage of the game. And now Dark Ghost just finished off his first tier 3 item. So again, those item power spikes, taking advantage of when you have a lead, that's exactly what XL was able to do.
Yeah, certainly is. And they're going to have to keep up the pressure here because Mr. Keiko is going to remain in a position of deficit for the next couple of minutes. Naroniak will not be. Poison Shiv finished on him. Going to be looking to try and cut down the healing that Mr. Keiko will be receiving on this Baron here. This is a real big opportunity for XL to really just snowball this into the lead. A fusion purchased for both Aroniak and Cortez as they start up this gold miner here. Tenjinbo just finished with Mr. Keiko, but it required him to back away to the shop, which means that this is uncontested. And an immense gold payout will be going out to XL to push their gold lead up to 1,000. They're just grouping up and looking to try and force Team Queso to contest them. Team Queso very obviously wanting to turtle up at this point.
Yeah, definitely looking to play a bit defensive as they've fallen behind the side of XL. And they don't need to really push the issue here. They are a team that can still scale up very well, can still farm up and get a few more items before they have to look for any fights. Mr. K-Cool is going to be sticking to what seems to be a more standard Baron build. We've seen him in the past actually itemize into a Poison Shiv and do some different things with the Baron, but this time around it is the Sorrow Blade into a Tension Bow, likely to get some crit, but that's obviously still yet to be decided. But the big thing for me with Queso is they're using such a risky composition. It's a ton of damage that they can output, but if they get engaged on, if they don't find the kills immediately, they are so squishy and they will die in a hurry once Cortez or Aroniak gets onto these two carries. So they have to play this extremely carefully and really need to wait until they are at a point where they can blow up their targets in an instant.
Yeah, no, they will be able to have a lot of damage in the late game, but like you mentioned, eggs have been spread out. The Baron is going to be slightly more vulnerable without like a jungler to keep him alive. I like this move from XL, immediately into the jungle here. They've recognized that Team Queso are not interested in team fights. They are turtling up, which means that these objectives can easily go over to XL every time. Nomad rushes forth and takes that one shot like a boss. Of course, as Lyra with a life spring, he can heal that up with no problem. And this is going to be items starting to be completed even further. Cortez, and he's sitting not too far away from finishing a broken myth around the 12-minute mark here. Aroniak going into defensives very heavily, wanting to finish his Aegis before he builds into his final damage item. Team Queso, they are just sharing experience and gold between their jungler and carry, which definitely helps both get extra source of income, but, kind of helps Mr. Keiko more than it helps Dark Ghost.
Yeah, it's going to be a situation. I Excel again. I have to agree with you. I love the fact that they recognize, okay, Team Queso doesn't want to fight, so let's just take every advantage, every objective off the board. They're just being handed over. Queso isn't even trying to contest this. The gold miner is going to go down. They took the Crystal Sentry earlier. It's a decent gold payout, but when there's not really much else for you to take on the map, you might as well just go for it while you have the chance. So Excel are going to be building up these small advantages and increasing their lead. It's about 2,500 gold at the moment. But if they continue to steal away the forward camps, if they continue to make these invasions into the jungle to try and steal away their backs now, and the sentry again going to be targeted. Queso once again not going to be able to get there in time to try and contest this at all. It's another free Crystal Sentry taken out by XL. Now they can look for a fight without the sentry being there.
Yeah, for sure. Team Queso don't want to even contest it. They realize that they're having to give this up. The Cortez does get pulled in a late. Crucible and Cortez losing his life. Nomad with a very late fountain will keep Cortez alive, but loses his life in the process. Aroniac diving away. It's Mr. Keiko going aggressive. Aroniac finds one, but Cortez loses his life. Aroniac looking for a second. Can he get onto Mr. Keiko? He finds the kill, but now it's Dark Ghost to find a double and an ace, a shutdown and a mistake. Nomad not quite able to keep people alive. The Crucible timing was just off.
Crucible timing was just off, and the team went after PRZ so heavily. He is the most difficult member to take down because of how tanky it is, and they went for him first. Honestly, it was just they felt like that was the only target they could get onto, but ends up allowing Dark Ghost and Mr. Keiko to get so much damage down. Even still, Cortez nearly turned this around with Aroniac being a very major player at the end of it, but not quite able to take down the Kestrel. This should still give a lot of confidence over to Team Queso. Maybe they start to contest objectives a bit more, as they have not been really trying to stop XL from just walking all over their jungle up until this point. So Crystal Sentry is back out again, but it's already been taken out twice. One more kill on it will eliminate it from the game. And XL, I would expect them to want to try and make that happen pretty quickly, because if you can clear up your opponent's jungle, make it a much safer area for you to run through, it allows you to play so much more aggressively and take a lot of control over the game.
Cortez now has that broken myth finished. Aroniac still heavily defensive itemization. Finished his metal jacket. Now has to find the gold to finish the Aegis to open up an inventory slot for more damage here. I reckon it'll be a breaking point. Final item. Could also be the poison shiv. Sorry, the tension bow as well.
I would actually like to see the tension bow because of how squishy Queso is.
Yeah, no, I think definitely can work. Aroniac just takes that one shot to the face, to the back. The gold miner gets started up, but Team Queso are positioning, ready to contest. Seems like confidence has been reinstated, though, and Oblivion goes around from the side. It gets not blocked up, and that's going to be a sleep onto Dark Ghost. Mr. Keiko in so much trouble. Aroniac trying to find the kill as Mr. Keiko finds himself so far away from the team fight, but Aroniac will find the kill nonetheless onto PRZ. Mr. Keiko looking for the back. Cortez needs to throw a Malice in Verdict, and he will stop up and find Mr. Keiko and find the kill in just a second as well. An ace for XL. And I love the positioning from Cortez to just be out of vision and throw that Oblivion to catch out Dark Ghost.
Yeah, that was entirely a bait on the gold miner. They saw Queso coming towards them to stop the sentry, and so they move over. They lock up the payout this time around, but they move over to the gold miner, knowing that they're in full vision, and Queso knows that they're going to be doing it. But Cortez rotates down out of sight. And out of sight, out of mind, it seemed to be, as the Oblivion doesn't get blocked at all. It's also very difficult to see the Oblivion inside of a brush like that. So when everyone's already grouped up, it was a really sneaky play by Cortez and the rest of XL. A beautiful team fight. They eliminate the Crystal Sentry not even 15 minutes in, and they are in a prime position to work on this Kraken the moment it spawns, or at least try and bait out another fight, although I doubt Queso will fall for the same trick twice.
You'd have to think that they would learn from their mistakes. Zoroniac perhaps a little bit too far forward here. The Kraken, she spawned. That's a huge gold lead over towards the side of XL at the moment. 3,000. This 15-minute mark, and the infusions still come rolling in. XL looking to group up and put out some more damage. Mr. Keiko just so worried at this point as PRZ is being stacked upon. Cortez has so many broken myth stacks, but they pull Aroniac in. Oh, it's going to be a great Oblivion, but blocked up. Stun onto Aroniac. Cortez, though, he's chunking away, and it's a double for him. Oh, the broken myth stacks onto a Finn. It's so beautiful. Once more, and I'm sure Scoundrel has made this point already today, picking Finn into a Sky or picking Finn into a Samuel just allows it for so easy stacking. Cortez had 6 broken myth stacks before that fight truly broke out.
Also, how crucial was it for Aroniac to immediately use the Rose offensive as soon as he got pulled in? He was actually pulled onto an active camo trap, but immediately used the Rose offensive so that he was no longer on that stun platform. And Dark Ghost was not able to pull the trigger quick enough to try and get that massive burst onto the Black Feather. If he doesn't immediately Rose offensive away after getting pulled in, that's very likely Aroniak just dead on the spot and Team Queso being able to turn that fight around. But instead, it is another ace, another team fight win for the side of XL. Kraken now making her way towards this tier 2 turret. And there's the broken myth stack starting to build up.
Good block will mean that Aroniak doesn't have to dance for his life this time. I've been so impressed by XL's macro ability to just rotate, choke out their opponents of gold and just continue this advantage that they found themselves in since the early stages of the game. This choke point turret likely to go down. I'm not sure XL will find much more other than that. Kraken will make its way into the base after it goes down, but with only a sliver of HP, so XL aren't going likely to follow it. That's going to be Team Queso finishing off the job. A 2-turret push for XL means they maintain their gold advantage. 10-4 now. And Aroniak's return to the XL roster certainly seems to be doing wonders for their team, just looking so much more confident against Team Queso compared to the last time these guys met.
Yeah, playing very aggressive now. They were able to find an early advantage, and they've just been pushing the issue ever since. Look at the jungle. Look at how many scout traps are down. Even in the lane, there is just no opportunity for Dark Ghost to set up an active camo trap. There's no real chances for an ambush from the Kestrel because there's just red scout traps all over the place.
And you can see the team joking about it in the pings as well, saying to Nomad they need even more vision.
Yeah.
We need vision. Not enough. There's a whole section of the map over to the bottom left that we can't see, and that's where you need to go over and finish off, buddy. XL, though, know exactly where Team Queso are, it seems, at all times of the game. They can make very calculated decisions of how they're going to progress forth. Spot out Mr. K-Cool. They must know that his team is close by, and they will want to try and rotate in towards this choke point area before Team Queso escape it. Cortez, though, taking a lot of damage, will get the heals. Mr. K-Cool on the front line, not where he wants to be. Oblivion gets blocked, but Mr. K-Cool's in trouble, and he will be removed. Dark Ghost, can he stun up? Aroniak dives forward, and they're looking for the kill onto Dark Ghost here. Oh, they've stopped him from getting to the healing platform. They land the stun, but it's a double, it's an ace, and this is it. XL have just destroyed Team Queso in this game. They are going to take down these Vein Crystal turrets here, Tasty Bacon, and take game 1 of this series.
It feels strange to say that a 19-minute game felt lightning quick, but after a previous series, this game felt lightning quick. Excel never giving Queso a chance in this one. You can see they got 4 kills to their names, but that was it. A negative KD for every single member of Queso. This was XL just accelerating this game through the mid game and taking control. The jungle was always pretty much entirely belonging to them. And Dark Ghost and Mr. K-Cool, very low defense item, is able kills that they needed to win these.
Yeah, certainly Tasty Bacon. Scoundrel, it seems to me, drafting tactic has been invented in this these games today. Whenever you ban a crap ton of captains and then take away another one, Finn being the only real option available, pick Sky or Samuel and bait them into the Finn pick, because we've seen it twice now and we've seen it work out very well. I'm wondering if that's the exact thought process behind it, or because, you know, picking Samuel when Finn is really the only option left for captain is.
Well, Lance was available, and I actually just prefer Lance straight up to Finn. If you're looking to peel for a Baron, like yeah, Finn's good, he soaks damage, but Lance does the actual peeling, right? Lance has got Githyanul, he's got Impale. I much prefer Lance to Finn right now. I think Finn's good in some scenarios. The problem with the Finn there is he was in a composition where Mr. K-Cool built Sorrow Blade, Tension Bow, Poison Shiv. Now, Poison Shiv on Baron, it's an awkward item. Really awkward item for a Baron to have to play with, because he needed to build it for the Lyra, he needed to build it for the Samuel, but it makes his damage output that much lower. The reason Baron's damage output is high is you build 2 crit items, and you hit them for 130% weapon power damage in a splash area that crits. So you can imagine 130% of a regular weapon power carries damage. Critical strike that. That is why Baron's good, right? Because he can get that burst off. He's a burst-heavy weapon power carry with an insane range. Build Mr. K-Cool where Baron actually doesn't do that much damage. Baron is a lot worse against armor, and that's why with that build, and that's why you saw Samuel coat of plates early on. You saw Aroniak on Blackfeather coat of plates early on. It really, really nullified Baron in general. But I agree, and I think I was thinking the same thing when you said it. Finn just allowed Cortez to stack, because it's so easy to hit Finn. It's just so easy to hit Finn continuously with abilities and stack things before the fight takes place. And especially if you can't get into position to capitalize on an aggressive move from the enemy like that, like Team Queso were, because they spent the entire game hiding on their side of the map because they had to. Yeah, I just think XL played that and drafted that really nicely, and Queso got to go back to the drawing board.
Man, this is pretty exciting stuff. Because XL, whilst being a very strong roster, and I think a roster we've seen really develop over the last couple of seasons, Scoundrel, whilst they've always been strong, this is possibly the strongest I think I've seen XL so far. Their matchup against Team Queso last split left something kind of wanted, perhaps, with the XL roster.
It wasn't.
They didn't get deleted or demolished, for sure, but it was a 2-0. I think you just kind of were expecting the series to be closer more than anything.
It was disappointing. It was disappointing given what we expected from the two teams. But I know Aroniak and Mr. K-Cool, they have got a bit of they've got a bit of history as well, as far as I'm aware. So it's a grudge match, I think, in the lane between these two. So there's a lot more on the line than maybe meets the eye as we head into the next draft phase. XL now have the A side. Arguably, A side is the weaker side because of the potential for counter picks. But, like we saw from XL on that previous game, counter picks didn't really mean anything because they were able to get that jungle pick early on, which left the A side giving the counter pick, and they still won the game with it. So XL played this very well.
Right, looks like teams are ready for draft now at Scoundrel.
Yes, we are in the draft already.
Baron Grace will be banned. And we'll have to see if Lyra gets prioritized for Nomad here once more.
I think Lyra's
a lot of Lyra.
Lyra's pretty good. I think Lyra's pretty solid. Catherine though, and that might force the Batiste ban from Queso.
Yeah, not only that, it also makes things like Idris slightly harder to be picked up for Mr. K-Cool, who will most likely just opt in for a Vox rather than an Idris. But perhaps just goes for Idris anyway. I'll be interested to see if Team Queso do respect the Catherine pick here with a Batiste ban, because Cortez very comfortable in Batiste as a hero, so it's not too much of an issue. There is going to be the Arden picked up here. This one ban here could be very, very decisive, I think, for Team Queso.
Agreed. Always the decisive. There's a ban of the Kestrel.
Oh.
This must
Batiste
mean.
is open.
Yeah, this might mean that Batiste is considered as a pick, or Batiste is considered here as a pick for Queso. But an early Batiste open that opens up XL2 counter in the jungle. XL again seem to have triggered the draft in their favor.
Not quite. Scarf could be picked up on B side, which would directly counter Batiste.
Sure.
Doesn't necessarily counter the CC lock that Batiste and Catherine can chain, but might be enough to threaten the Batiste in such a way.
Yeah, if you get an early advantage, which is quite difficult to do with a Scarf, but against a Batiste is fully possible. But we saw Fnatic run this composition. I like the Vox ban. We saw Fnatic run this exact composition against SK, and SK had a Scarf and an Arden, and they still utterly destroyed them. So it is a composition that is very tough to play into if played right, and if XL get their hands on it, you imagine they'll be feeling pretty comfortable, not fully comfortable, because things can go wrong, but pretty comfortable going in.
So, Mr. Keiko and Aroniak have plenty of heroes in their pool with Scoundrel that they can dive into. So whilst the Vox ban just removes kind of range threat and forces perhaps a Blackfeather or Idris or Glaive to come onto the Halcyon Fold, the Catherine is still a threat to that range threat, and that's why XL have banned Vox away here. That's why I like it a lot. Makes things very difficult. Team Queso are eating into their bonus time here. 14 seconds left on their clock. They have to decide what they want for their last two heroes. A very back and forth draft here. big game of chess. They aren't going to dive in for that Idris. I think you just pick up
I
Batiste
think you
and
just pick up
Glaive, or
Batiste.
Batiste and Blackfeather, and you have just destroyed this Idris.
I think
I want
Batiste
to-
Blackfeather is incredibly good ending draft here for XL. You
Yeah.
counter Idris in lane, unless it's CP, but even with CP, it's a difficult early lane.
That's why you take the Glaive. Oh, Grumptle's open. Maybe not. Yeah.
You've got to take Batiste. I mean, surely you take Batiste here for
Yeah,
XL. It just makes it such a ridiculously strong draft against what Team Queso have already brought. Yes, there we go. I mean, this is in my eyes the perfect draft from what you've seen on B side so far. I mean, this is going to be tough for Team Queso unless they've got a magical last pick. It could be a Scarf, maybe a Sky. We have seen Skies do okay into Batiste.
Yeah, it has to be Sky.
Yeah.
Because Sky also works into Blackfur as well.
And we know that Dark Ghost does play Sky quite a lot, so...
Wow. Tasty Bacon, you've been very silent with your analysis here. How are you feeling, my American friend?
I'm pretty much just mirroring the thoughts that you two had, so that's why I was just kind of letting you guys take care of it, because I felt the exact same way. And it's just a very, very strong draft here from XL. Obviously, the Sky is kind of the best chance here for Team Queso, I feel, but if the execution is on point, this Catherine Batiste is just such a devastating duo to go up against.
I think Gabe Vizel tweeted about it, saying you need like 99 crucibles to be able to beat this composition. There's so much going on. If placed correctly, it's so difficult to play into. I think Sky was the magic key here for Queso. If they can get Dark Ghost rolling on this Sky, he's very mobile. He can dodge Blast Tremors. He can dodge Fearsome Shades. Plenty of work that a Sky can do. We are heading on to the Halcyon Fold for our second game here between XL Esports and Team Queso. And XL one game away from putting themselves in the winners bracket final. The best performance I believe we'll have seen over the last 4 splits, or 3 splits. There's only been 2 splits so far. Over the last 2 splits from XL, they both I think both times made it to the playoff bracket, but never into this deep if they take this win. So that'll be the best performance they will have ever had.
They did. Sorry, it's Team Queso who made it into the playoff bracket for the first time last split, Excoundrel. I do think it is 3 or 4 splits, though. You are right. Best performance for this XL roster. Wow. Very great drafting minds, it seems. Team Queso were trying to do their best to put themselves in their best position. And, of course, Mr. K-Cool's Idris has looked so good over time. But into both a Catherine and a Batiste, it is so difficult to deal with. So difficult to maneuver and find executions, and into a Blackfeather as well. It's not like you have a huge execution threat anyway. They secure their backs here. I don't think PRZ got a single one. He will look to try and contest this treant, but Cortez just immediately turns, has the empowered Reap, has the bad mojo, and PRZ is getting out of dodge.
PRZ is going to have to run, but meanwhile, on that treant, that's just going to go over to Cortez. No issues there, but the ancient treant started up now by Queso. Dark Ghost obviously very healthy, but they're going to be able to take that without contest as Cortez was still busy clearing out his backs. So the interference run by PRZ, while he didn't steal away any camps, it did delay the jungle of Cortez just enough to allow Dark Ghost to clear out his entire rotation and then grab that ancient treant. Well, up in the lane, an early recall going to be forced. Mr. K-Cool has to go back. And unfortunately, Aroniak not really in a position to try and shove this lane into the turret to make Mr. K-Cool miss any significant CS, but he's just going to be holding it in place instead.
Yeah, no, it's going to just be Mr. K-Cool being allowed to shop up here, and that does provide a bit of a disadvantage for Aroniak. You want to try and hard push this lane, and I feel like Nomad needs to perhaps help out with this just so that Aroniak can go back and match this item purchase that Mr. K-Cool has. You don't want to give up a disadvantage. But whilst we're doing this, you do see this invade coming out from Dark Ghost and PRZ as they've seen Nomad in the lane. And now he has to try and force them all back. Aroniak going to come down to help out. Heading Treant does block off Cortez, so they can't really chase too deeply here. Aroniak has not been back to shop yet and won't be going back to shop. Mr. K-Cool, though, in the lane, so far away from threat that XL really can't do anything about him.
And they're just going to take the time now to go back to the shop. The wave is pushed up pretty far, so they should be okay. Although their wave was so big that they're actually going to miss out on a few CS here as a result of how large that wave was. So not the ideal situation for Ironiac, but he is going to come back with a bit of an item edge over Mr. K-Cool now. As the lane starts to come back his way, he'll be able to just poke him out and try and set Mr. K-Cool back a little bit with Nomad Vagabond here, looking for a stun. Not going to be able to find it. Obviously, early on, Catherine's wanted to just throw out that Merciless Pursuit early and often, try and build up those stacks and towards the late game. But another little bit of a slower pace start, however, another skirmish in the jungle.
Yeah, a bit of a skirmish, and it looks like this is going to be XL pushed back a little bit, but Aroniak constantly rotating, and Mr. Keiko will be able to meet his team this time to help on out, but XL won't be able to get in position to stun anyone up. Great series strike, just to put distance between everyone and Dark Ghost. Mr. Keiko now in lane, taking a bit of a beating from Aroniak. The rest of XL's roster will come through, and Mr. Keiko immediately pops his boots to make sure he isn't caught out by this Batiste. XL really doing their best to put aggressive moves onto Team Queso, but they haven't been rewarded yet. In fact, it's a 1,000 gold deficit just due to the fact that Aroniak is missing CS in the lane. Cortez is having CS stolen away from him. XL need to find, I guess, a win for all this rotations, or else they have kind of shot themselves in the foot as far as early game is concerned.
And Dark Ghost did just finish off the Frostburn. Is going to be stealing away another camp from the Cortez, just consistently putting this Batiste a little bit further behind. And that's really bad news for Excel. If Cortez can't find a way to stop this, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's in a lot of trouble right now.
He is in a lot of trouble, and that death from above going to separate him. Nomad walks in, doesn't have the fountain to heal him, so now Nomad is the target, and Aroniak going to sub on in. Aroniak, Nomad needs to go back and finish that fountain. I think he has the gold to do so. Well and truly, so needs to be purchasing that now, considering PRZ has his own. Cortez is just sitting 200 gold away from getting his Shatterglass, which will put him in a very good spot on this Batiste. And around that, Veroniak goes back and finishes his Sorrow Blade. I think he's about 300 gold away from it. Then XL are going to be really in a great position to fight.
Yeah, once they get those first tier 3 items on all 3 members, you could start seeing them start to look for something. It's really going to be about those ultimates, though. I think the level 6 with the tier 3 items is going to be a huge power spike. It's just a massive increase in terms of your damage and utility. And it all comes online around the same time, which makes it that much more impactful. It's just a huge swing that you can use to really turn a game in your favor, because they haven't been winning out this early game. The early game has definitely been going over to Queso, but now Cortez rotating up is level 6. Obviously, Nomad still 2 levels away from that. And Aroniak does have the Sorrow Blade. They can look for something here if they want, but Cortez is going to get spotted, and that's going to put an end to that.
Yeah, no, it will do. The Shatterglass does provide a lot of damage with these empowered bad mojos, and XL can try and use that, but Dark Ghost has a level advantage, and he's just doing so much work from range. It's kind of why people feel like Sky works nicely into Batiste. It's just due to range, but if she walks up like that, it makes things so easy. Everyone in the death from above. Oh, where did that ultimate go? I think it got eaten up by the death from above, stunned out. Cortez had it cancelled. Nomad Vagabond almost loses his life here. Mistake from Cortez to walk into that death from above and use his ultimate.
Yeah, definitely a big mistake that's going to allow Queso to get a lot of pressure down. Nomad obviously had to recall, but they're going to look to try and lock down Mr. K-Cool. He stays inside the Ordained, though, and doesn't give that stun over. Now Cortez!
Oh, he is very close to losing his life. It's actually Aroniak who goes down, but Mr. K-Cool will be traded. Mr. Cortez has to be careful here, but Nomad's coming in. It's all a bait. It's all a ruse, and PRZ's the target. Cortez living. No goes down. PRZ also walks away on just the shiver of HP. Oh, dear. How frustrating for XL. A 2,000 gold lead now for Team Queso.
Yeah, definitely not what Excel was hoping to have happen without having the Blast Tremor available. It's just Catherine's not able to have as much of an impact. Obviously, the Gauntlet is not available either, but Dark Ghost on this Sky is so far ahead, level 8 to level 6. Although Cortez did just ding level 7, it's still a big lead that Dark Ghost has in the jungle, and he's been able to use that advantage to really put pressure on into the lane and find those couple of kills for the team. And now looks like Excel, now that they have Blast Tremor about to become available, want to try and make something happen. Nomad is so close. It finally hits that level 6. Are they going to look for an engage here now?
Certainly going to be a dance around that forward barrage. Health totals good for XL as Dark Ghost and PRZ are a little bit lacking. Mr. Keiko trying to sneak a port back will be allowed to do so. Poison Ship finished here as Aroniak is prioritizing defensive items rather than offensive, and you're very much able to do this on Black Feather. A stun onto PRZ does mean he's going to take a lot of poke, but the Death from Above going to do work. Oh, that's a huge gauntlet! Catches up 3 PRZ! Everyone gets feared away. Mr. Keiko will find the opening kill. Aroniak looking to try and trade one back, but he's just going to go down. It's a double for Mr. Keiko. Set up so perfectly by PRZ.
Absolutely gorgeous gauntlet, catching all 3 members and allowing Queso to set up for those kills. Not quite the ace that I'm sure they would have loved to get, but it's going to result in a turret and a gold miner regardless. Turret destroyed. It's going to be a full gold payout for Queso as well once they get them finished off. Although, is there going to be any contest? No, it's not. Nomad's not going to be able to get in there in time to try and steal it. So a massive gold swing now in favor of Queso. You can see it's up to a 4,000 gold lead at 9 minutes in. And they are at, I mean, right now, Queso starting to really run away with this one, and members of Excel are in danger of having this just get snowballed out of control.
Yeah, no, it's definitely looking good for Team Queso here. Excel doing their best to try and find some catches, but not being able to do so. Oh, Mr. Keiko walks into a death trap, is able to block up. The Crucible comes through for the fear. Now Excel, can they do anything else? This question. Dark Ghost has just been so influential in this Sky. Really the only option they had left in their draft, but it's been doing wonders. Excel not really being able to abuse the power of a Baptiste and Catherine so far. It's not to say that they won't be able to do so later. Perhaps it's just the gold is too far gone for them. Dark Ghost's damage is insane at this point, and he's only going to get worse when he gets 300 gold into his inventory and finishes his Broken Myth.
Well, here's another fight breaking out, Dowsy. This is looking still so good for Queso. A lot of pressure getting put down, and Cortez, the only member to be full health. They're just looking for a way to try and push Queso away from this turret, but Queso are sieging up so well. Vagabond and Aroniak both going to be low, likely having to recall. Aroniak is going to be sticking around, feels like he can sustain. We did see Nomad get the Echo on this Catherine, so we'll be able to use that double Blast Tremor. It's just a question of will it be enough? At this stage of the game, I don't think just that will be. But, oh, if they can catch him after the recall from Ghost.
It's going to be PRZ stunned up. Can they find the kill is the question. The fear is going to connect onto PRZ and at Mr. Keiko. Gauntlet goes down, but Aroniak able to finish the job. It's Mr. Keiko under the turret. It's going to be the Shroud Strep Shimmer Strike. Mr. Keiko finding the kill, but they traded the lives of each other. It's a double for Mr. Keiko. It's Dark Ghost last man standing, and Cortez trying to get in range of this guy to do the damage. Huge chunk on that bad mojo. A stun as well. Cortez, though, hitting only minions, and Nomad's in trouble from this forward barrage. Cortez doing his best. So hard to dance around all these minions. That's going to be Dark Ghost taking a lot of damage, blocks up the bad mojo, finds himself safe. Nomad will have to escape here. Dark Ghost just styling at the moment on this Sky. And even though it's a win for XL, there's nothing to get from it.
Yeah, they're still going to be almost 5K gold behind, but it's still just a little bit of a confidence boost, a little bit of momentum going their way. Sometimes that's all you need, just to reset your mentality in this game. It's very easy to get down on yourself when you're dropping kills left and right, and sometimes just picking up a team fight victory, trading 2 for 1 can be what you need to just sort of reset yourself mentally and get yourself back in the game. Like you said, as far as the gold is concerned, as far as the item advantages, that team fight win didn't really do much for them. But if they can just carry that momentum through and take smart fights. Again, this is not going to be a smart fight, though. This is going to be a troubling situation for them to be in, but a nice Fearsome Shade is going to get blocked.
No, it didn't hit anything. The block wasn't necessary. This is disastrous for XL here, as they're just going to lose all their lives. A double kill for Mr. Keiko, and Nomad Vagabond will struggle to, or maybe not, seems to be able to get away fairly easily, but it was a terrible Fearsome Shade. It didn't connect with everyone.
It looked like it should have been a good one, but the angle on it was not thrown properly. If he had thrown that correctly, it would have feared all three of them into the wall, assuming it wasn't going to get, but it would have been blocked because the Crucible did come out in time for it. But the angle that Cortez took was excellent. The angle that he threw the ultimate was not.
Just well read, I guess you could say, from Team Queso to just turn around immediately and run straight at Aroniac and Nomad. Not only avoids the Fearsome Shade, but Cortez was just too far away to be able to help out and turn onto the enemy team there. Another team fight loss for them. The gold running away for Team Queso, 7,000 at this point here, Tasty Bacon. XL are struggling to find their ins, and as this game goes on, they are going to continue to struggle to scale up because they've had to invest so much money into defense. Aroniac has only really just got his second damage item, and a Poison Chip isn't. A Sorrow Blade's not really a huge. No, it is. The Poison Chip, not really a huge one. Anyway, I'm losing my words. Mr. Keiko loses his life. How did that happen? XL found an opening. That's all they're going to get. Maybe a turret. They can push hard, take this down perhaps before Dark Ghost is able to stop them.
Yeah, they should be able to rotate into this turret, but Dark Ghost, again, still has so much damage. Nomad Vagabond going down low. The turret is destroyed, though. Nice Ordained. It's going to get blocked. They continue to try and push up.
PRZ should be able to just walk away, I think. Perhaps not. That Ordain keeps him in place. No one takes the kill, though. Oh, the Vanguard shield to stop the bad mojo. Dark Ghost finds a kill into Nomad Vagabond. XL are trying to find Dark Ghost. They will, but here's Mr. Keiko. And there it is. Aroniac going to go down to him. Cortez out of energy, out of luck. As the Kraken spawns here, if Mr. Keiko can secure the kill, then the Kraken will go over very easily. Cortez just sets up this treant route. Not quite able to stop Mr. Keiko. And Ordain goes down onto Mr. Keiko. He jumps forward and gets stunned. Cortez still is trying to escape. They are chasing so deep because they want the ace buff. Nomad's respawned, though. And that means there will be no ace buff. There will be no healing. They could still look to take the crack. With the minion pay pushed up so far, I don't think they will.
Yeah, it would be extremely risky for them to go for the Kraken in this instance, especially with everyone just starting to respawn. XL, they're starting to find opportunities, but they have to be very wary of those respawn timers and just how much damage, how their ability to actually get in onto a fight is. They were so close to taking down PRZ. At least they were able to take Dark Ghost at the end of that fight, but they were still in a difficult situation. However, if they can just find another team, if they can find a pick, that's what it's been all about. It's just catching Team Queso slightly out of position. Mr. Keiko was too far forward in that last instance. They took him out immediately. Previously, Dark Ghost had recalled. They went for the fight as soon as Dark Ghost actually got back to base. Taking advantage of these small opportunities is really the only way in. A full 3-on-3 fight, you still have to figure favors Queso heavily.
Yeah, no, it still does. Mr. Keiko has to find a position that allows him to not be blown up. This is the power of the Batiste Catherine, is that Mr. Keiko will always be threatened. Can't really dive on in like he wants to. And XO are going to look to try and abuse that. Aroniac has been investing so much money into defense and infusions. And oh god, Cortez is caught and just instantly destroyed. Nomad didn't even fountain. It was that quick. Gauntlet goes down and Nomad's stuck in it. Aroniac trying to run for Mr. Keiko, and he will be able to, but Nomad will not have the same luxury. He falls down, and that is Kraken time for Team Queso.
And you were just talking about it. Aroniac is the one who has just invested so much into defense. Yet Cortez was the one who's on the front lines, and that is such an easy target for Queso to take down. As soon as they jump onto him, there's just not much available. If they're chasing Cortez, he can sustain a bit, but if they just jump right onto him, he has no chance, isn't able to get the sustain from his perk, and just falls in an instant. And now Queso with Kraken are going to start to make their way down the lane. They only have 3 turrets to work through in order to tie this series up and push us to another game 3, Dowsy. And Queso, with the lead that they have, are looking likely to do so.
Yeah, they are looking pretty good at the moment. This Kraken will secure the choke point turret for sure. The triple melee that is XL have to get up so close and personal to be able to defend it. And they can't realistically do too much damage to the Kraken if they do not want to just take constant damage from Mr. Keiko and Dark Ghost. The Kraken now going to push in very healthy still. And Team Queso sitting very close to it to stop XL from freely doing damage to this Kraken. Death from above splits Cortez from the team. He is caught in a forward barrage. He's stunned up once more. The Fearsome Shade gets cancelled, and Mr. Keiko will take the life of Cortez. It's going to be a blast tremor, but it's just not going to do anything. Whilst Mr. Keiko is taking the turrets, yes, you may take PRZ down. In fact, you're not even going to be able to do that. It's going to be Mr. Keiko finishing the game, whilst Dark Ghost just is the distraction. GG to Team Queso, equalizing the series here. And it's now a game 3 on the horizon here at Tasty Bacon as Team Queso and X-Scoundrel go on and on and on.
A very, very different game number 2 than what we saw in game 1. This Baptiste-Catherine is such a strong combo, but when you shut it down early, that's your opportunity. You have to win the early game against this combo. And you can see Cortez and Nomad Vagabond were just never able to get themselves online. We're never able to have that massive impact that we see this duo have in the games where they dominate.
Man, this has been a long broadcast already, Tasty Bacon. A chance for us, I guess, to regather our thoughts as to what went wrong. Because we talked in draft about how excellent this composition, I guess, from XL was X-Scoundrel, but they never really were able to use it to its full extent.
I think one of the major issues there for XL was the fact that they, again, Tasty Bacon said, right, you know, the Sky is the one thing that does well into Catherine and Baptiste, right? You've got the range on Baptiste, he shouldn't get close enough to you to use the Ordained usually, and your forward barrage is never going to proc the Storm Guard from Catherine, so, or the Storm Shield, so you're never going to get reflect damage from Catherine as a Sky, realistically. So that's what Sky does well into that composition, and they got ahead early. They put pressure on to Cortez, and every time a crucial team fight came to happen, either Cortez got stunned and couldn't use his Fearsome Shade, or his Fearsome Shade wasn't good enough, or wasn't in the right angle. So there was a lot of key team fights where, especially the Death from Aboves, the Gauntlets, they stopped Cortez using his Fearsome Shade every time. And then if you lose the Fearsome Shade, you lose the part of the composition that is good, right? Yes, you can double silence a team, that's great, but you double silence so that you can get the Fearsome Shade off and you get complete team fight disruption. And also what's really nice is having a ranged carry with that double combo, because to actually capitalize on it, you actually have to commit very hard with the Black Feather, right? You actually have to go straight in there, and then when they stop getting feared, if you haven't killed them, they can turn on you really quickly. A range carry kind of alleviates that pressure. By having a range carry, they can chase down, and they can then disengage if you don't manage to get the kills that you want, or clean up the kills that you want. So it also means you can stack Breaking Point on a set of feared enemies more easily than you think a Black Feather could. So yeah, a couple of slight nuances, but I've got to say, Queso played that very, very well, and we're going to set up for the next draft. I'll just check these teams are ready.
They are.
Teams both ready for draft? Okay, they are ready to go, so I'm going to start the draft and get this underway.
So, once more we switch sides here. Once more it's B side for XL, where they were able to really shut down the first composition from Team Queso with their picks. I feel like they had the right choices at Scoundrel to shut down the second composition, but like you mentioned, errors in execution. Now it is Baron Graceband once more, Lyra locked in, which means Nomad will not be playing Lyra for a third game in a row. We'll have to move on to something different here. Grumpjaw's open. Something tells me that Grumpjaw might be a priority for XL. It seems to be that Nomad likes it whenever it's open. I'll have to see if they do want it though. Going to be eating into their bonus time for their first lock in here. Vox locked in. Have to imagine Idris gets banned here and just try and shut down that Idris for Mr. Keiko.
Yeah, Vox going for Aroniac as well. I know Aroniac's a big fan of the Vox, and you can very nicely pull a poison shiv out of this this carry, knowing that you'll play well into Lyra. The Idris banned, like you said, it's a solid ban for XL. Now Team Queso, where do they follow up? They could ban something like an Arden, but that opens up Nomad Vagabond's Lance, which we know he likes to play, although arguably not so good into the Lyra because of the Bright Bulwark. It's going to be the Catherine.
Catherine doesn't make as much sense, I guess, but if you're going to ban, pick up a weapon power melee laner, then actually I guess the Catherine could shut that down. Like you mentioned, Lance open now for Nomad, Arden, Grumpjaw. I'm only saying Grumpjaw because Nomad likes it, but they're going to take the Samuel, really just putting heavy priority onto that Samuel pick in this series.
Yeah, again, they seem to be wanting to deny it from Queso on A side, just to make sure that Dark Ghost doesn't get his hands on it. But he hasn't played Samuel in either of the games, although obviously Samuel not maybe as good as the Sky was as a pick for him last time round. And maybe, you know, Samuel does pretty all right into Sky in the early games, so they're just sort of maybe saying, okay, well, Sky's not so good for you either. We've got very mobile. It's going to be the Kestrel once more. Either that for Mr. Keiko or Dark Ghost, though, as the last pick is still open here, Darcy.
Yeah, I think you pick up Kestrel and Taka or Kestrel and Koshka. Maybe just something that you can assassinate with as Dark Ghost. It could also be a Glaive in the lane for Mr. Keiko or a Black Feather in the lane. Really, they need something to deal with the effectively deal with the Samuel and CP Kestrel. I don't think is it. Neither is Weapon Power Kestrel. So yeah, I think your third pick has to deal with Black Feather. Deal with Samuel a little bit better.
I know the feel, Darcy. Sometimes you've been going for a long time, some really intense series, your tongue decides to not work anymore.
It was just my tongue trying to say Black Feather, and I didn't want it to. So clearly, I was just making a prediction, ex-scoundrel.
Clearly, and it's likely going to be CP Black Feather for Dark Ghost, you imagine, and then CP Weapon Power Kestrel.
No, I think it's going to be Weapon Power Black Feather for Mr. Keiko and CP Kestrel for Dark Ghost.
Okay. We know Mr. Keiko was famed for his Black Feather, at least last year that was definitely the case. So, he's got the option to strut his stuff in this game.
Oh dear.
If only my office had coffee. Waiting for the final pick here for XL. It's going to be Arden. There we go.
Okay. Interesting. Arden picked up. That obviously provides the lockdown potential into the Kestrel. I don't think it's the... I don't know, like... Arden sits in a funny place with me personally, Scoundrel, so I'm not going to really comment on it.
Arden
definitely can be influential. But...
Arden's pretty influential, especially when you've got zonal control, like Samuel. Gauntlet is really good at giving good area and a good focus area for XL to use the Drifting Dark and the Malice and Verdict. Also can keep a Kestrel locked in. You don't imagine that Mr. Keiko will want to build a reflex block super early on if he's, well, like I said, we don't know which it is, but I don't often like Arden into Blackfeather, but the speed boost is quite good for kiting, and that seems to be where XL want to go with this, as a kiting based composition.
What are you thinking, Tasty? You've been very silent.
I'm trying to figure out why my computer keeps freezing on me, which is causing my Discord to cut out constantly. So I may actually have to restart very, very briefly. And thankfully, my computer restarts extremely quickly, because otherwise I'm going to be cutting in and out constantly on Discord. So
that's fine. I will cast with Darcy to your back if you don't get back in time. And that's no worries by me. No worries for me as we are heading into the game. Just waiting for it to load up. The final game of this series now between XL Esports and Team Queso. Cortez on the Samuel once more. Very different composition from Queso this time round here, Darcy.
Yeah, no, it is, and it is going to be that CP Black Feather as you predicted, I guess, Scoundrel. Mr. Keiko has played a lot of weapon power Kestrel this season. Sorry. So yeah, no, I do think that it's a little bit more interesting. I guess the CP Blackfeather can try and challenge the range of Samuel, but I feel like Kestrel would have done that a little bit better. That's the weird part is Kestrel into Vox is very heavily a skill matchup, whereas I think that you might have a bit more guaranteed stick to the Vox to try and take him down. Do see PRZ moving into the jungle here. Cortez taking a lot of damage, but the instantly turn on PRZ here, force him away, pop that sigil. Cortez is going to be put majorly behind his jungle rotation as Dark Ghost has already finished his backs and now moving on to his fronts.
All that PRZ is attempting to do here is he's trying to delay Cortez so they can get the Elder Treant for free. You know, he's got the boots, he's never going to be in too much of an issue. He might even be able to steal away this forward Treant. So, you know, that's really the main aim for PRZ is just to buy time. Buy time by being a nuisance.
And we're back.
Oh, there we go. Anyway, I'm gone now.
Thank you for covering Scoundrel. It's just I don't know what it is. Every so often, my computer likes to freeze up and cause issues. Just need a quick restart. But it's going to be Treant taken, Ancient Treant by Team Queso. Excel looking to try and push them out a bit in the jungle, but not really going to be finding much here, especially with Mr. Keiko rotating down. Queso, just in case they tried to stick around a little bit longer, Queso was ready to react.
In Queso going to stick around for longer. See, you need to put an O on anything that has like an A sound in it. So ASO, Beso, Queso, Team Queso. That's how you become the best caster, Tasty Bacon. Confirmed.
I believe that is still up for debate. But there is going to be a little bit of pressure coming out from the side of Excel. They really want to find an early game advantage. I think after the last game where they were pressured so heavily in the early game, I think they're going to want to try and give Queso a taste of that. But Queso's a pretty good early game. Would you stop? You can't just add an O to everything and make it Spanish, Dowsy. That's not how this works.
I will. Well, my name isn't Dowsy. Yep.
Or would it be Dowsy TVO?
Oh, God. No, not like this. Right. So, where do we stand currently? Nothing really has happened just yet. As currently, everyone just scaling up. These junglers really can't go too ham at each other. I guess Cortez can go a little bit more ham than Dark Ghost can do. But early on, we're just farming up. Cortez really wants that Frostburn online, and he's sitting about 300 gold away from it. He's going to face check into Dark Ghost here. In fact, Dark Ghost is the opposite way around, and that's a lot of damage going over to Dark Ghost, though a huge slow comes through, and PRZ will be able to allow for the escape. They set up a active camo trap to stop them from chasing into the jungle, but they will just look to secure this. Elder Treant goes over to Cortez there. So he's going to be sitting very close to hitting a Frostburn. Ooh, Nomad does take a bit of burst as they push into the enemy jungle here, trying to secure these back camps. It's the Health Treant being secured by Mr. Keiko, able to safely help out his teammate, considering the lane was pushed up and wasn't going to lose out on too much.
And so not really going to be able to find a whole lot there. The gold is going to stay relatively even, although it's a slight lead starting to show up for Queso, especially when this wave gets farmed up. Mr. Keiko, that's a lot of gold sitting out there waiting. Aroniac going to get pressured away too, so that he can't try and turn this onto Mr. Keiko at all. He's going to be down pretty low and has to just go into the jungle. Are they going to give they give the Treant over to Aroniac so he can get some health back. But now that gold, like you said, it's jumped up to all of a sudden 1,000 gold lead because of how massive that minion wave was for Mr. K Cool to farm up. So good job by Queso in this early game, just being able to find small, little, tiny advantages, but they do eventually add up.
Yeah, no, it is going to be a slight advantage now over to the side of Team Queso. Fountains have been completed by both teams. Aroniac will get that Poison Shiv and Cortez has a Frostburn. Dark Ghost is sitting fairly large distance away from finishing his Shatterglass on this Black Feather. Of course, wants to hit level 8 as well. That's when he becomes really influential. There's going to be Cortez just taking some of these lane CSs and make sure they don't go to waste. Anything the turret would have eaten, Cortez eats instead. Makes Black Feather a nice little happy little Samuel. And Black Feather a Samuel, Cortez
Makes
and
Black
Samuel.
Feather a nice, happy Samuel.
It's true. Aroniac's not a happy Samuel though. He takes a lot of damage. Cortez will come into the lane to fend off his opponents. Does walk into a stun trap, but Mr. Keiko's too far away to proc it. Look at the damage that he just laid down to Dark Ghost. Of course, PRZ can try to heal him up with that sigil there, but the damage has been done. If they are able to get another round out before that sigil is up, and they're going to be in a great position for sieging.
Yeah, and even if you just force the sigil out multiple times, it uses so much energy, and you can start forcing PRZ to run out of energy. He's not going to be able to cape that sigil up all the time. So just constant pressure on this turret. I do want to see them make a rotation down to the jungles fairly soon to steal away some camps. That's exactly what Cortez is doing now. I really like this movement, although he's got to be careful. Dark Ghost can still secure this, is going to, so excellent job there. Okay, so making sure that they don't actually end up missing out on too much.
Now we will see a push down the lane. Aroniac in a little bit of trouble. Aroniac doesn't have a Lyra to heal him up. So it does mean that he has to position a little bit more carefully and makes things a little bit more difficult. We do see that turret being chunked on down just a little bit there by Mr. Keiko. The Shadowglass has now been finished for Dark Ghost, and he is just 30 seconds away, perhaps a little bit more, from finishing his level 8, the overdrive onto that on point, the increased range. That is a turning point for Team Queso, a turning point they will look surely to fight around, and you can see a weapon power infuse into Mr. Keiko, ready for the team fight that it's going to break out soon. Or at least that they want to break out soon.
And we'll see if they can force that fight to happen, because they obviously, like you said, they want to make a fight happen because they have a bit of an edge here. It's just a matter of, will they be able to force XL into a spot where they aren't going to be able to fight back as well. Some good damage from XL, though, onto Dark Ghost. That's going to prevent any team fights from happening anytime soon, unless XL are the one that forced the issue. But again, this turret siege potential, they've started to get some chip damage onto that turret. And if they do this every couple of waves, they can find that objective and really swing this game back in their favor. So I'm liking the movements that XL are making, but they're going to have to pick up the pace a bit. You know, if you're getting just a fifth of the turret every couple of waves at the 8-minute mark, they still have only done again, a little over a fifth of the turret's damage or health. And at this rate, they're not going to take that turret down until like the 10, 11, 12-minute mark. And they're just allowing the members of Queso to continue farming up as well. So at some point, one of these two teams is going to have to just force the issue and really try and make a fight happen.
Yeah, no, I agree. But in a game 3, this is where teams get a little bit more serious and a little bit more hesitant to make these proactive moves. Cortez has an infusion of his own ticking away. Aroniac has the gold to purchase one. Could be a good time for XL to get that extra damage output. Very cheap infusions. If you wonder why people infuse so often, it's because you are spending around between 8 to, I think it's 12 gold per weapon power that you gain from it. Makes it a very efficient purchase for increasing your total weapon power and crystal power totals. And just gives you a huge advantage, especially if you're able to fight around it, because this is just a temporary buff. XL in lane, Team Queso in lane, trying to poke each other out. Cortez looking to get the Broken Myth first, it seems. he is a little bit separated from his team. This was areas from the previous game, but that's got a gauntlet coming down from Nomad, and it catches out 2. Sigil goes out, so does that Oblivion, but it's blocked up by Team K, so it won't be a threat. And XL not quite able to find the damage or the engage that they wanted here as Dark Ghost continues to poke away.
Yeah, they do have to be careful because Dark Ghost is going to get better and better at this counter poke, and you're trying to dish this damage right back out. He's still taking a fair bit of damage, but Excel is low on energy on Cortez. He obviously is a Samuel, so he can regen that energy fairly quickly with the Corrupted Genius perk. But they're going to rotate down into the jungle. Nothing is there for them to steal away, though. Unfortunate timing on this movement, but the camp did just respawn as they left. Excel obviously not aware of this. They're keeping the gold very close, though. It's still only a 1K gold lead. So this 1K lead appeared around the 4-minute mark, and it's been stable at this level for the previous 6 to 7 minutes, which is very good news for Excel. As long as you're not falling further behind, it shows that this pressure they're putting onto the lane has been working out in terms of keeping Dark Ghost occupied and preventing him from being able to rotate down into the jungle anywhere near as frequently as this side of Queso would like.
More infusions now being refreshed. Both Dark Ghost and Cortez with their level 10 here. Dark Ghost and Cortez racing, I guess, towards that broken myth. Whoever gets it first can really turn around a team fight. That's exactly what they want. There is a infusion in Aroniac's pocket, which means that XL are even on infusions with Team Queso. A lot of damage onto this turret as well, as Cortez is going to pop the Drifting Dark, start chucking it at Mr. Keiko here, at PRZ, at the turret and everything. The one-shot will come out, but it won't connect. There isn't as much healing and sustain, and it means that XL do have to be slightly careful about these engagements and these prolonged fights until that broken myth is there. They are going to look to try and take this turret out, I think.
Yeah, they've almost got this turret down now, and like I said, right around the 12-minute mark, they are going to make that fall. But, oh, here comes a counter engage from Queso.
Oh, it does go down the turret, but they lose Aroniac in the process. A good block from PRZ means he doesn't get put to sleep. And there's that hell for once more. Aroniac just went too deep. He walked right up towards the turret to throw the wait for it out and just instantly got popped by Mr. Keiko and Dark Ghost. Now it's going to be this turret taken by Team Queso, looking to just try and counter out the turret that was given. Oh, XL almost losing Cortez. Nomad may go down as well. Cortez able to escape, but here comes Dark Ghost looking for the on-point, won't connect. And he will be able to stay alive, but a turret traded and gold way in favor of Queso.
Yeah, net gain for Queso, not only getting the turrets traded evenly, but picking up that first blood bonus as well. And now we're going to see a bit more defense. Both PRZ and Nomad Vagabond getting themselves the Atlas Pauldrons completed. Both of them want to try to shut down the opposing weapon carry as much as possible. This game, it's been a slower pace because it's all been about this poke and harass type of game, just the chip damage onto the turrets, whittling away at your opponents. And thus far, Team Queso is the team that is coming out with a slight lead. It's still a very close goal deficit, but it is a deficit that is building slowly creeping up. But again, this poke from Cortez is so strong. Even though Dark Ghost can answer poke back with the on points, obviously it's just much easier for Cortez to get the damage out as they move around the map.
Yep. So much poke onto Aroniac. XL need a hard engage. They can't afford to be in this poke war. It just only favors Team Queso over time. And they rely on Nomad Vagabond's ultimate, which has just come up to be able to do so. You can see XL will fall back from the lane because it's so much easier to hit when they're in the jungle and everyone's grouped up. Gold miner is full. We'll just get dragged away by Nomad there. We see the breaking point finished for Aroniac, a broken myth for Cortez, broken myth for Dark Ghost as well. Everything coming online for these guys. Mr. Keiko going down a crit build with the tornado trigger, and we'll be finishing off his 4th damage item, which will be a Monocles next.
All right, so Mr. Keiko looking to have that massive burst damage. Dark Ghost obviously wants to just sit back, poke a bit, and try and whittle opponents down. Cortez looking to do the same thing, but now with the broken myths completed, these fights can really ramp up. That poke is going to just increase and increase as they stay there. And eventually, once those broken myths are stacked up, the teams are going to look for hard engages. Breaking point for Aroniak as well is going to just help him scale further into these fights. And we'll see if they can actually find a solid engagement. Kraken has spawned 15 minutes into this game. We still have one turret down on each side of the fold. Mr. K-Cool looking to push up with the rest of the team. They want to find an aggressive positioning, forcing Excel to have to rotate up into them, but then they just back off instead as they don't want to take too many risks, ducking down to the shop. There's a lot on the line here. Staying in the winner's bracket is so important. It drastically increases your chances of getting to the finals and taking that first seed, which is what everyone is gunning for. And in a third game of the best of three, it is do or die. Obviously, the loser of this will not be fully eliminated. They will still have a second chance, but if you can avoid going down to the elimination bracket, you want to do so at all costs.
Not only that, pride is on the line, I think, for some of these guys. Team Queso, first seed here in the Challenger Series, and they want to maintain that first seed status as Nomad takes a huge chunk of poke damage. Team KXL have been constantly working on their game and trying to improve as well. And a win against Team Queso here in the winner's bracket would certainly go towards proving their efforts. No one wants to go down after such a hard-fought series. Fortunately, there can only be one winner. 16 and a half minutes. And it looks like a fight may just break out here. Nomad has that ultimate ready to go. Needs to be the one to pull the trigger. The hard engage can only come from him realistically. Won't be looking to pull it just yet.
And it's just getting more and more tense because with this game, the later it goes, the more this first team fight is going to be so decisive. I mean, you're not going to be able to win the game off it, but you can get so much off of a team fight win at this stage that it could just get you into the victory because you're going to get so far ahead of your opponents. A decisive team fight win at this stage means 2 turrets, a Kraken, and just that's such a huge gold swing going in your favor that it can be very difficult to come back from. Queso, they're actually going to start up this Kraken here. Members of Excel are recalling. Yeah. They have no idea that this is happening. This is a free Kraken that's going to go the way of Queso. Oh, that was a lapse in judgment here from the side of Excel.
Certainly was. Really wanted to have that Echo ready for the next fight and just allowed that Kraken to go down. They may look for a fight immediately with the Echo. Is going to catch out 2. Where's the second Echo? Where's the Oblivion? Puts PRC to sleep. If they can take him out, then that's huge. They need to keep chasing. They need to throw that second gauntlet out, but he's not used the Echo on it. Oh, this is a mistake, but they are able to pick up Dark Ghost. Now looking for Mr. K-Cool, but he is going to look to try and take out Cortez. Aroniak doing the work. He's looking for the kill, but won't be able to find it. Everyone's so low. Everyone going to go back. And one shot comes out. Ooh, doesn't quite find a shot onto anyone. That will be the Kraken taking the first turret. Now started up by XL, trying to take it out as well.
I didn't see it exactly happen, but I am almost positive that the Echo ended up resetting the cooldown of Blood for Blood or Vanguard instead.
I don't think it was used at all.
No, the Echo was used. The Echo was on cooldown, but it was a very short cooldown. So it had to have been on one of those first 2 abilities, which is a big mistake, unless he's purely just using the Echo to get a double Vanguard and just try and keep someone alive. But that is not the way to use an Echo on a Arden. So that was an interesting situation. They do lose out only 1 turret, and they get the Kraken gold. So that's actually going to help XL get this gold back a little bit closer to even once again. But these are very, very trying times for both of these teams. Neither side wants to make the mistake that's going to cost them the game.
Yeah, no, this is pretty scary stuff. Only 1 kill apiece per team. No one really wants to be making mistakes. Everyone's just so nervous of being the one to throw the game for their team. Cortez will finish off his Eve of Harvest before this next team fight starts. Wants to go to shop and pick that up now. Roniak obviously just needing to finish off his boots. Could look for a Johnny Boots or a second Wall Treads, depending on what he wants to do. Cortez won't have an infusion, though. That's going to be a hard time for him. Sea of Harvest is a little bit too expensive. Needs to be getting some of this lane CS. Cortez needs to try and give it over to him at this stage of the game, just to allow for the infusion to come online before the next team fight, because it can really just turn the difference in the game. We do have Gauntlet up, Echo up, XL and Team Queso meeting each other once more over this wave. There's Gauntlet going down. Oh, it stuns up huge. Where's the second one going to come through? Once more, it's been used on something else, but they find the kill on to Mr. Keiko, and they're going to look for a second onto PRZ here. He will fall. It is XL finding a 2 for none. Now they can look to push up the lane. Was it a Vanguard, double Vanguard once more?
No, that time he used it on the Gauntlet. The second Gauntlet did come out. It actually stunned up PRZ a second time. So it was a double
was it
Gauntlet.
Like on the exact place? Like
it was just slightly lower than it. It was very close. Obviously. Yeah, it was very close to it, but it was definitely used. I think he shortly after using the second Gauntlet, he walked out of the first one so that it went away. So it only looked like there was one down, but it was definitely double Gauntlet. Easy way to tell is also the cooldown on the Echo is massive. So the Kraken is going to be taken. One shot gets blocked up. Nice positioning by Excel to position themselves to avoid the steal. And with 3 kills to their name at 21.5 minutes, Kraken now unleashed. We'll see if they can get more work done with the Kraken than what Queso was able to do. But Excel are now pushing in with a chance to try and gain a lead for the first time in this game.
Certainly would be, as they're going to take this Kraken to the tier 2 turret. Team Queso were only able to get 1 turret for their Kraken. XL will be looking to do a little bit more. Echo up in 30 seconds means that they can't really team fight just yet, because they want to save their Gauntlet until that Echo is ready. So just artillery from backline and another 20-second wait. This Kraken already down to half HP as soon as this turret blows it up. Means that XL may not be able to find a second turret for themselves. Although this choke point really good for Samuel, as he's able to throw out so much damage. Though that's a huge crit onto Cortez and may just shut down this turret pushing Exabade for XL. They will fall back, the turret sitting on 1/3 of its HP, but XL can't risk it.
Oh boy, Dowsy, this game is so close. It's very reminiscent of our previous series, but just a little bit more careful and cautious play from both sides.
There's the Gauntlet.
That's
a stun. Oh. Here's the second one. That's going to be blocked up this time, though. But they're chasing forward, and Mr. Keiko is so low. 1 more auto attack, 2 more, 3, and there it is. The kill goes 4th. That is Dark Ghost being put to sleep. No, it's PRZ, and they're going to chase forward, look for this Lyra. And that should be the kill going over to XL in just a bit. No Kraken to take this time, Tasty Bacon, but a choke point that's sitting so low on HP. A Crystal Sentry as well that Cortez will look to finish. They're going to look to try and get 1 more turret and take the lead as far as gold is concerned.
Yeah, they should 100% be able to get this turret. Dark Ghost will not be able to defend it. And with Kraken not being up to even throw out the flare just to see if Kraken is up yet. But choke point turret will be going down here, and Excel, the double gauntlets, are finding their mark. Even though the second one got blocked, that's forcing the Crucible to be used on that gauntlet, and it still does damage when you run through it regardless. So they're able to find really excellent use. That first gauntlet, though, was beautiful. The double stun setting everything up for Excel.
Yeah, no, it definitely did. Excel have the lead in gold by that margin. These gauntlets have just been so huge for them. Man, this is tense for both these teams. I think XL probably came into this as the major underdogs, despite the fact that they're a fantastic team. Seems like they Team Queso has just been too strong with Mr. Keiko now on the roster. The Kraken, she spawns once more here. XL getting ready for their next fight. 7 seconds on that gauntlet.
We're going to have a third Kraken likely come out before this game is over.
Grouped up.
Oh, Nice bulwark and to prevent an engage, but now they can go for it. The gauntlet is available with an echo, but they don't pull the trigger. Nomad Vagabond, I think, had an excellent chance to land that double gauntlet.
War Treads was popped by the Lyra, so now they have a chance at opening a 47-second window to go in, and there's just no escape. There's the War Treads being popped, in fact, though. They're going to push themselves into the lane and try and force Team Queso to come to them. Going to make them force a rotation that is not favorable. This is good stuff from XL. Now we have to find this gauntlet coming down. That's a huge one, but Mr. Keiko was able to escape. Can they catch him up with another gauntlet? In fact, it isn't going to be a second gauntlet coming through, but it is going to be just annihilation, a sleep to put everyone to death. An ace, minions push into the base, and XL are going to look to finish it. Game 3 will be theirs here, Tasty Bacon, and they will find revenge onto Team Queso.
The first decisive team fight of this game. Meaning as in one that results in an ace with nobody else falling, and Excel 25 minutes in, almost 26, they will take down the crystal and remain in the winner's bracket. Team Queso, they've come through the elimination bracket before, not this late in the game, but we'll see if they can make another run to get back to the finals. Excel, excellent job this series, able to withstand Team Queso and pick up the victory.
Man, incredible stuff. Absolutely insane gauntlet play from Nomad. And he really made the Arden pick, the influential pick it needed to be in this series. XL will progress to the winners bracket finals to go up against Norm Pasuni, and
Noam Pasuni.
Yeah.
Noam Pasuni. Yeah, I think that's right. Anyway, what a series. Honestly, that was pretty insane. I'm gonna say for me, MVP was Nomad Vagabond, but you can see how much of an influential difference Aroniac has made coming back into the XL roster.
Oh yeah,
they have looked so good as this unit. This is the first time I think we've seen them play when they have been that strong unit together, and they have just taken Team Queso down. They have got the final hurdle to get to the grand finals, which is going to be no, it's not Norm Pasuni. It's going to be Magic Cloud. So it's Magic Cloud that they are going to be facing.
Oh, it is Magic Cloud, isn't it?
It's Magic Cloud that they're going to be facing in the next round of the playoff bracket. Very strong team, but they didn't look infallible. And XL in their wins didn't look like they made too many mistakes, which I think is what's interesting. In their loss, they definitely made mistakes. Things didn't go right. But in their wins, they looked like they weren't throwing a lot of the times. A lot of the team fights, they played very nicely. They did really well. So I think there's going to be a really interesting matchup. Now, but we're going to go to a quick break because we do have yet one more series to come, guys, which is going to be Helldivers versus Arcane Esports. But let me just bring up the playoff bracket before we go there. As we're going to see if I've got this right. It is not right. Well done, Kiernan. You are excellent at this. But basically, it does give you an overview of what is going to be happening here. We are going to see Magic Cloud versus XL Esports in the winners final. As you can see, now it's right. And XL will be on the top side as they came from the top side of the bracket. Magic Cloud will be on the bottom side. And Non Pasuni and also Team Queso will be in the losers bracket facing the winners of Helldivers and Arcane and 90 Degrees and Phobos. So that's where we are at right now. Now, let's go to a very quick break while I get these next teams ready. We are running a bit behind, guys. I'm very sorry about that, but it happens. I didn't even show you the playoff bracket. I'm an idiot. Now I've shown you the playoff bracket.
For the break, quick!
So that's the playoff bracket. I just realised you were looking at my face while I was doing all of that. I apologise. It's been a long broadcast. And now we're going to go to a very quick break where we get the next game set up, which is going to be Helldivers versus Arcane Esports.
I just wanna feel like this. I just wanna feel like this. I just wanna feel like this forever. I love it when my feet don't touch the ground, touch the ground. Don't wanna let these colors fade, kaleidoscopes inside my head. Just wanna feel like this. Just wanna feel like this forever. I just wanna feel like this. I just wanna feel like this. I just wanna feel like this forever. I love it when my feet don't touch the ground, touch the ground. Don't wanna let these colors fade, kaleidoscopes inside my head. Just wanna feel like this. Just wanna feel like this forever.
What up, Famalams? Welcome back to the VGL Summer Split 2. We are into our final series of the night. It has been a long one. Thank you for those of you that have stuck with us. We are going into Helldivers against Arcane Esports, one of the two losers bracket games we have here in the playoff brackets.
Elimination match, Excalibur.
Losers bracket playoff, same thing. We are going to go to the draft. I think we're ready to go already, so I'm going to get the team started, and we're going to jump straight in.
Very exciting stuff. We saw Helldivers yesterday playing, securing their spot here in the playoffs. We have also had a peek at Arcane earlier on in the season, week 1. Can't remember which day, who they were against, but they look very strong. It's Fateless, Koros, and Itchy, which is Itchy and Koros have played Vainglorious Vainglory at like semi-pro level for quite some time as each other as a team. So bringing Fateless into the roster, who has Vainglory 8 experience, really huge for them. So a super strong roster and very, very exciting matchup because both these teams should be very, very evenly matched.
I'm just going to check Helldivers are okay. Because they seem to have not got into the right draft lobby at least. Or if they have, they haven't banned anything and they've got about 20 seconds. I'm going to stop and reset this.
I'll give them, just if you start it now, restart the website.
We just need to let them know that if they're having issues, they can just refresh the page and it usually fixes it.
They have connected now, Scoundrel, so you can start the draft.
Okay, well, I'm going to start it up.
And we'll see if they see it coming up for them. If not, they can obviously refresh again. There it is. Lyra will come through as the ban.
We are good to go, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the road.
We do use an external client to do the double ban, as it hasn't quite been added to game yet.
Soon TM, I believe, is the term that you're looking for.
Well, I have no idea. But I do see Catherine picked up as the first pick here. A priority by Helldivers to make sure that they don't miss out on any other captains. And we'll have to see if they prioritize a captain themselves. No, Vox going to be picked up for Arcane. So very likely to ban a carry of their own, which will be Baron. And then we'll see Arden banned or something like that for the side of Helldivers.
Waiting for the next ban here for Helldivers. They look like they are maybe trying to set up for a Batiste composition. But we have seen those fail today. XL didn't manage to pilot that to a successful win. Let's see what Arcane Esports go with their next pickup. You imagine a captain, but they could also try and deny the Batiste here, Darcy.
Yeah, they can do. I think that it makes sense to deny the Batiste, but it does obviously open up to countering the jungle very simply by picking Scarf now and picking maybe a Glaive or some sort of frontline weapon power carry. So, yeah, no, I agree. Taking away the Batiste is clever because you don't want to allow your opponents to have it, but it could also just open yourself up to issues. It's in its own right. It's like a necessary evil, almost, like Scoundrel.
It is, yeah. It's a necessary evil, but you're right. You open yourself up to counters now, and Captain generally considered one of the least influential in terms of counter picking. So,
and there's so many being banned away as well. So it's not like you're going to be able to pick the perfect captain into this scenario.
Waiting to see the lock-ins now for Helldivers, who are really thinking about this next stage of their draft. If I were them, I would be considering things like Idris is fine. I would also maybe think about Scarf. I would maybe think about Sky. We've seen Sky have huge success. That is an interesting one into Batiste. I feel like you've just shot yourself in the foot, but
yes.
But I mean, maybe it's a CP Idris. You never know.
Yeah, it's very much a CP Idris here,
yeah.
Sandro.
Which kind of functions in the same band of Scarf, but I almost would have preferred to see the weapon power Idris and then a Scarf. So it's yeah.
Yep, I'm on board. Tasty. Final pick. Which captain will it be? And why is it weapon power Arden? Oh, it's not. It's banned.
I wouldn't mind seeing this be like a Captain Batiste and then pick up something like a Rhyme or a Rona into this composition because there is a lot of melee. And I think that would actually be really interesting to see, but I don't think they're going to go for it. I think they're going to want to have
that's super new NA. Get out of here with your NA strats. In EU, we don't do that. I'm on board though. That's a path I hadn't really considered. And if they go down that path, then I'm going to be very, very pleasantly surprised. Very much likely going to be like a Sky looked in, I think. Fortress.
Okay, that's a bit of a surprise. Usually when you have a Fortress, it's because you have another all-in early game aggressive jungler to go with it. But
it might be a jungle Fortress. Maybe you caught it, Tasty.
I would be fairly surprised if it was a jungle Fortress. I was fully expecting to see a Finn come out as the final pick. Like Finn or Lance, I think would have been the more
like common picks there, but Fortress, it'd be interesting to see if it works out. But early on, I'm just curious to see how they're going to pair that up with the Batiste, and in terms of the early aggression that Fortress usually likes to have, because Batiste generally is not going to be that all-in engagement style of hero that Fortress usually pairs with.
Well, we have seen, we have seen people really try to punish CP Idris early on. Maybe this is a call of Fortress to say this is CP Idris, but let's just rush this. Let's just put pressure on from the get-go, stops Idris from scaling up. I mean, that could be the thought process here, Dalsey, going into this game. I feel like both of these drafts were weird, but you would argue that just for the pure late game and the fact that you've got Glaive to get you through the mid game, Helldivers, in my eyes, are looking like the superior composition here. But I'm going to let you guys talk about it as we get into game.
Yeah, this is a very intriguing one. We do see that Bloodborne contract picked up by Itchy here. He's going to be looking to try and make this Fortress work.
The letter of his name.
Pardon?
You're just completely ignoring the T in his name.
No, Itchy.
Well, then you're ignoring the A in his name.
Nah, it's okay. Me and Itachi, we go back and
Yeah. Just to clear up, we and Dalsey call Itchy. It's Itchy as a nickname. We all know that it's Itachi. We know that it's a Naruto character. Don't get triggered. It's just a nickname.
I will, for sense of professionality here, Tasty Bacon, to be the utmost righteous caster I can be, refrain from calling him his nickname, Itachi.
I just wasn't sure if you just were actually just missing the character.
But if we're going to do that, Tasty Bacon, Purdon, okay, not Perdune, Purdon.
It could definitely be Perdune, okay.
It could be. It's not.
But it could be. And
right.
That is just a
Fortress being picked up here, Bacon, as a captain. Batiste obviously will be allowed to dive onto a target a little bit quicker. I guess that's the idea, is that you just go full on ham. But look at this gank already in the lane, and Fateless is in so much trouble. A stun and a kill. First blood over to Purdon.
That's going to be a nice first blood pickup there for the side of Helldivers, as Itachi was down in the jungle with Kuros and just kind of allowed their laner to get ganked pretty heavily. The early game Glaive ganks are extremely effective. This is something that, because we have been seeing Glaive so frequently in the lane, it's going to be a nice gank on the Penguin. Yeah,
Penguin might die here. No, he's going to be able to walk away. Throws the chakram the direction he wants to walk, just to show him the way. That's going to be, unfortunately for Arcane, not quite the return kill that they were looking for in the lane.
Yeah, and the Dragon Blood contract, not quite going to be able to secure a kill, but they are going to rotate into the jungle, and Perdon's going to get his camp stolen away. Itachi actually secures it, but now he might be paying.
Yeah, Itachi might go down here. The stun from that Ordain comes through to keep him alive, but look at Sozane just chasing Itachi down. I actually think Itachi wins this 1v1 as a Fortress. He does. Oh, that's a huge mistake. I love the BM with the taunt as well afterwards, but how does he escape this? Purdon moving in onto Koros. Oh, that chunk of damage. That is an easy kill for Purdon. Itachi will fall back to base with his backport. A very crazy start to this game. 3 kills in 3 minutes. The advantage seemingly over to Helldivers.
Yeah, the early game lead will go Helldivers' way. We'll see what kind of extra pressure they can try and add from it, as Zane just are going to be looking for as many stuns in the early game as possible. You want to use that Merciless Pursuit almost on cooldown, as long as you are not putting yourself into a dangerous position to do so. But here comes Perdon, knocking him right into the stun.
Yep, Fateless. He is dead, gone, and out of here. Penguin of War and this CP Idris going to be scaling up nicely. And if this aggression from Purdon continues, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Arcane to really put out the fire that is CP Idris. The weapon-powered Glaive in the jungle is very, very effective at ganking. Very effective. Even more effective, you could argue, than its CP counterpart, just because of the fact that the damage output it offers is more. And you're really only going to get one or after burnout in a gank. They're looking for a return kill into Zozane here, and they will find it. Kill after kill, trade after trade, just going back and forth.
It's just going to be perhaps another very even game, although in a very different light in this one, as the kills are coming out frequently and very quickly. But I'll see if the pressure onto this turret is going to pay off. They're actually not going to go for the turret pressure. Here comes Perdun.
Perdun is going to be caught out here, and this should be another kill going over to Arcane. It is going to be Koros to find it. Itachi, I think, has committed to taunting after every kill that Arcane does pick up. Just actually, that's the way you add a kill to your assist total, by the way, when you're on Fortress. It's an unknown fact, but it is a fact, of course. And so every time you taunt after your team is involved in a kill, if you taunt, it gets added to your kill total. Penguin of War has moved down to try and get a healing tree, and he's not going to get it. Koros will actually pick it up here. And now Koros just will walk away from Zozane, or at least attempt to. We do see Perdun moving up. Frostburn's being completed by Penguin of War. And in the whole Shadowglass versus Frostburn argument, this is a game where Frostburn is 100% needed and everyone else is wrong, because the fortress is going to charge on top of you. You need to be able to kite, and if you can't kite, you die on CP address. It is as simple as that. If you can't escape this fortress, this Batiste, this Vox running at your face, you're dead. The Shadowglass will not help you survive, and Penguin War very smart to pick up that Frostburn in this scenario.
Yeah, and Frostburn with the single crystal bit means he will have the divergent path unlocked, so he's going to have extra range now in these fights. So we'll see if they can make anything happen here. Perdun rotating up early, so he's going to be, they know he's there. It's going to make the gank potential significantly lower, but an afterburn could still come out. We'll see if they try and make anything happen. With the chakra missing, though, oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage going on to Zozane.
Yeah, no, this is a lot of damage going on to Arcane in total as well, as that chakram hits all about 3 on its entry journey. They're going to look to try and get this healing treant here, but Helldivers are not content with just allowing that. They're going to move up and look for a kill, and that's Koros getting stunned up whilst the Fearsome Shade gets cancelled. Koros in trouble here. Penguin of War not quite hitting his chakram, though. Could have been a lot of damage. Boots will be popped. They will escape. That stun, though, to cancel out the Fearsome Shade is so huge, and Itachi onto Perdun, all the damage output he puts is insane on just this Captain Fortress.
Yeah, very important stun onto Koros to cancel out the Fearsome Shade, but also Koros was able to get the Ordained down onto Perdun before the Afterburn came out, and that prevented Perdun from being able to get the stun from the Afterburn onto him, which would have solidified a kill. There's another Afterburn, but not going to connect.
No, Fateless just stepped over the glaive there, and Perdun wasn't really able to hit him for whatever reason, so I guess just a mistap on the screen. There's going to be aggression put out by Arcane, really just trying to make this fortress working. I like it. You do have to play uber aggressive, ultra aggressive to a fault almost when you have this this fortress on your team, and Arcane know that's their win condition, so they are continuously looking for any kill, any fight they can take, or else this fortress, if it falls behind, if the team falls behind, is going to be fairly useless.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult spot now for them to be in, but right now it looks like they want to try and push in again, but not going to be able to get a chance to get onto Penguin of War. They got spotted out, and so very quick backing up from the side of Helldivers. Perdun, if he can get in, find an Afterburn onto any of these targets, all 3 of them are fairly squishy, and it can be taken out pretty quick, but it feels like Helldivers really want to wait for Penguin of War to get another item online before they're looking for many fights, because they're just very afraid of Koros and the damage that can come out, as well as obviously Fateless having 2 completed tier 3 items. And it's going to be Zozane getting chunked down heavily. It's going to really keep Helldivers on the back foot.
Yeah, it certainly does. Fortress Fountain is available, but Arcane will just move over towards this gold miner immediately, and it will not be contested. Easy gold for the side of Arcane will give them a lead here. Perdun, unless he goes blind, is not going to be able to steal this. And in fact, they're just going to grab straight onto this glaive. Great stun from that Ordain. But Arcane not risking it for the chocolate biscuit, looking to try and steal away this tree and probably give it to Itachi so he can stick around with the team. They run into a huge amount of damage. Tachi pops his ult, as well as the Fountain. Koros trying to do some work. Zozane on the front line taking it all up. But look, Perdun has to escape with the Afterburn, has to go defensive and weapon power glaive, and it's not something you want to do. Arcane, very risky to just run into that bush without, checking out with a flare. Really just only feeds the Idris what he wants. this turret would be very difficult to take here. They're going to do their best to walk over and take it. Managing to avoid aggro, Itachi almost loses his life. Fateless going to just dance around, and that will be the turret going down. A gold lead really accentuated here, and they're going to look to try and escape Purdon, who's going to take down Feetless. Take down Koros possibly as well. Boots popped. He's able to walk away, but Penguin of War dies on over, hits the Distractum, gets the auto attack, and that's 2 kills, 1 over. Going to mean that this gold lead started by Arcane should be shut down a little bit.
The shutdown is going to be very important. Helldivers able to find a couple of kills. Going to be getting this first turret likely as well. Yep, okay, they got it. It's going to be maybe Purdon paying. Hachi tries to chase him down. A little bit longer for that cooldown to come up. Afterburn away, blocks the stun, and gets the kill. Not sure if it was worth the use of the Crucible, but
yeah, we'll see.
The fight's not going to come out for another 40 seconds, so he should be okay. But a great job there by the side of Helldivers to be able to get that turret answered, make it even once more. They're still down by about 2k gold, but being able to find those kills and pressure the turret right back onto the side of Arcane is good news for them. If they hadn't been able to take that turret down, they would have been in a very large deficit.
Pretty interesting game, to say the least here. Lots of action. Exactly what we want after a long, hard VGL Challenger Series broadcast. These teams are fighting for tournament survival here, Tasty Bacon. Only one of them can progress deeper into Split 2 of the summer season. Currently, it is Arcane with the upper foot. This Crystal Sentry going to be contested. Zozane boots on over. He wants to stop this up. Penguin of War is a little bit too far away, but Arcane don't know that, so they are going to respectfully fall back in the jungle, but still take the Crystal Sentry down. Purdon over the wall, has sight, going to not be able to block, take the kill, and that's going to be Fearsome Shade, blocked on up, but still they find the kill onto Purdon. A silence onto Zozane means he can't Fountain, now chucks it out, but it's too late to save his life or his glaives, and Penguin of War, last man standing, trying to kite back. This Frostburn will allow for him to do so. But it is his teammates dying around him, just doesn't have the damage output yet to be able to dissuade full-on fights like that.
All right, so now with the gold mine going to be going over, Arcane able to find pretty consistent advantages. And if they can keep this up, they will be well on their way towards a Game 1 victory in this set. The minions in the lane are sitting right around the middle, so there's not really going to be any opportunity for a push either way. And I'm sure a side of Helldivers are happy for that, as they're going to be able to rotate up and try and pick up some of this gold. But Arcane is now here, and they could potentially look for a fight. They're able to find a couple of skirmishes. Once this ultimate is ready for Itachi, you got to figure they're going to look for another way to make something happen. As they rotate down to the jungle, they could just look to take this Crystal Sentry down, and that's exactly what they're going to look to do.
Is going to be the Crystal Sentry defeated. Second life, I think, removed from the map there.
Yep.
Arcane now with a 2,000 gold lead. Broken Myth has been finished on time for Penguin of War here, which is good stuff. Means that Helldivers are not out of the count just yet. Poison Shiv just finished on this glaive. A little bit far behind on items. Hasn't quite had the big impact that he had earlier on in the game as we start to shift towards this mid stage. Arcane are in a pretty good position. Their dive composition seemingly working out for them. They have to be very careful. Get that shielding online. Fateless needs an Aegis, as does Koros. Or else this Idris is going to be a problem that they can't handle.
Idris definitely is looking to scale up. Has all 3 offensive items and can be a massive threat. But it hasn't quite happened yet for Helldivers. They haven't really been able to make that team fight happen the way that they need to in order to gain an advantage, get some footing back in this game. Thus far, it is all Arcane that are pulling the strings and deciding when and where fights happen and getting the better of them more often than not. So with everything available, all ultimates and all cooldowns ready to go, they're going to rotate to this Crystal Sentry again. This will eliminate the Sentry, and so Helldivers, they want to try and stop this.
Yeah, they are going to look for the stop, and that's going to be a Fearsome Shade cancelled out by the Crucible. Chorus taking a lot of damage. Purden looking for the kills onto Itachi. Itachi very low. Chorus low as well, but Fateless is just allowed to do so much free damage, and Fateless will take the kill there. The Crystal Sentry will survive. The Minion Cannon doing work. It's a good purchase by Helldivers. I don't know if Fateless can really realistically have the damage to do this. No, he can't. He goes down so quickly. You cannot fight a CP Idris when he has 9 Broken Myth stacks. It is just not allowed. It's illegal! And that will be the kill going over to Helldivers. An ace for them! They're going to get themselves a gold miner. And this is perhaps the beginning of the end for Arcane.
Yeah, definitely not the fight Arcane wanted. I don't think they were ready for the Minion Candy to get popped onto the Crystal Sentry. Made it that much more difficult to take down. Made it dish out that much more damage onto them. Not much is going to be gained for the side of Helldivers other than that gold miner as a result of that fight. But with Kraken spawning now, to win a team fight right before Kraken spawns gets you that mental edge against your opponents, knowing that you can fight, knowing that you're at this point now where Penguin of War can dish out this massive amount of damage. He's been able to go unkilled all game long. As much as Arcane was winning these early fights, they were never able to lock down this Idris. And Penguin of War with the full damage items, if he can start building up, the attack's going to go out, trying to get some stacks built up, but Arcane not willing to commit to a fight just yet.
In this tight corridor here can be very great for them, but also just provides the easiest of Broken Myth stackings for Penguin of War. So it is a hard one to deal with. These Crucibles have been on point for Zozane as far as Fearsome Shade blocking is concerned, and really has been influencing the fights in the favor of Helldivers. He has that Minion Cannon in his inventory as well, which means the Crystal Sentry cannot be contested whatsoever. Something Arcane didn't really respect over the last team fight. This Crystal Sentry, they really want it. They are going to go for it. Watch this. Instantly, Zozane's going to pop his boots to get over there and put that Minion Candy down on it. But this time his teammates weren't in position to join him, so maybe a slip there from Arcane, from Helldivers, who seemingly put so much effort into defending it the last time.
Yeah, they have really been trying to prevent that Sentry from getting eliminated. Unfortunately, not going to happen this time around. And so, as they now Arcane are able to have a little bit more freedom to move about the Helldivers jungle without worrying about taking any extra damage. It's going to be a little bit of poke onto Zozane, but Arcane, it feels like while they've been able to move around the map and find objectives here and there, taking out that Crystal Sentry is very important. They haven't really been able to find the fights that they want over the last few minutes, as they know that Helldivers are very strong now. They know that they need to get on Penguin of War, but the amount of stuns between the Afterburn and the Merciless Pursuits, they're having a really difficult time actually getting to this Idris and trying to take him off the map. And so if they can continue to protect him on the side of Helldivers, they will always have a chance to win a team fight.
Let's see if Arcane are able to do that. Currently, Koro still without a Broken Myth. Bit of an issue, I think, for this Batiste, because at the 17-minute mark, you're constantly putting money into your infusions, which means you aren't really going to ever get close to it. And he needs a ridiculous amount of money, 1,600, to get to his Broken Myth. Requires a huge team win, and they are going to look to fight. No Crystal Sentry to stop them. That is going to be the silence blocked up, and the Fearsome Shade does work. They've taken down Zozane, now jumping onto Penguin of War, but his Shimmer strikes away, able to escape. Purden may not have the same fate. That's going to be the kill going over to Koros. Itachi loses his life. The CP Idris has a lot of stacks, and oh god, Arcane, do they know it? He's going to charge forward. He's going to take down Koros, looking for the triple kill. It's going to be a triple kill for Penguin of War. GG, easy, CP Idris. Ace comes through, and he's going to push the lane.
CP Idris is a little bit strong once you get into the late game.
9 Broken Myth, man.
Just a little bit.
He has
just
to
a
be
little
killed.
strong.
He has to be killed instantly. The issue is, right, the only CC they have is an Ordain and a Fearsome Shade, and generally Zozane's been blocking the Fearsome Shade, which means Penguin of War can block the Ordain. If that happens, then Penguin of War just survives every fight.
And not only that, but his ability to reposition halfway through a fight by using the Shimmer Strike is just so good. It keeps him safe so frequently. With that ace, he takes a turret. Now they're going to work on the Kraken as well. The entire team is here, and Arcane is not going to get there quick enough to stop this. And all of a sudden, Helldivers have got this Kraken unleashed and only have 3 turrets left to work through with it. And
They're
here
fighting.
comes a fight.
Yeah, looking to just go straight on in and try and take them out before the Kraken is a pain. Zozen going very low here, pops the fountain for himself. Penguin of War untouched in the backline, needs to be taken out here. Does get stunned up though as he jumps out. The Ordain hits him and it's a double kill for Fateless. Shutdown comes through. The work has been done. They can backport here and look to stop up this Kraken.
And they need to stop the Kraken. Unfortunately for them, even with the teamfight win, they can't try and push for anything because the Kraken was making its way towards their base. The Kraken might still be able to get this turret because it is still so healthy. But it's a great fight. Finally able to take Idris out for the first time this game, 20 minutes in. And Arcane, if they can do that, they can win.
No, this is a huge win for Arcane. As you mentioned, it's unfortunate that the fight win doesn't result in them being able to push the bases, but actually by taking out the enemy, they get the Kraken down and they only lose 1 turret in the process. That turret could have been 3 turrets, very simply, with the damage that the Chakram does and the threat of engage that is on the side of Helldivers. So they needed to win a team fight to stop the Kraken from ending the game, essentially, or at least be at the risk of doing so.
21 minutes into this one, Dowsy. We have a very much uneven game between both of these sides, Helldivers and Arcane. Neither side wants to go down 1-0 in this best of 3 we've had in the previous 2 series, each go the distance. It's looking like these 2 teams are going to be capable of doing the same because they are very evenly matched. But for now, it's all comes down to Penguin of War. If Penguin of War stays alive, the fights go the way of Helldivers. If Penguin of War gets killed, it is Arcane that picks up the team fight win. So this is so much pressure being put on this Idris. It's just a matter of will he be able to stand up to it or will he crack under that immense weight of knowing that the game basically revolves around him.
Koros, still not a broken myth. A Aegis purchased here to try and survive longer against Penguin of War. Penguin of War looking to build an Eve of Harvest as his last item will provide so much sustain as these team fights draw on. Really will be the difference for him to just be able to survive a little bit longer. The issue in the last team fight, Tasty Bacon, was that he used his Shimmer Strike whilst he was still in the Ordained. And so all Koros had to do was walk out of the Ordained. And even though Idris is inside his Shimmer Strike and technically invulnerable, he's left the Imperial, the Ethereal Prism, which I guess breaks the laws of physics. And he still gets stunned. And so that's what happened in the last team fight. Another fight breaking out here, but look at the damage from that Chakra, and they haven't quite found the engage they need yet. Zozen will be focused on down, but look at Penguin Wall right at the back line. A great fear does knock back both Purdon and Zozen, and now they're looking to try and take down Purdon as well. Penguin Wall, 7 broken myth stacks, and Purdon will be able to escape. Means that it's very difficult for them to dive on forward, but they are going to try and touch. He's going to lose his life. The Shimmer Strike avoids the damage. Fateless should go down, and it's only Koros left alive. A shutdown comes through. He finds the kill. Oh, the afterburn into the tree, and hey, we're in EU. Seems to be OP no matter how it is. He's just going to look for the back here. Both junglers realizing they can't kill each other without risk. And it's a 2 for 2.
Oh, boy, this game, Dowsy. These games today, I don't know what it is about today. And these teams just being like dead even going into each other. But what a day of Vainglory we've had already. And we're still guaranteed at least one more game when this one is settled. It's been absolutely thrilling. 13-13 on the scoreboard. The gold lead is about 2,000 to 3,000, but it really doesn't matter because we're getting to the stage where the carries are getting to full builds. Koros still trying to get to that broken myth is still going to be a ways off because they have to spend so much on keeping infusions up.
Right. He's 900 gold away, Tasty.
Yeah.
Like, and then add the infusion he needs to buy, 1,400 gold away. I hate being in this position. as a jungler. There's just no reliable gold income left on the map.
Well, it's surprising because Faithless is still taking the CS in the lane.
He is, you're right.
But Faithless is full build. Faithless is full build with 1,400 gold. He can buy 2 infusions, and he doesn't need to be taking that farm. Like, that farm should be going to Kuros 100% because he still needs an item.
You have to keep that CS score, the creep score, nice and high for the after game.
Your CS per minute has to stay up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, it's just I see this happen so frequently, and it doesn't make sense that teams do this more often than not. But now Kraken started up, has to be canceled because of the pressure from Helldivers, but they're going in.
Penguin War's on front line. Oh, maybe they can get onto Penguin War to begin the fight, then they can win this one regardlessly. That's going to be a silence going out. That's going to be a double fear, but Arcane cannot chase. They've already used their engage tools and they were disengaged. They have to backport here, Tasty Bacon, or risk losing a team fight. Either way, this is terrible news because Helldivers take this Kraken so quickly. I'm sure that they're going to be looking to either bait in Arcane or just take it out. Now pushing into the enemy jungle for the first time in this game, but Itachi is pretty happy to frontline. Get stunned up. A huge chunk of damage onto him. Zozane stunned by the Ordain. There's the second attack of the pack coming out. Very short cooldown. Arcane still cannot afford to be here. Still have to fall back. And Penguin and Wars know that he is charging Helldivers forward. Purdon with the engage. That's going to be Koros knocked back. Dodges the Chakram. There's the Fish and Shade knocking Zozane backwards. They're looking for Purdon here, but look at the damage that is being outputted by Penguin of War here. 8 broken myth stacks, about to be 9. An Arcane Fountain is not quite up yet. 44 seconds, it's been used already. That's a huge bad mojo. Imagine if it had a broken myth on it. Another attack of the pack, another disengage. Purdon, chunk of damage, but oh god, 1 kill! It's going to be a second going over to Penguin of War. He just destroys Arcane there. Oh dear. 2 deaths, only Fateless left alive, and this will be Helldivers moving in to take this Kraken.
Oh, unfortunate for the side of Arcane, but they had chances to back off. They had chances to recall, and you have so much movement speed. They could have very likely recalled and then gotten back before, actually maybe not before, because Kraken goes down so quickly. The real problem here is just that Kuros doesn't have the broken myth. That's what's really been holding them back this entire time, and it's going to continue to hold them back, as now with the Kraken pushing, he's even further away from being able to get this now than he was a few minutes ago. It's such a difficult spot to be in, but like I said, it's kind of self-inflicted. Like, the team was not giving him gold when they had the opportunity to do so.
Yep.
And it set him back too far. And small mistakes like that from Arcane. Even still, Fateless. Why is Fateless taking this gold?
He needs it for his collection. He's a dragon. And he wants all of the gold in the world. The Kraken is pushing in. That's going to be Fearsome Shade, knocking Zozane back, the attack of the back to buy some time on this Kraken. They only get a slight chunk out. War Tread's pushed in. Penguin of War, though, on front line. A little bit too far forward. That's going to be Purdon taking a lot of damage. Really, Arcane need to find the kill, and they need to find it onto a Penguin of War right now. He is stunned up inside of his ultimate, and that's going to be him taken on down. Is it enough, though? Purdon losing his life, but the Kraken should be able to finish this, and this should be Helldivers taking game 1 of this series. GG to them. Arcane could not weather the storm. That is CP Idris, and we will be seeing Helldivers progress 1-0 into this series.
An incredible game back and forth, but unfortunately for Arcane, they were not able to get the damage that they needed to take down Penguin of War quickly. Only 3 deaths on this Idris in 28 minutes. That is pretty impressive stuff, considering he had to be the primary target for so long, but he was able to keep himself alive. Kuros just not quite having the damage without getting that 3rd tier 3 offensive item. And unfortunately for Arcane, it means they are going to be looking up at an 0-1 deficit.
Well, what do you know? Tasty Bacon and Dalsey almost feel like Frostburn was the influential item there for CP Idris. Who would have thought? Anyway, I'm going to get these teams ready and locked to go for the next draft. We are getting on into the night now, so it's good to get this moving as quickly as possible. Tasty. What went wrong for Arcane there? What? They seemed to be in control and they lost it. What went wrong? Was it just late game CP Idris?
It was. I mean, we touched on it quite a bit down the stretch. I feel like it's making me feel like a bit of a broken record here, Scoundrel. But it was just not having enough damage in the late game, not having that broken myth on the Batiste was really the catalyst for why they were not able to win the late game fights.
Absolutely, and eventually the ability for that CP Idris just to kite at the end of the fights. He was almost untouched, built so many broken myth stacks, and then, you know, when he was at that late game build, 9 broken myth stacks, he was just cleaning fights up so easily, and they got to a point where they were just doing so much work. I'm just going to try and get these teams. I don't know if they're in the lobby. I can't see because I'm production, so I'm going to wait for my boy Dalsey to let me know.
If I had it open earlier, I could have let you know. But if someone joined before me, I have no idea. Looks like they are ready.
Oh, good. Here we go.
Are going to be able to start this one up. Get into draft for game number 2. Big Scoundrel. See if the Batiste comes out again. If it does, again, I just want... The biggest issue for me, again, I mentioned this in the game, but for anyone that is watching, take this to heart. If you are full build as a laner and you have enough gold for an infusion, stop farming. If you have to push the wave out, that's one thing. But if at all possible, the lane minions should be going to your jungler at that point because they are not going to be full build at the same time as you. They need that gold desperately in order to be relevant. Even if you have to give it to your captain, like let them get their final items. But if you have full build, the gold is literally useless on you. And if you can avoid taking it, you really should.
Yeah, that is something that Dalsey always likes to complain at me for. So, so I am fully in accordance with that. Grace going to be going over to Arcane here. Itachi will be taking Grace onto the fold this time around. Not seen too many Graces today, actually. Interestingly enough, I think she's been quite heavily featured in the ban phase, but it is going to be a prioritization of the Vox, often considered one of the better carries to pick into a Grace because of the ability to dodge out of that Holy Nova. And Dalsey, we are heading through into the next ban phase here. What do you expect?
I expect to see...
Memes.
I was going to say a carry, but I couldn't think which one. I guess Glaive makes sense. But I'm not entirely sure if it's the right pick. I think Fateless plays a Black Feather. Pretty mean Black Feather, so you know, maybe that would have been a better target ban. Here you think a Lyra gets banned away, just to stop the healing that can come out. Maybe Catherine, but no. Probably just Lyra. Essentially a captain to try and remove the captain choices.
Kuroz is known as a pretty good CP Kestrel. So I guess in an opportunity where he can pick that, he might feel comfortable taking CP Kestrel onto the fold. If you're Helldivers here, you've got a couple of options. Arden is available. We've seen him have success today. Lyra is still available. I like Lyra into the Grace matchup just through the sustain wars. I would be hovering over Lyra if I were Helldivers. That's interesting.
So, interesting pick here. The Batiste coming in for the side of Helldivers.
I almost feel like this is just a great CP Kestrel pick now for Kuroz if he wants to take it.
Yeah. And Black Pepper as well can come in easily. There's the CP Kestrel.
There you go.
I don't know why you would pick Batiste there. Maybe they feel like Batiste Grace, which is obviously an excellent early invading composition, comp like for jungle captain synergy is scary, so they didn't want to allow it. I mean, I do think that
Batiste has got disengage for the Grace, I guess. I mean, if it's Captain Batiste, you could see an Echo come out and you disengage quite heavily. You've got a lot of teamfight disruption there. That's a potential for the Helldivers, what they've rallied up with this composition.
20 seconds left on this time here. My my initial thought is Black Feather for Fateless, but Sky is going to be locked in, which means it's actually going to be a weapon-powered Kestrel in the lane and a CP Sky in the jungle. Okay,
that's interesting. I would have thought CP Kestrel would have been a good pick or a safer pick with the Batiste coming out. But I guess if you don't know if that's captain or jungle, often better to make it flex into the lane, which you know is going to have an okay matchup against the Vox. And you take Skye, which, if piloted correctly, has very few bad matchups, and an attacker in this last pick wouldn't make too much sense. So there we go. Lance comes through, and he's going to be the jungle Batiste, and it'll be Lance going over to Helldivers here.
Initial thoughts, Tasty Bacon, on the drafts?
I'm definitely curious as to the Batiste Fortress, how it's going to work out again. Obviously, it was just played by the side of Arcane, and now it's going to be Helldivers picking it up. So that's very intriguing to me, because it's not a combo that we've really seen a lot of. But for both teams to suddenly go for it, it seems a bit interesting that they've decided to basically almost exactly swap compositions.
Yeah, very
And
interesting.
by almost, I mean... Oh, no, I was looking at the wrong draft. That's why I was thinking...
It's
I had both drafts open, and there's nothing on the draft screen that indicates which team it is. So I was looking at the other one. I was like, that's a really similar draft.
Tasty.
And then I remembered that Grace was picked and not banned. I was like, oh, wait, that's not the right draft.
Well, we are loading into the Halcyon Fold here.
This is why you close tabs instead of leaving them all open. Lesson learned.
I agree.
Wow, I have felt my Mac, and it is potentially in excess of 60 degrees, 70 degrees here. It's really warming up the room, which I appreciate, Mac. Anyway, we're going on to the Halcyon Fold. Guys, take it away.
Thank you. This is game 2 here, Tasty Bacon, of this series between Arcane and Helldivers. Helldivers one more win away from progressing into the playoffs further and not being eliminated from this tournament. Arcane, an ultimatum that they do not want to question. It has to be a win for them.
Absolutely does. And this is potentially the final game of the day if Helldivers are able to take it. So there's a lot on the line now, as early aggression coming out from Arcane, looking to steal away some camps, and they're going to be able to do so successfully, taking advantage of this early movement from Helldivers to have Penguin of War farming alongside Perdun.
No, so this move is super clever here, Tasty Bacon, because what happens is that Penguin of War is sharing the backs and the experience and the gold with Perdun. And so by punishing the fact that that's the case, by moving as a 3 into the jungle, what they do is they take away that front tree. And look at Perdun's right now. Level 1, he's not going to hit level 2 until he finishes this Elder Treant. And he will be able to finish this Elder Treant because, for whatever reason, Arcane have decided it's too risky to go for it themselves. And so, you know, it's almost a grand error. But if they spot out Perdun backing, they won't. Then they could have turned on its head. That's an error from Arcane.
It could have been absolutely massive early game start. Instead, they're just going to get... Actually, Zozane takes that Treant away, so they're not even going to be able to steal that away. Perdun is going to be put behind a little bit, but not really significantly enough to cause a massive impact or swing the game through the early stages. In fact, Zozane, he's going to look to be aggressive here into the Arcane jungle.
Man, I'm just watching a scoundrel fill up his Mac on the VGL broadcast. We've got a couple of minutes delay. It just looks really weird. Sorry, it's been a long broadcast. Helldivers, I think we're kind of gifted an opportunity. We're gifted, safety more than anything. A little bit disappointed Arcane didn't try and punish the slight advantage they won for themselves harder. Because it could have been them putting Batiste behind in jungle, but unfortunately they didn't do that. Now they're moving into the lane, pushing back Penguin of War on this Vox here, going to allow for Fateless to backport if he wishes, or rotate towards the middle of the map. Zozane will take a bit of chunk of damage, but not too much.
And so Zozane just going to rotate back up into the lane with Penguin of War. The jungle is still pretty consistently getting stolen away by Arcane, but it hasn't really amounted to much of anything. You look at the gold differential, teams are pretty much dead on even, and so not going to be an advantage to be gleaned from the first few minutes of play, as Perdun Obviously going to want to try and rush towards his first tier 3 item, the Shatterglass. Kuros has yet to shop, has a lot of money in the inventory, or in the pocket, 1,500 gold. And with the jungle shop about to spawn, we'll likely just wait for that 4-minute mark.
Yeah, that's going to be... they actually secure the Elder Tree, and just in time. Oh, no, never mind. It's at 35, not 55. So he will be going back and purchasing up his heavy and Eclipse Prism and energy battery as well. Some boots, a lot of damage just bought here by this Kestrel. Helldive is looking for an Impale, will connect it. So Zane does so much damage on these Impales at the early levels, especially onto a squishy Kestrel. And if that continues to happen, Fateless is going to have a really rough time this game.
Yeah, the base damage is pretty heavy. Fortunately for Fateless, there was no one else in position to try and follow up on that. Otherwise, it could have been our first blood. 4 minutes in this stage in the game 1, we had like 4 or 5 kills already logged. So both teams playing a little bit more cautious, not really going to be going as anywhere near as aggressive as we saw in game number 1. But there goes Zozane, as I say it, getting targeted by Itachi, trying to jump in with this Grace and set something up for the team.
Still nothing to really yell home about just yet. As Kuros nears his Frostburn here, Itachi will find a bit of trouble trying to roam down to the shop to complete that fountain. Gets forced away, so has to backport to do so. A bit of an opportunity, you would think, for Helldivers to force a fight, but really nice respect, I guess, shown by Kuros and both Fateless to back off from any potential danger and not allow for Itachi's block onto the shop to be punished.
Well, with the movements now, everyone in the lane, some pressure being put out by the side of Helldivers. They know that before Itachi's level 6, their damage will stick a lot better. Once the Divine Intervention comes out, it becomes a lot more troublesome to try and siege up and just chunk someone out of the lane. Another Impale going to land that high base damage on Lance's abilities. Able to find some good damage on the Fateless, but his Penguin of War and Zose going to be able to push them out. Itachi taking a lot of damage, but nice rotation from Kuros. Going to keep them at bay. And so, it continue to go 6 minutes in now. No first blood just yet. Although there has been quite a few trades, quite a few skirmishes trying to find enough pressure to look for that first engagement for a kill. But thus far, these teams, again, staying even, 12.7 to 12.9 on the gold. And first items are going to be completed for the junglers. Frostburn for Kuros, Shatterglass for Perdun. Penguin of War has his 2, and Fateless has the Sorrow Blade. The Tension Bow and Poison Shiv, obviously very cheap item builds to go for. And that's why Penguin of War is able to have 2 of them completed, despite the fact that him and Fateless are very similar in terms of CS. But Fateless has that infusion, and that could be a big spike if a fight were to break out.
Yeah, no, it's worth noting that Fateless will be trying to make up for the damage that his more expensive build kind of hasn't allowed him to have yet with that infusion. Very clever. So Zane's also maxing his Impale on Lance, which will mean that more damage will come out with his out. Oh, that's a huge catch with the Death from Above. Death from Above chunks down Penguin of War down to half HP. He has a potion. He's healing up using it, as well as these this Poison Shiv. An engage, though, comes out, and Perdon's just going to get dropped. Fearsome Shade may find the kill. Oh, it doesn't quite. They wait out the mortal wounds on Kuros, and the fountain comes through to heal him back up. Good start by Arcane as they find the first blood goes over to Fateless, and another engage onto Penguin of War, but they're not quite able to get the damage down as a unit here. Just clearing the wave down. Fateless moves forward. Chunk of damage, but not a kill. An Impale, though, could do some massive work. There's the Giffian War. Oh, Penguin of War with a Tension Bow just walks in and steals it away. A double Impale! Where's the follow-up there, Penguin? Oh, he's able to get the kill, but loses his life in the process here. Massive plays, though, from the Lance, and Itachi should just run away.
Yeah, Perdun very nearly found Itachi there, trying to recall. He's going to cancel it out once again But this is going to be the team rotating up and trying to get some damage onto this turret, perhaps. But it's going to be difficult as the respawns come through, and the members of Arcane will be making their way back into the lane. So no damage on the turret, just a couple of kills kind of traded back and forth. Neither team really able to gain any significant advantage as a result of those kills. So we just sort of reset and get ready to do it again as they just sort of move into position once more. Penguin of War coming back into the lane, has an infusion of his own to try and combat against Fateless. Nice impale Gythian wall, but it's not going to be followed up on.
Yeah, this is a pretty tense matchup, just the way the players are kind of playing it. Another impale though, that should be a death. Fateless will go down. Cannot afford to get caught by those, and you have to think that the reflex block that Itachi currently holds in his hand has to, it can't be used. That's the issue. Itachi needs to use his Crucible for the Fearsome Shade, and perhaps even the Silence if it's going to be detrimental. Koros is dead under turret, which means Fateless needs to buy a reflex block of his own. He can't afford not to, because Zane has maxed his A, or at least was maxing his A, and has just meant that continuously the damage from the Impale is bursting him, but also allowing his teammates to finish the kill.
Yeah, and the difficulty with, a lot of times you see Kestrels try and go for these builds that have no defense in them. The difficulty with doing that as a weapon Kestrel is you have to be a little bit closer to a fight than a Crystal Kestrel does, because Crystal Kestrel gets her damage off of the splash at the tail end of the Glimmer shots, whereas weapon Kestrel has to hit with the point of the Glimmer shot, and also it's going to want to be in attack range. So it's a lot more difficult for a weapon Kestrel to remain safe on the back lines of a fight, which is what we've been seeing. There's been a lot of pressure being put onto Fateless on this Kestrel. Multiple times Zozane has been able to land those impales and set up some kills. And Helldivers, with a couple of kills going their way, if they can start to find objectives, big impale there.
That's Fateless in a lot of trouble. Will get feared away from his team. That's going to be a kill somehow, as Zozane, I guess, just stepped into the death from above. Penguin of War frontlining, doing work. Purdon going to move in. Itachi almost dead. The one shot doesn't quite connect. Purdon looking for the kill, and he finds it onto Itachi. The splash, too much. Another one onto Koros, and Koros surely has to push back here. Purdon's just chunking them out. So 1-for-1 in total here. Both captains losing their lives. Fateless has been told he has to stick by his turret and keep it alive, but that's a hard task. Penguin of War and Purdon, pretty scary people right now, and he doesn't really have the splash damage to be able to clear the way very quickly. He has the crits, and he does manage to take it down, but here's Zozane to finish the job. Turret will go down. An advantage has been won by Helldivers. Arcane can't do anything about that.
11 minutes in, first turret falls, and the movement, very subtle movements there from Helldivers as they pushed in underneath that turret, knowing that it's a weapon Kestrel and she has to hit with the main portion of the Glimmer shot to do damage, the massive damage to you. They just kept the turret between them and Fateless. They didn't go looking for a kill. They didn't go trying to take too much. They just kept the turret between them and Fateless, knowing that no matter what happened, the Glimmer shots were going to hit the turret first, and would then go hitting the minions that were there so that they couldn't get bursted as heavily. And now that's going to be another nice impale. No follow-up, but by keeping the minions in between them and Fateless, they ensured that they weren't going to take too much return damage while taking that objective down. It was a really smart movements from Helldivers, and now they're going to be feeling pretty confident in themselves. You see them pushing up a lot more aggressively, taking more dominant positions on the map, and perhaps trying to find another fight.
Does seem like a fight does want to broken out. Arcana itching for it. One shot goes into Zozane's booty, but an impale connects on to Itachi here. He should be able to sustain it through. Zozane goes very low. Fountain's used by just Zozane, as Itachi going to hold on to his. That's going to be a stun. Oh dear, Fateless going to get feared. The heal able to keep him alive. Oh, but he gets bursted nonetheless. What a mistake from him. Still no reflex block, and a kill goes over. This is a disastrous result for Arcane. Fateless, there's the reflex block he needs, but it's 13 minutes in. He's already taken 3 deaths to realize that he needs this, and the second turret has already gone down.
This is definitely not looking good for Arcane. 2 turrets down. The gold has suddenly jumped up to a 3,000 gold lead. That's going to increase even further with the gold miner being worked on by Helldivers. And like you said, Dazzy, without having that reflex block earlier, Fateless was just getting caught time and time again. And the members of Helldivers have so much damage once that initial catch is made that they're able to blow them up. And Perdun on this Baptiste has been accelerated a bit. Has so much damage when his heroic perk goes off, when he becomes empowered. Those empowered bad mojos are doing like 400 to 600 damage depending on who they hit. And that is just way too much for the side of Arcane to deal with right now. And Perdun also very close to finishing off his broken myth. He actually just got it. And this could spell disaster for Arcane, as that is a massive, massive power spike for this Baptiste.
All right. Fight breaking out. Perdun taking a huge chunk of damage. Almost goes down. Fountain keeps him alive. Currently, Fateless just sphered up. And that impale was huge, but somehow Koro's going to walk away from it. The heal from Itachi huge, but is it enough to win the fight? 1 kill to Fateless, looking for a second. He stuns up, but it's a triple for Penguin of War. This guy is a monster. 5-0 and 5. Full build on the offensive and a turret to be taken. It's the choke point of all.
The most difficult turret to take is about to fall. And Perdun had some pretty poor positioning at the start of that fight. Was still able to get a ton of damage out, but put himself at so much risk. Kuros just melted him down, but in the end, the burst was there. Penguin of War was also pretty much untouched for most of that fight. And was able to get those breaking point stacks built up and find the kills, that triple kill, taking the turret, clearing out a bit of the jungle on their way through, as well as Kraken spawns and Helldivers. They are certainly in the driver's seat now as they look to finish the series out 2-0 and keep their dreams of making it to the Unified Live Championship alive.
Holy moly. Arcane are just... They're coming close and they're making the right play. They're making the right moves, but they're just not finding the kills they need. These engages have just been too tight. That's a fear that wasn't blocked. That's a fountain that goes out, and it's just not going to be enough. Fateless trying to do the work here on this Kestrel, but he has to fall back. Can he stun up? No, he gets blocked, and they've just lost too many members. There's a stun to Penguin of War. Blocks that impale, but he just can't do the work. It's an easy kill for Penguin of War. It's another ace for the side of Helldivers, and Arcane facing elimination. The Kraken will be taken as Penguin of War pushes up with his lane. He can't actually get anything with it, but he can certainly get the gold that the wave will offer and make sure that this Sky stays in her base, perhaps even take away some of the camps on his way back. That might be a little bit too risky, though. This is disastrous, Arcane. I say they've been making the right moves. That's not right to speak, and they have been making wrong moves. But at least they've been trying to make the right macro calls, at least. That's the what I'm trying to communicate. It's just they haven't executed on them. You know, Crucibles have been mistimed. The reflex block from Fateless too late. Kuros' positioning could be questioned.
Yeah, well,
too many things.
I feel like it's more they're making the right calls, but they're just making them too late. They're making right calls and right moves, but not in time. I mean, the reflex block from Fateless, right call, far too late in the game. The Crucibles being, when they're activated, it's the right call to use them to try and block the fear, but they're a little bit too late. It's kind of been constant, just not quite being able to catch up to Helldivers throughout this game. And now with Kraken pushing in, Helldivers, if they can find an impale to start this fight up, there's going to be going on to Grace. Not really the target you want, but it's still a target nonetheless. Just as much damage as you can do will help.
Yeah, no, it is going to be a bit of damage.
Beautiful,
taking a lot. Fateless gets feared. Fateless going down, but he's going to get healed by the Divine Intervention and stay alive. He is forced out of the team fight, and Itachi's very low as well. This is going to be the Kraken taking down the final Vein Crystal turret, and they haven't found the kills yet to finish this game. Penguin of War still alive, still chicken. That's going to be the first kill going over to the side of Helldivers as they start to take some more, and they're going to be able to finish this game with the kills or not, but the kills obviously much liked. That is GG. Helldivers live to tell the story. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to Arcane Esports right here.
And that last fight, there was a great Holy Nova started by Itachi that would have actually landed a multiple knock-up stun, but a beautiful Githian wall from Zozane pushed him out of the way and prevented his teammates from getting stunned up, allowed them to then take that final fight and win the game, win the series. Helldivers 2-0, staying alive in the VGL playoffs.
Incredible gameplay from them to be able to do so. Their composition worked out so well. Zozane clearly just hitting impale after impale here on the Halcyon Fold. It'll be a hard meal, I guess, for Arcane Esports to stomach here at Scoundrel. But of course, for Helldivers, many congratulations as they progress further into the VGL Challenger Series.
Absolutely. I think everyone is super impressed with how Helldivers performed in that series. You know, the first 2-0 of the evening. You know, they're the one team that was dominant across the board. Now, let me just move on from this very quickly because I want to wrap up where we can. I'm going to show you what the playoff bracket looks like as it stands. I don't know the outcome of 90 Degrees and Team Phobos. Haven't been fed that information.
90 Degrees won.
Okay, well then I'll just update that. Right, do you know what score it was?
2-1.
2-1. Well, now we have an update. There we go. And this is what the rest of the bracket is going to look like. So next week we will have XL Esports versus Magic Cloud. We will also have Norm Pasuni and Helldivers taking on each other, and we should have Team Queso going up against 90 Degrees. I believe that is how this is going to look. So,
yep,
lots of good games coming up. Team Queso will be looking to make their way through the losers bracket as per usual in the Vainglory League. It's kind of what we've become accustomed to with with Team Queso these days. Norpachani and Helldivers, that'll be a great matchup, and obviously XL Esports taking on Magic Cloud, two of our stronger teams in the winners bracket final. The winner of that winners bracket final will secure their space in the grand final, and the grand final will then decide who goes to the Unified Western Live Championships to take on the winner of the VIS split, which will be a thoroughly entertaining match, whatever happens. Now, I want to say thank you very much for following and joining in on the action here at the VGL Challenger Series. It's all been fantastic. I have been Xcandrel, and I've been joined by Dowsey and Tasty Bacon. We will be back next week at the same time, 6 PM CET on Tuesday, for the conclusion of the VGL Summer Split 2. Thank you very much. See you soon.